Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 1051, Live Elf Race. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The highest degree they can achieve was familiar mastery. However, they paled in comparison to Luze. It was ridiculous to still praise themselves. Meanwhile, Luze scratched his head. Did he say something wrong? Sure enough, divine art was much difficult for others to comprehend. He quickly changed the subject. Let's go to the crisp green blade. Yulei avoided the awkwardness with a laugh. Yes, let's move. Right then, Fred provided, you should note that in order to become a member of the crisp green blade, you need to possess a cosmic cloud state combat power. They might conduct some test later. Fred, fearing Luze would be annoyed, looked at the latter carefully. The more he got to know the human prodigy, the more he found the other person unpredictable. By now, he absolutely believed Luze was not a simple man. If Luze got angry, the hairs on his skin stood on ends just by thinking about it. Luze was a bit surprised, but he soon gave a nod. That is not a problem. Anyway, all of them possessed a cosmic cloud state combat power already. Quickly, the group picked up the pace. Along the way, the powerful beings they encountered increased. Some would purchase resources while others wandered around. The looming threat posed by the insectoid tide rendered the trade planet the safest place. Hence, the number of those races wandering the streets grew. Most of them had fled their territory and sought shelter within the area to avoid the insectoid. This scene made Luze think about the plight of the Blade Demon race. He wondered whether they escaped or not. Shortly, the entire group reached the central area. The measly population stood out. Among this crowd, the weakest were cosmic system states. Most of the cultivators were even cosmic cloud states. In a couple of seconds, they were in front of a grandiose structure that was tens of meters tall. A large area was occupied by it. Upon looking closely, beautiful runes adorned the door. Those who made use of the ingress and egress were usually younger beings. Despite their age, their kais were already threatening. All of them were cosmic cloud states. Fred mentioned, this is the crisp green blade branch department. Let's enter. Luze followed suit. He was a bit surprised. The youths he observed were very strong. A handful of them had surpassed his power. It made him aware of how lacking his current strength was. The group pushed open the door. Inside, various races were present in the living room. As soon as entered, the crowd noticed Fred and nodded at him. Fred, you guys are back. Miriam, how did the mission go? The two only responded with smiling expressions. At this juncture, someone asked, Fred, who are these people? Everyone looked over. They didn't expect Fred to bring company. The person he brought didn't even belong to a well-known powerful race of the East region. At this moment, one hairless gray-skinned being sneered. Human race? Isn't this a puny race that doesn't even have a cosmic cloud state? This bunch of brats isn't cosmic cloud states yet. Fred, what are you guys doing? You brought a weak race to our branch. Do you want us to be ridiculed? Everyone was taken aback. The human race wasn't particularly powerful, neither did it have a stable foundation. Fred furrowed his brows as Miriam glanced at the grey rune cultivator. Isaiah, your grey stone race let 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids flee before. It led to the destruction of several civilizations. You should learn to mind your business first. Isaiah's face fell. Just when he was about to defend himself, a clear voice interrupted the scene. What are you guys arguing about? The expressions of everyone changed. The previously clamorous living room lost its liveliness. Everyone acted like obedient children. At this moment, a figure came out of the room on the side. It was a skinny man who was over 2 meters tall. He wore an exquisite green flower-runed armor. He had green hair, pointed ears. Overall, he had an extremely handsome appearance. Everyone greeted, "Lord Anton." Anton smiled elegantly and nodded. Luze widened his eyes. Is this a being from the elf race? A live, breathing elf in person. This was his first time to encounter one. Well, he can at least admit that Lord Anton was quite the charmer. He was truly handsome than Luze was, but not that much. The girls also looked at Lord Anton curiously. It became Luze's turn to be jealous. He coughed to prevent them from ogling. What are you girls looking at? Isn't the most handsome person already in front of you? The girls rolled their eyes. Lu asked, "Are you jealous?" The other girls found it amusing. Luze's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he didn't want to talk anymore. But in the end, he countered, "Jealous? Am I the type to get jealous?" After witnessing the witless bunch treat the entire room like air, Fred and his companions broke out in a cold sweat. These ignorant humans didn't mind their manners even though they were in the presence of the elf race. They must truly possess something that gave them a lot of courage. Even Isaiah was confused. Since when did the human race become this bold? Their blunder proved how weak races remained inferior races. They couldn't even understand the prestige of the elf race. Even if the Greystone race was merely a peak cosmic cloud state race, they still weren't stupid enough to act impolitely in front of the elf race. Anton looked at Luze and the girls for a longer time. He discovered a hint of complexity in them. Although their cultivation level remained at the cosmic system state, his instincts told him they shouldn't be underestimated. But regardless, they were mere humans. Anton said, "The crisp green blade is a place dedicated to dealing with the disaster brought upon by the insectoids. It's not established so that you can air your conflicts. If you really have to argue, then leave this room." Everyone answered, "Yes, Lord Anton." Anton nodded. When he was about to leave, Fred said, "Lord Anton, please wait a moment." Anton turned around and said impatiently, "What else is it?" Fred explained, "My friends here wish to join the crisp green blade. Please test their combat power, Lord Anton." The atmosphere in the room turned frigid. Isaiah and the rest looked at Fred in a daze. These humans. Did they actually dare to join the crisp green blade? Did that mean they have a cosmic cloud state combat power? The pathetic human race could produce a prodigy with a cosmic cloud state combat power while being a cosmic state? What absurdity are they spewing? Anton raised a brow, but he wasn't too surprised either. He already sensed something odd about them. He smiled and looked at Luze. "You guys want to be tested?" Luze nodded. "Yes, Lord Anton." Chapter 1052, Terrifying Fire Control. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Isaiah and the rest of the cultivators in the room were bewildered. Oh, they are actually serious about being tested. Those who were cosmic system states clearly weren't dull-witted. Since they dared to be tested, it could only mean that they had confidence in their ability. As it turned out, that bunch of humans really possessed a cosmic cloud state combat power. The other prodigies in the crowd only managed to have a cosmic cloud state combat power when they became peak cosmic system states. But what about these humans? They weren't even peak cosmic system states yet. Even so, they had a cosmic cloud state combat power? Could they still be called humans? Anton nodded. "Follow me then." He walked towards a passage. Accordingly, Luze and his girls followed suit, including Fred and his companions. The rest of the cultivators looked at each other. "Let's watch it." They couldn't resist their curiosity and followed behind. Anton soon reached a room and walked in. On the outside, the room didn't appear to be spacious. Upon entering it, the inside actually had over 100 kilometers area. A platform that was tens of kilometers wide was installed at the center. There were rows of seats on the side. Within those rows, 5 elven soldiers from the elf race were seated. They appeared to be cultivating. Anton led the group to the border of the stage. The elven soldiers opened their eyes. 2 of them were males while 3 were females. All of them were peak cosmic system states. One had to admit that the elf race looked ethereal. The men were lethally attractive while the women were breathtakingly beautiful beyond words. Luze couldn't resist sparing another glance. He knew he had to stop when the murderous chi from his behind intensified. The elven warriors were also studying them. After realizing Luze and the girls were merely level 8 cosmic system states, the soldiers were puzzled. They looked at Anton for clarification. Anton challenged, if you manage to beat an elven warrior whose combat power just stepped into the cosmic cloud state on the stage, you will become a member of the crisp green blade. Understood. Based on his remark, a peak cosmic system state elven warrior had a cosmic cloud state combat power. Even the leader of the barbarian race only attained a cosmic cloud state combat power after becoming a peak cosmic system state. It took him tens of thousands of years. More crucially, it was only him who managed to do so. In comparison, the elven soldiers were obviously younger, but they already owned cosmic cloud state combat power. And there were 5 of them all at once. On the other hand, the elven warriors were more befuddled right now. Did those humans really possess a cosmic cloud state combat power? They had weaker cultivation levels though. Why were they looking at them with bewilderment? They belonged to the elf race. What is so surprising about having a cosmic cloud state combat power? The leading female elf who looked alluring nodded. Sure, Lord Anton. Luze nodded as well. Understood. Anton said, begin then. He withdrew and sat down to watch Luze and the girls. Everyone waited for the battle to begin. A green-haired elf flew onto the stage. He revealed a graceful smile. Which one of you wants to come first? Alice offered, Senior, I'll go. Luze didn't stop her. Okay, be careful. Alice giggled. I know. In the next second, she suddenly appeared on the stage. The other onlookers narrowed their eyes. Such speed! This human girl is only a level 7 cosmic system state. How is she so fast? At this juncture, they noticed the wind around Alice. That is Wind Divine Art. A level 7 cosmic system state is capable of achieving an unimaginable speed just by relying on the Wind Divine Art? What joke is this? Even Fred and his companions were pleasantly surprised. They assumed only Luze was talented. They didn't expect the obedient-looking girl following him to be this threatening. A trace of change can even be noted in Lord Anton's face. With her speed alone, it would be difficult for enemies to deal with her. Alice just reached level 7 cosmic system state. When Luze was in the same state, he already had a level 2 cosmic cloud state combat power. The gap between her and Luze wasn't that significant. She at least had a level 1 cosmic cloud state combat power now. Alice observed the elven soldier. Dark light circulated her hands. Thereafter, a small black statue emerged. Luze. The smile on Luze's face gradually disappeared. Shit! He forgot about this. Everyone. They looked strangely at Luze. Isn't that statue molded out of the human guy? What is this? Did she use the statue of her lover as a weapon? Fred's mouth twitched. Yulei hesitated, but he bolstered up his courage and discreetly asked, Brother Luze, this statue? Don't bother asking. Luze responded before the question was completed. Yulei didn't dare to probe anymore. Anton coughed to clear the strange atmosphere. All right, let's begin. The elven soldier nodded at Alice. Please. Alice nodded in return. The elven soldier took a deep breath. He would surely show this girl something astounding. At this point, the temperature suddenly rose. The elven warrior's eyes widened. Black demonic flames burned around Alice. From these scorching flames, a fire clone emerged. The elf said in shock, "A fire clone that just reached the cosmic cloud state. That female human alone gave him enough pressure already." Unexpectedly, she created a fire clone. A human who could form a cosmic cloud state fire clone while being a level 7 cosmic system state. Isn't she terrifying? The fire clone soon charged towards the soldier. The elven soldier flashed with green light. Accordingly, a long sword appeared on his right hand. He let out a battle cry. Energy flowed from the sword and extended to cut through the fire clone. Oh no! He became too focused on the fire clone that he forgot about the human girl. He quickly turned around, only to be confronted by a black flame sword pointed at him. The black flame sword caused some distortion in the surroundings. Even so, not a trace of flame seeped out. What a terrifying control on her flame power! He could only sigh. I lost. Chapter 1053, Necessary to Investigate. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Below the stage, the audience grew silent. Everyone was at a loss for words. What just happened? Did the elven soldier lose just like that? They couldn't accept the reality yet. Right then, Alice's flame sword disappeared as she retreated. Before returning, she politely said, "Thank you for going easy on me." When she reached Luze's side, she smiled. Senior, I won." Luze patted her head. "Alice is really amazing." The elven soldier walked off the stage absent-mindedly. The other 11 warriors showed stern expressions. The defeated elf reminded, "Be careful, those humans aren't simple at all." One green-haired female elf proceeded to the stage and asked, "Who is next?" Luze responded, "I'll go." As Alice did, she appeared in front of the female elf in just a blink. Once more, the prodigies who were watching the fight were dumbfounded because of the incredible speed. Sure enough, the second human girl proved to be a force to be reckoned with. Did all human prodigies reach this level? Lord Anton looked at Luze and the rest of the girls intently before allowing them to continue. "Begin!" The female elf yelled as she stomped on the ground. Vines began to make their way towards Luze. A green long sword appeared in her hand thereafter. Immediately, she used the full extent of her power. She didn't dare to underestimate Luze at all after witnessing Alice's performance. Luze was unfazed as she let out a grin. Dark runes flowed in her eyes as the eternal darkness mist expanded to plunge the entire stage into the dark. "What? This mist can block my vision and interfere with my mental force. How did this happen? My senses have been restrained too." True enough, it was excruciating to look through the mist. If you weren't strong enough, you wouldn't even see a single thing on the stage. Yulei and Kager exchanged glances. They failed to see through it. Fred and Miriam had to struggle a bit before they could continue watching. As for the female elf, she was forced to look around vigilantly. After all, her limited vision only allowed her to monitor a radius of 100 meters. There and then, a fearsome power approached from her behind. She didn't have enough time to turn properly. In the end, she could only scream and form a green barrier. Luze's fist came into contact with the newly formed barrier. Rumble. The resulting collision created a shockwave that spread across all directions. But it soon disintegrated after reaching the borders of the stage. Crack. The green barrier revealed signs of fracturing. The female elf couldn't quite believe it. What? How is this possible? A single punch caused her barrier to break. Before she could have more time to counter, Luze adjusted her fist into a palm and pressed it against the barrier. Dark flames were ignited and moved to trap the female elf. Luze's opponent was forced into a corner. She gulped and finally said, "I lost." Upon witnessing it, the other prodigies exclaimed, "That girl is unbelievably powerful too." Are all human prodigies actually this strong? Given the current members of the crisp green blade, the power exhibited by the human race this time was actually weaker than most of the cultivators present. After all, the majority of the prodigies were all cosmic cloud states. Nevertheless, it had to be considered that the group of humans before them were only cosmic system states. If the field had to be evened and they were reverted to the same state, they wouldn't be as strong as the humans. Everyone turned their heads at Isaiah, who then sensed the change in the mood of the room. His mouth twitched. Everything didn't match his thoughts. There must be a problem. Isaiah's eyes flashed while Lord Anton raised a brow. Human race. He scanned through his memories and soon retrieved something about the race. 2,000 years ago, a few youths of the human race had crossed paths with the elf race. They pleaded to be brought to the divine tree in order to forcefully turn them into cosmic system states. This kind of incident rarely occurred in the recent 10,000 years. Naturally, it left some kind of impression on him. How could a new race produce an overwhelmingly powerful prodigy? Not only were their foundations extremely solid, but their talent was also something to be wary of. Their mastery of god art and divine art truly astounded him. Perhaps the human race was guarding a grave secret. The insectoid race went on a rampage. The human race deviated from its weak nature. As it turned out, an extensive investigation should be conducted soon. Both Lu Li and the female elf got off the platform. When Lu Li had gone back to Luze, she asked, "How did I do?" She resembled a kitten waiting to be complimented. Luze rubbed her head. Extremely amazing. Without break, the match continued. This time around, Lin Ling volunteered with a smile. "I'll go." Lin Ling was a peak level 7 cosmic system state. The group had nothing to worry about. As they had predicted, the moment Lin Ling entered the platform, she adeptly avoided the attacks of her enemy. Her green spear shortly breached the defenses of the male elf and forced him to admit defeat without much struggle. Without any changes, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha had done the same. They were level 8 cosmic system states with level 2 cosmic cloud state combat power. Hence, they won over without exerting too much effort. In fact, they didn't need to launch full-powered attacks. They only revealed a power equivalent to what Lu Li and Alice showed. At this point, everyone grew numb after accepting how capable the humans were. Luze was the last human left untested. Luze looked at the crowd and scratched his head. Who should he be fighting then? In the end, the answer didn't matter. Everyone looked at Luze curiously. His status among his peers seemed to be the highest. Logically, he should be the strongest, right? However, the 5 elven warriors were probably insufficient in forcing Luze to go all out. Just when Luze was keen to try, Lord Anton already stood up and smiled. The test ends here. I approve of your membership in the Crisp Green Blade. Congratulations, you're all members now. Luze scratched his head. Lord Anton, I haven't been tested yet. Anton gave him a smile. We don't need to. You're clearly stronger than your comrades. My soldiers aren't a match for you. The other prodigies were dumbfounded. True enough, the male human seemed to be formidable. They looked at him curiously. The desire to learn his actual strength arose. Anton remarked, I didn't expect the human race to produce prodigies like your group. All right, go and sign up. He left afterwards. At this time, one female elf approached the group and said, I'll lead you to the registration. Chapter 1054, Medium Grade Spirit Gathering Stone. Luze and the girls followed the female elf. They naturally left the room. Likewise, the rest of the crowd followed suit. The registration site was located in a side room in the foyer. After completing the registration process, the female elf handed out a metal device to each person. It was green in color, along with some gold and red runes on it. The female elf explained, This is a badge that proves you are a member of the Crisp Green Blade. You can use it in searching for and accepting missions. It can also serve as a communicator. You will be able to receive signals within the entire elf cosmic realm. Luze was shocked. It was truly an advanced technology that could only be created by the elf race. It was capable of detecting signals across a realm. That was equivalent to nearly 200 million light-years in diameter. Luze smiled. Okay, thank you. The female elf replied, no need to be so polite. These humans were too strong. She had experienced it on the stage firsthand. Although she was a cultivator from the elf race, she could only be considered an elite in her own race. The elf continued, you are now members of the Crisp Green Blade. You can accept missions at any time. If you are done with the mission, you can return to the branch, and there will be personnel that will verify it. Luze and the girls expressed their understanding through a nod. We'll be going first then. Outside the foyer, Fred and his companions were waiting patiently. They rushed over when they noticed the group. Fred said, congratulations, brother Luze. You guys are now members of the Crisp Green Blade formally. Luze smiled and nodded. Thank you. Fred looked at the girls and said, I didn't expect your lovers to be superbly talented as well. Luze grinned. He was delighted to have his harem recognized. Kyohesha said, thank you, but you should also know that our power is far lacking compared to Ze. Miriam responded, sisters, you are too humble. You have a cosmic cloud state combat power while your cultivation level remains at level 7 cosmic system state. If these humans actually reached the cosmic cloud state, then their combat power could only grow more absurd. A few of the races who were close to the Golden Spear race and Crystal race came over. Fred, aren't you going to introduce us? Yes, it's our first time to witness prodigies like them. Luze and the girls gave a warm response to everyone. After all, only those races who were top-tier cosmic cloud state civilizations, if not peak, could build relations with the two prominent races. Establishing a connection with them would surely benefit the human race. Izai looked at Luze and the girls. He sneered before departing. After leaving the premises of the department, his eyes flashed. How could the human race nurture a powerful prodigy? He had to investigate this matter. Izai smirked. Back in the foyer, the other prodigies went off to deal with their own businesses after expressing their goodwill. Luze and the girls could finally breathe with ease. Miriam smiled. Brother Luze, what your group revealed earlier scared them. Yilei joined the conversation. Indeed. Although they appear hospitable right now, they are usually prideful cultivators. They would never talk to someone on their own initiative. Luze rolled his eyes. He was used to being treated like this anyway. He then said, all right then, let's hand in the mission first. Fred said, follow me, brother Luze. They arrived at the region where the mission verification was conducted. The place was vast. Countless members were having their missions verified. A few of them were in the foyer before. Fred brought Luze and the girls to a station where a female cosmic system state elf was in charge. Fred reported the mission details and took out the recorded scene. He verified the report for Luze and the girls. After the entire process was finished, Luze received the corresponding points. He got 500 reward points for the first and 400 reward points for the second. Following such, they left the department. Fred said, Brother Luze, we are planning to look for a suitable mission before heading off. What do you guys think? Luze responded, let's do that. Right now, Luze could barely release a level 3 cosmic cloud state combat power. In truth, he was only slightly stronger than Yilei and Kager. But a significant gap existed between him and the likes of Fred and Miriam. Even so, they had nothing to fear because they had Ying Ying around. Miriam said, in that case, let's visit the hotel in the central region. That's a property of the Golden Spear race. Luze recalled how expensive the charge was at the hotel previously. Back then, that was also the outermost hotel. The hotel owned by the race of this girl was built in the central region. She must be a top-tier wealthy lady. Yulei's eyes lit up. He said, Brother Luze has more bearing. If it were just Fred and I, big sister Miriam wouldn't definitely make the offer. Before he could finish the sentence, he felt Miriam's cold glance directed at him. Miriam showed a smile. Okay, let's go. They soon arrived at the Central Region Hotel. This hotel was so much better than the one they stayed at last time. An enormous area that was completely golden was provided. The group could feel an intense spirit force originating from the inside. If they cultivated here, their cultivation speed would match their speed at the spirit gathering room. Seeing how shocked Luze and the girls were, Miriam explained, the spirit gathering formation in our hotel is extremely powerful. It uses medium-grade spirit gathering stones. Those are considered very rare resources, even in our race. The density of the spirit force had no choice but to increase inside the rooms. Luze went to confirm, a spirit gathering stone is divided into several grades. Fred and his companions looked at each other. Miriam asked, Brother Luze, you didn't know? They assumed Luze had a powerful organization behind him. How could he not know about the grades of the spirit gathering stones? If his group didn't rely on the stones, then how else did they cultivate swiftly? Luze scratched his head. We usually just use the spirit gathering stone in our race. It's not that effective now. Kager's mouth twitched. If that's the case, then it's likely that your race uses low-grade stones. Luze smiled. Where can you get medium-grade spirit gathering stones then? Chapter 1055, It's them. In response to Luze's question, Fred said, there is a possibility you can trade the rewards you got from the crisp green blade for a medium-grade spirit gathering stone. However, you will surely need many points. Miriam added, the rewards you received this time should be abundant. You can check if you want to trade them for something. Luze said, I got it. I might check later. Miriam led Luze and the girls to their room. Luze and his girls decided to stay together as usual. They couldn't wait to use the badge. A screen soon appeared in front of them. Nangongjing said, let's see the list of available resources for trade. Luze agreed. The tabs were separated into Missions tab and Exchange tab. Then, the Exchange tab was further divided into various categories. The group could see technology, cultivation, one-time use items and permanent items. Luze quickly searched for a spirit gathering stone. Shortly, 2 rows of information appeared. The first provided details about the medium-grade stone. It required 100,000 points, but that would only give them 1 stone. The second row was dedicated to low-grade spirit gathering stones. They only cost 1,000 points. Moreover, they could be purchased in bulk. Luze and the girls were at a loss for words. Lin Ling complained, so expensive. Even though they already accomplished 2 missions, they only received 900 points in total. When will they even get to reach 100,000 points? No one knows. Li looked at Ying Ying and suggested, what about finishing some high-earning missions and doing some additional? There should be nothing wrong with it, right? Of course, without external help, they wouldn't make it on their own. But currently, they have Ying Ying to help them. Luze said, let's peruse the available missions first. Meanwhile, in an office within the Crisp Green Blade department, Lord Anton stood in front of a window. He was watching the scenery outside. A female elf approached him from behind. She asked, Lord Anton, what do you need me for? Anton turned around and smiled gently. Did Vivian inform you about the test? The woman confirmed it with a nod. Yes. Did you want me to conduct a thorough check on them? Anton nodded. You are correct. Even if the insectoid tides are gradually stabilizing, we can't be too complacent. We need to be extremely wary of the insectoid race. They are considered a top-tier race in the universe even if we are not fighting against the entire race. He continued, based on the history of the human race, they shouldn't be capable of producing superior prodigies. Something is amiss. You should check the connection between this and the insectoids. The woman nodded. I understand. She was in the midst of leaving. Unexpectedly, Anton stopped her. Wait. Accordingly, the woman turned around. What other requests does Lord Anton have? Anton carefully reminded, do this secretly. There might be a powerful being backing up the human race. Even though Anton was reluctant to admit it, the elf race didn't actually have the ability to produce prodigies like Luze and his team. Although their princess was exceptionally talented, she would still lose against the female humans. It just goes to show that the male human could only be stronger. After all these years, the elf princess was the sole top-tier prodigy of the elf race. But the human race managed to top that. They had more than one powerful prodigy. Surely, someone had to be secretly helping the human race. Right now, Anton couldn't confirm whether the mysterious person was a friend or a foe. Hence, they could only conduct the investigation in secret. They had to proceed with the investigation because the human race was practically a subordinate of the elf race. If the being backing them up had no ill intentions, then no conflict would arise. By then, they could also form a connection with that person. Perhaps they could even ask him to deal with the insectoid tide. At the very least, they still had to confirm the stance of that mysterious being towards the elf cosmic realm. The woman nodded. I understand. She proceeded to leave. Anton rubbed his temple and sighed. This is really a troublesome period. A grandiose device appeared in his hand. He inserted his spirit force and established a connection. He needed to report the matter to the higher authorities. Back in the hotel, Luze and the girls had lifeless expressions after going through the missions. The highest grade mission involved killing peak cosmic cloud state insectoids. It could give them 10,000 points. They could just finish 10 of them. But, how could there be peak cosmic cloud states inside the elf cosmic realm? Most likely, these kinds of insectoids were drawn over by peak cosmic cloud state civilizations. The missions gathered by the crisp green blade mostly focused on eliminating wandering insectoids. It didn't include those already being held up. It would be unlikely for a level 7 or level 8 cosmic cloud state insectoids to veer from their current battlefield. Most of the missions only had low-level cosmic cloud state insectoids as the main target. It was a bit rare to see missions involving medium-level cosmic cloud state insectoids. The number of members doing the missions had to be considered as well. Countless prodigies were watching diligently. Nangongjing asked, how long do we need to wait until we earn 100,000 points? Luze said, we should just use the points, for something else. A communication device isn't that bad. Kaiuyuhesha nodded. If our race could replicate one that could cover the entire East region, it would be greatly beneficial. Lin Ling chimed in, I agree. Our prodigies are increasing. A lot of them will be leaving the Milky Way to explore. Alice added, yes, although it still requires 5,000 points, it is at least cheaper than the spirit gathering stone. Luze said, in that case, let's settle on getting the communication device first. Nangongjing and the rest of the girls nodded. She said, as for the spirit gathering stones, we can ask Miriam if we can get them elsewhere. Lin Ling added, let's ask about the Dao Enlightenment stones too. The exchange list didn't include it. Maybe it was much more precious than the spirit gathering stones. Even the elf race didn't want to hand them out as rewards. Following such, they went back to their usual cultivation routine. 4 hours later, someone knocked on their doors. Ying Ying, who was watching cartoons on the bed, vanished. Luze opened the door and saw Kager standing outside. Kager smiled at him. Brother Luze, we just got a mission. The targets are 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids. One is a level 1 cosmic cloud state. The other 2 are level 2 and level 3 respectively. Big Sister Miriam asked me to inform you. Luze and the girls returned the smile. Let's go. Kajer led them to the foyer of the hotel. The others were already waiting there. Miriam expounded, the target is moving towards the territory of the Steel Bone race. It should arrive within 2 days. It would take us 3 days to travel from the trade planet. We should leave now. Luze and the girls agreed. Chapter 1056, Why are we so unlucky? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. 2 days later, in the territory of the Steel Bone race, a small solar system with a metallic black planet spinning around the sun existed at the center. The atmosphere appeared tranquil. Metallic structures that were architecturally designed with pointed edges were erected. The corners were furnished with piercing spikes. Currently, strange black-skinned humanoid life forms were entering and leaving. A massive wormhole suddenly emerged outside the planet. Blood spirit force seeped out from it. The tremendous power tied to the force made the entire solar system quake. The capable cultivators of the Steel Bone race charged out. They looked up at the wormhole and gawked. What is this chi? How terrifying! This killing intent. Didn't it belong to the insectoid race? Everyone looked in the direction of the largest building. Inside it, a towering figure sat on the throne. The commotion caused him to stand abruptly. He was a level 1 cosmic cloud state. In the next second, he frowned at the wormhole. Another insectoid tide. A few cultivators of the Steel Bone race rushed over worriedly. King, the insectoid tide is here. What do we do? Yes, it has been difficult to eliminate the previous swarm. And yet, they are invading again. What should we do? The king sneered. What are you worried about? Since they are here, then we have to stop them. Right at this juncture, a hideous figure made its way out of the wormhole. 3 grey 10-legged insectoids soon revealed themselves. The powerful chi they owned disturbed the space. The king exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. How could powerful insectoids like them show up in our territory? Based on his senses, the chi of 3 insectoids surpassed his, particularly the other 2 by a great deal. He was incapable of stopping them. The rest of the cultivators from the Steel Bone race stiffened on the spot. They didn't even have the courage to move. Simultaneously, the residents of the planet froze up. Cosmic Cloud State. Cosmic Cloud State insectoids. What should we do, King? Can our king prevent these insectoids from wreaking havoc? Everyone waited for their king to manage the situation. Back in the palace, the king shouted, "Run! Tell everyone to pack their things and run." The moment he finished the words, he disappeared from the spot and charged to their treasure depot. His race wouldn't be able to subjugate the incoming insectoids. Rather than defending their territory in vain, they might as well leave with the resources. Naturally, they had to take away some of the resources before they could fully flee. The rest of the constituents was taken aback. King! If we flee, then what would happen to our ancestral planet? What about the rest of the Steel Bone race? The king's voice boomed from outside the palace. There is a level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoid. We do not have any means to defeat it. If we do not escape now, not even a seed can be preserved. Hearing this, everyone gritted their teeth. Accordingly, one of them transmitted, "Attention, everyone! Abandon the ancestral planet. Take everything and run for your lives." His words reverberated throughout the planet. The rest of the cultivators were stunned. Run for your lives? They aren't going to defend the planet, are they? Shortly, all the cultivators returned to their respective rooms and brought some of their valuable items. They made use of the space runes to save themselves thereafter. Of course, some weren't able to keep space transmission runes at hand. They could only cry there and then. Take us with you. Don't leave, bring us along. All at once, the scene turned chaotic. The three insectoids glanced across the planet. The level 3 cosmic cloud state said, "What a pity. They only owned low-grade teleporting devices. They could only escape to nearby locations then. Cornelius and Golf, lead the swarm and chase after them. Don't let any resources slip away." Yes. The other two cosmic cloud state insectoids opened up a wormhole and took a portion of the swarm. Meanwhile, the level 3 cosmic cloud state looked in the direction of the planet. It had a scornful expression on its face. "How dare you flee?" Hiss. Blood spirit force surged and wrapped the entire planet. The leading insectoid communicated with the swarm. In the next second, a sea of insectoids dashed to the planet. Half a day later, a few white lights flashed outside the ancestral planet of the Steel Bone race and revealed two ships. Aboard the New Dawn, Luze and the girls watched the scene outside the window. Nangongjing furrowed her brows. These insectoids are horrible. The galaxy was riddled with rebels and space storms. You wouldn't even spot a massive planet around because all of them were obliterated. When they scanned with their mental force, the group failed to detect traces of life force within 10,000 light-years. The scene resembled doomsday. Kaiulahesha frowned. "It is a good thing we defeated the insectoids that appeared in our territory. If not, they wouldn't fare much better than the Steel Bone race." Luze nodded. "Let's observe and check the situation first." They alighted together with Fred's group. Their expressions were rather calm in the face of destruction. Fred remarked, "It looks like the cultivators of the Steel Bone race failed to escape." Miriam nodded. "According to the reports, their king has only reached the cosmic cloud state recently. They are unfortunate." Yulei asked, "How should we deal with this?" Fred answered, "The insectoids shouldn't be far away. Let's look for them." Luze and his girls were confused. "What? Do they have to look for them? Wouldn't that be difficult? At least, they brought a small radar with them." Luze communicated telepathically. "Ying Ying, do you know where the insectoids in this place are?" Ying Ying's voice provided, "They are 210,000 light-years in the west. It is near." Luze grinned. "Ying Ying is awesome. I'll give you a candy later." He didn't actually have sweets with him. What he was referring to was the red liquid. That can be counted as candy too. Ying Ying almost rushed over. Luckily, she remembered not to appear in front of others. Luze felt delighted. No need to search carefully. They are 210,000 light-years in the west. We will encounter them if we leave now. Fred and his companions were taken aback. How can he tell? It is a far-away area though. Despite the doubts, the group kept the question to themselves. Miriam said, "Since Brother Luze knows the way, let's go now." Fred agreed with a nod. "I will take you over." Accordingly, he created an opening in space and entered the wormhole. Luze and his girls took their ship and followed suit. A swarm of insectoids occupied the area. All the planets along the way were torn to pieces. Blood spirit force surged like insurmountable tides in the ocean. In front of the swarm, a group of cultivators was sprinting. F***ck, why are we so unlucky? There are insectoids here. Much worse, they are cosmic cloud state insectoids. Isn't this the territory of the Steel Bone race? They have no chances of surviving this. Everyone fell silent. The fate of the Steel Bone race was just too obvious at this point. Well, we will not survive this too. Right then, the leading three insectoids suddenly stopped in their tracks. The cultivators who were being chased looked back with curiosity, only to see a wormhole where a few beings charged out. The desperate cultivators rejoiced. Crystal race? Golden Spear race? They are members of the Crisp Green Blade. We are saved. Chapter 1057, We're not dreaming, are we? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. As soon as they came out of the wormhole, Luze and the girls saw a swarm of insectoids. Fred glanced at a few people and then looked at the 3 grey insectoids headed by them. It's them, all right. Let's go. Miriam nodded. She looked at Luze and the girls. Brother Luze, Fred, and I will deal with the level 2 and level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids. You guys, Kager, and Yilei can take on the level 1 cosmic cloud state insectoid. Is that all right? Luze was taken aback. He only needed to handle the level 1 cosmic cloud state insectoid. He was fine with things being so easy. He nodded. Miriam released a golden longsword and charged up with Fred. The 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids stopped and roared. Ants! How dare you stop the insectoid swarm! The 3 insectoids were very powerful. Their chi surpassed their cultivation level, especially that level 3 cosmic cloud state. Feeling this powerful wave, Fred and Miriam's expressions didn't change at all. They charged up. Miriam waved her long sword gently, and golden sword rays formed around her. Thereafter, she swung her sword lightly and exclaimed, Sever! Golden sword rays seemed to have ignored space and instantly appeared before the 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids. Hiss! The roar came, and a blood-colored barrier formed before the 3 insectoids. The golden sword ray clashed with the barrier. Screech! At the same time, the other 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids opened their mouths, forming red orbs. The 2 red orbs charged towards Miriam. At this moment, Fred took a step forward and reached out his hands. He glowed with white color, then suddenly, the white crystal shield was formed before them. Rumble! The 2 blood energy balls struck the shield. A shocking sound rang through the world. The crystal shield only vibrated. There was no sign of breaking. However, the shockwave shot in all directions. The cultivators escaping felt the terrifying power and instinctively retreated for some distance. They looked at the battle in shock. No wonder they are deemed prodigies of the crystal race and golden spear race. They are too strong beyond words. The strongest among them was a level 1 cosmic cloud state. Despite this, he was still shocked. They didn't even dare to fight these 3 insectoids, although these 2 prodigies could fight with them and vaguely have an advantage. Hiss! After a wave of test attacks, the 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids charged up. Luze and the girls did so as well. The remaining level 1 cosmic cloud state insectoids charged towards them. Yilei and Kager tensed up. Yilei lost his usual smile and said, Careful! Its combat power is probably at level 2 cosmic cloud state. Kager nodded. Yes. Its chi is very strong. He could sense that this level 1 cosmic cloud state insectoid's chi is stronger than his. The insectoid hissed. 2 ants, you're asking to be squashed. The alien from the insectoid race was powerful. At the same cultivation level, he didn't think the 2 could beat him. As for the few cosmic system states, he completely ignored them. Luze was surprised. Is it that strong? Kager and Yilei were preparing for an attack. At this moment, a yellow rune flashed in Luze's eyes. Terrifying power emerged from him. Sensing this, Yilei and Kager stiffened. They gasped and looked at Luze, who was burning with spirit flames. What? Luze's power was much stronger than theirs. This was a level 3 cosmic cloud state combat power, right? A level 8 cosmic system state had a level 3 cosmic cloud state combat power. What sort of monster is this? The grey insectoid was also bewildered. Impossible. This cosmic system state being was stronger than him. Impossible. Luze grabbed with his hand. Endless sand appeared in space and wrapped around the insectoid. The insectoid sensed a lethal threat. If he didn't dodge it, he would die. Hiss! It used all of its spirit force trying to escape the sand. At this moment, the spirit force in its body paused and became chaotic. Its body was also immobilized. He looked at the cosmic system states on the side. Clearly, they were interfering with his actions. The insectoid roared. Damn it! It burned its spirit force trying to escape. Luze grinned. If he let this insectoid escape like that, he didn't need to live. He used all his spirit force, and the sand instantly wrapped the insectoid. The sand formed a huge ball and started to compress. Dong! 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 Blood spirit force seeped out of the ball as it shrunk. Feeling the powerful resistance, Luze burned his spirit force and used Sand 1 divine art to the max. Time flew by. The resistance gradually weakened until it completely stopped. The grey insectoid's life force was gone. Luze let go of his hand, and the sand scattered around, revealing the scene inside. One couldn't see the insectoid's original form. It turned into a grey-green ball with goo seeping out. The girls rolled their eyes. Nangongjing complained, every time this divine art kills someone, it looks like this. We can't even eat anymore. Luze looked at them innocently. It's not like he wanted this. Yulei and Kager were dumbfounded. This was too terrifying. They had already looked highly of Luze's talent, but who knew it could reach this level? The fleeing cultivators witnessed this too, and the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Moments later, someone said shakily, "Hey, did you see that?" It was a black-scaled bulky humanoid. He punched himself in the chest. Ouch! It's not a dream. What sort of race is this? Someone with a cosmic system state cultivation level has a level 3 cosmic cloud state combat power. This was stronger than the prodigy of the elf race, right? Fred's battlefield was also very intense. They were slightly stronger than the insectoids. At this moment, all of them suddenly looked in Luze's direction. The two insectoids were shocked. Golf died. No way. Golf wasn't weak. Even if he faced a prodigy of a cosmic realm state civilization, he wouldn't die that quickly, right? Meanwhile, Fred and Miriam looked at each other. They immediately looked at the calm-faced Luze. It's him. Chapter 1058, How Can We Be That Unlucky? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After a brief moment of silence, Fred and Miriam started fighting against the two insectoids again. Rumble. Spirit force waves swept the surrounding space. Planets popped like bubbles. In the farther region, the powerful waves still made quite some cultivators shiver. They looked in the direction of the battlefield in shock. Luze frowned. So strong. His combat power was barely level 3 cosmic cloud state, but the difference between him, Fred, and Miriam was massive. He couldn't even see their movements clearly. If they were the ones fighting, he wouldn't last long. Fred and Miriam were only the top prodigies of a cosmic cloud state civilization. Who knew how many prodigies like them were there in the universe? Above them, there were cosmic realm state prodigies and even higher. His current power was nothing. The girls thought the same as Luze. They still needed to be stronger to survive in the universe and lead the human race to a stronger future. Rumble. The battle lasted a few minutes. With a bang, the level 2 cosmic cloud state insectoid overturned. Blood gushed out as it howled pitifully. The level 2 cosmic cloud state was no match to Fred and Miriam, but the level 3 insectoid was slightly stronger. Only now did their advantages become significant. Cornelius, the level 3 insectoid roared. Before he could see the situation, Fred and Miriam came up to attack him. The level 3 insectoid immediately went on the passive side. It was even struck by attacks quite a few times. However, its defenses were extremely strong. Even though it was struck a few times, it was able to block them. There were just a few cracks on its grey shell. Dark green liquid oozed. Damn ants! The level 3 insectoid was burning with killing intent. Fred and Miriam charged up again. The insectoid slashed in the air, and space was torn open. A strange blood-colored lump came out from it. The lump flew out. This lump floated in space and moved a little like it was alive. With every movement, blood spirit force surged. Shocking murderous chi permeated. Seeing this, Fred and Miriam suddenly had a dangerous premonition. Golden runes flowed in Miriam's eyes, then her long sword blossomed with an extremely blinding golden ray. Sever! She slashed and an extremely sharp golden sword ray surged, tearing the void towards that blood lump. The insectoid waved its front claw and stopped before the golden sword ray. At the same time, it opened its hideous mouth and ate that lump. Rumble! The insectoid tumbled. Miriam flashed with golden light and wanted to chase after it. Fred formed a white orb in his palm. Terrifying power surged. At this moment, the blood spirit force around the insectoid suddenly surged. An intense bloody smell shot out, filling the space. At the same time, the insectoid's chi kept rising. Miriam was dazed. The orb in Fred's hand dissipated too. No way! Luze glanced at Yilei and Kager, and he was a bit puzzled. What did the insectoid eat? He was quite shocked to see the huge increase in power. Yilei opened his mouth and said, "That's the blood essence of a high-level insectoid. It contains knowledge regarding slaughter god art. After eating it, this insectoid's power would greatly increase. I didn't expect this insectoid to have something like that." Fred and Miriam retreated to Luze's and the girls' side. Miriam looked solemn and said decisively, "Give up these two insectoids. We need to run. They couldn't handle this insectoid at all now. Quick! Otherwise, we won't get away." They took out their runes, ready to run. The other cultivators were stunned. What did that insectoid eat? Its chi rose that much. If only we can eat one too. Is it now the time to be thinking about that? Don't you see that the prodigies from the Crystal Race and Golden Spear Race are planning to run? Yes. We should run too. Don't die here. Luze and the girls were shocked. Are they going to give up just like that? They only killed level 1 cosmic cloud state insectoids though. Luze raised a brow as he spoke telepathically. Ying Yang? Is that insectoid digesting the blood essence? Can you cause a backlash? I can. The level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoid glared at Luze and the girls, then it smiled cruelly. At this juncture, the power it got from the blood essence suddenly moved. It instantly exploded. It could feel the essence starting to attack its own body. Impossible. Backlash. How could that be? It had used the essence before, but this was its first time feeling a backlash. It was used to consuming the essence. Why is there a backlash then? It tried to suppress the spirit force waves, but no matter what, the spirit force boiled up even more until it couldn't suppress it anymore. Cracks appeared on its body. Its powerful chi went back to what it was and even became weaker. Fred and the group looked at the insectoid in confusion. Backlashed. Why is it so unlucky? Fred and the group knew that insectoids had all sorts of trump cards. But it was their first time hearing and seeing someone receiving a backlash right after using a trump card. Luze's mouth twitched. The insectoid's chi was backlashing, and these two were still petrified. He coughed. "Brother Fred, Sister Miriam, can you beat it now?" The two were bewildered and stared at the insectoid. The insectoid took out a grey rune and wrapped himself and the injured level 2 cosmic cloud state insectoid in a defensive shield. Space around them rippled. Fred yelled, "No, they're going to escape." They used all their power. A white energy ball and golden sword ray sliced on the grey shield. Rumble. The shield didn't even crack. It was about to fuse into space. The insectoid snarled. "You think you can stop me?" Luze smiled and spoke again. Ying Ying, interrupt their teleportation. Oh! Immediately, the space around that grey shield boiled like water. The insectoids were confused. What is going on? Rumble. The silver light of space exploded. The powerful grey shield was torn apart. When the light was gone, the two insectoids were revealed. Fred and the group were stunned again. Chapter 1059, Still Fallen. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. At this moment, the two insectoids were covered in hideous wounds. Goo kept spilling out. That level 2 cosmic cloud state insectoid lost a segment of its body. Damn it, what is going on? The level 3 insectoid roared in disappointment. They were already about to run away, but space suddenly exploded. This didn't make sense. That space rune was made by a powerful being of the insectoid race. How could this happen? Fred and the other cultivators all thought that the insectoids were escaping, but a dramatic scene of defeat happened. This was great. Fred and Miriam charged up again. The two insectoids knew they had nowhere to go. They hissed and charged back. Rumble. Consecutive clashes sounded in the air. Although the two insectoids were much weaker, they still unleashed extremely strong power in their desperation. Hiss. Moments later, a golden sword ray sliced across the level 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids, cutting another segment off its body. This insectoid howled pitifully. Its life force became a candle in the wind that was about to be snuffed out at any time. Miriam didn't stop there. She raised her long sword, then more golden sword rays shot into the air. They turned into light and sliced past the level 2 insectoid. The insectoid stiffened. A moment later, a shockwave swept past, and its body turned to pieces. The level 3 insectoid howled again. But since its combat power was much weaker, it could barely stop Fred's attacks, much less counterattack. With Miriam's participation, the level 3 insectoid was severed into many pieces in a few short seconds. Pant. The two returned to Luze and the girls. Yulei and Kager smiled excitedly. I thought they were going to escape. Haha, the mission is finished. Brother Fred and sister Miriam are amazing. They could get the mission rewards now. Luze and the girls smiled. The cultivators on the side also felt relieved. Their race was near this region. If these cosmic cloud state insectoids weren't dealt with, their race would be in danger too. Hiss. At this moment, the distant insectoid swarm felt the death of their bosses. Fred opened his mouth and said, "Let's handle this insectoid tide too." This wasn't included in the mission parameter, but since they already saw them, it was better to handle it. Otherwise, who knows how many solar systems they would destroy. Without the cosmic cloud state insectoids, the insectoid swarm was easily wiped away. Thereafter, Yulei and Kager took the materials from the cosmic cloud state insectoid body and recorded them before leaving. The other cultivators felt relieved. I thought our race would be destroyed too. I was thinking about going back and fleeing with my race members. They're truly the prodigies of the Crystal race and Golden Spear race. That combat power should be middle to high level among cosmic cloud states. Really strong. Everyone nodded. One person said, "But I wonder who that cosmic system state was." Everyone stopped breathing. Those few cosmic system states were too scary. They didn't dare to believe it. Especially that man. His combat power was around level 3 to level 4 cosmic system state, right? Terrifying. Soon, their names would be notorious. In the near future, the entire elf cosmic realm would know their names. After a while, someone shook his head. This doesn't concern us. I'm going back to the race to spread the news. I'm going back too. Everyone left. In the ship of the Crystal race, everyone was sitting and resting. Yulei smiled and said, "I didn't expect we would be this lucky." Kager laughed. Yeah, that insectoid was too unfortunate. Backlash and space transmission explosion. Luze and the girls smiled. At this moment, Yilei looked at Luze. But I didn't expect Brother Luze's combat power to be this threatening. Having a level 3 cosmic cloud state combat power at level 8 cosmic system state. Kager nodded. Brother Luze is stronger than us, but we're cosmic cloud states. Fred and Miriam recalled what happened in the battle. They guessed that Luze's combat power would be extremely strong. They thought it would be about level 2 cosmic cloud state. However, he was a level 3. The difference between every level in the cosmic cloud state was extremely huge. Luze grinned. It's only so-so. He only could barely kill people slightly stronger than him now. He had fallen. Luze saw the surprised gazes of the 4 cultivators and grinned. By the way, Brother Fred, do you know where to locate other middle-grade spirit gathering stones and Dao enlightenment stones? Fred was taken aback, and Miriam said, Brother Luze, do you want a middle-grade spirit gathering stone and Dao enlightenment stone? Luze smiled. Of course, if there is a higher grade, I wouldn't mind. Fred's mouth twitched. Even middle grade was hard to get, let alone a higher one. Miriam laughed it off. Brother Luze is really funny. Even the elf race doesn't have top-grade spirit gathering and Dao enlightenment stones. Luze was dazed. Even the elf race doesn't have them. Fred nodded. Yes, although they are a cosmic realm state civilization, top-grade stones are too precious. Cosmic realm states can't get them. You have to be at least a cosmic monarch state or cosmic lord state to get it. Only those powerful races and organizations can get it. Luze raised a brow. He didn't expect it to be that hard to get. He said, where did they get their medium-grade stones then? Fred and the others looked at each other. They felt more confused about Luze. Luze's combat power amazed them. Such a prodigy should have a powerful being supporting him, right? Didn't that boss tell him about this? Fred didn't think much about it anymore. He smiled and said, Elf race got theirs from the second level of the Sivir Ancient Battle Ruin. Luze and the girls were surprised. Isn't this the place that Lu Xiun told them last time? Chapter 1060, Someone in the Milky Way Galaxy. Seeing the surprise of Luze, Fred smiled and said, middle-grade Dao enlightenment stones and spirit gathering stones are usually in the second region of the ruin. There would be some in the first region, but after all these years, there are few found in the first region. Miriam nodded. There is a barrier between the first and second region. Only those who reach cosmic realm state combat power can break through the barrier and enter the second level. Lu Xiun had told them before, but not as clearly as Miriam. After all, Lu Xiun went in when he was just a cosmic system state. His power was probably the weakest in that ruin. Luze continued asking, where can you enter that ruin? Fred and the others were dazed. Brother Luze, you're planning to go in and see? Luze nodded. Fred smiled and said, our elf cosmic realm has an entrance. Luze and the girls rejoiced. Luze asked, where is it? Fred smiled and replied, it's in the central region of the elf cosmic realm. It's not far from the elf divine realm. He took out the star map and marked the location. Luze remembered it and smiled. Thank you, Brother Fred. Fred waved his hand and said, it's no secret in the elf cosmic realm. Even if I don't tell you, you can find out soon if you ask someone else. Fred was right. Miriam smiled. When does Brother Luze plan on going? Luze thought about it. I still plan to trade some things in the crisp green blade. It will probably take some time. Miriam nodded slightly. I have been there once with an elder from my race. It is very dangerous. If Brother Luze plans to go, best to be safe. Luze nodded when he heard the words. He was going to wait a while. One reason was to get enough points until he obtained the communication device. The second could be explained by his insufficient power. There would be quite a lot of peak cosmic cloud states in the first level. He had to bring his cultivation level to cosmic cloud state first. As for going to the ruin, he would get Lu Xiun to lead the way afterwards. Luze and the girls stayed in the crystal race. Seeing this, everyone began to discuss their cultivation learning. It was very beneficial to Luze and the girls. Fred and other companions also felt more shocked while conversing. Luze and the girls' cultivation level were weaker, but their mastery of God art far surpassed theirs. Moreover, Luze and his team have realized more than just a few God arts. They could preach about all sorts of God arts. One word that made them feel awkward: empowerment. This made some of Fred's hair stand on end. What kind of horrible perception is this? The talents of the human race are terrible, right? All of a sudden, Fred and the others felt that Luze was hiding a lot and therefore adopted an even humbler attitude. In the following time, in addition to exchanging martial arts knowledge, everyone looked at the missions in the badges from time to time, and if they found new missions suitable for them, they would continue to do them. 10 days later, in the warp dimension, the ship of the Crystal Race and the New Dawn were flying across space. Luze was sitting in his room. Endless spirit force was pulled into his cells, then the final star ring cracked. Moments later, Luze broke through. His cells were covered with stars. All the stars were perfected. Spirit force connected them. He just needed to wait for the new planet to be perfected, and he could consider breaking through to the cosmic cloud state. Peak cosmic system state. Luze exhaled slightly, clenched his fists in both hands, and felt that ferocious power in his body. He grinned. He was much stronger now. He came out of the room. Nangongjing and the other girls were sitting with Ying Ying, watching cartoons. At this moment, Lu Li looked at Luze with wonder. Luze, you're out. Luze coughed and nodded. Nangongjing studied Luze from head to toe. Ze, you broke through to the peak cosmic system state. Kai Huyahesha grinned. Little brother Luze, I broke through earlier than you. Luze. The fox demon and alcoholic always broke through a few days earlier than him. This was hard to bear. Alice jumped up from the couch. Since Senior broke through, then let's cook some delicious food to celebrate. Ying Ying's and Luze's eyes lit up. Ying Ying's clear voice sounded. Sister Alice is the best. She looked at Alice with admiration. Lu Li and Lin Ling were slightly annoyed. Lin Ling pinched Ying Ying's face. Ying Ying, your sister Li and I have cooked a lot of good things for you. You're only going to compliment Sister Alice. Ying Ying's body stiffened. She quickly said, Sister Ling and Li are the best too. Lin Ling nodded happily and let go of Ying Ying. The three went to the kitchen. Luze came to Ying Ying. Quick, play the next episode. Ying Ying nodded. After dinner, the group sat on the couch watching cartoons once more. At this moment, Ying Ying said, someone went to the Milky Way to find grandfather and the other soldiers. Hearing this, Luze and the girls stood up. Luze opened his mouth and asked, who is it? Luze allowed Ying Ying to watch the situation in the Milky Way because he expected cultivators would go and investigate them for the power he revealed. However, cultivators were already there now. This was faster than they had expected. Ying Ying pointed in space and a screen showed a scene. A wormhole appeared and a person flew out. Luze and the girls raised their brows. This person was grey-skinned, had no hair, and had a complex black rune on his head. Alice exclaimed, it's him. Kai Huyahesha frowned. I remember. Isn't he called Isaiah? Luze raised his eyebrows slightly. I expected this. Nangongjing grinned and said, he's probably not the only one here, right? Luze nodded. At least the elf race would definitely go. Ignore the other races first. Let's see what this guy plans to do. Chapter 1061, You're joking right, brother? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Milky Way Galaxy. Isaiah flew out of the wormhole and looked around with contempt. This little place was no different from his previous understanding. One could see that the human race wasn't some powerful race. Why did they have those few prodigies? Are they even humans? He expanded his mental force. Thereafter, he found a planet with life. Isaiah tore open space casually and entered the wormhole. Gracious system! A wormhole appeared, and Isaiah came out. He looked down at the planet and flew there. Soon, he came to a high plain. It seemed to be cultivating a low-grade spirit herb. Isaiah felt contemptuous again. Such low-grade spirit herbs were useless in his race. Yet, the human race had to plant them. They were a low-grade civilization indeed. He shook his head in disdain and flew to a city. He wasn't dumb. Luzes and the girls' combat power were terrifying, but their cultivation level wasn't high. This meant that their foundation was truly scary. Just building such a strong foundation required too many resources. How could the human race supply it? And, their god art and divine art had to be extremely strong. How could a race like the human race possess high-level divine arts? There must be some beings behind this. It might be that they found a rather abundant ruin. If that was the case, then don't blame him. Isaiah's eyes flashed with cold light. Of course, there was also the possibility that Luzes and the girl's talents were noticed by an extremely powerful being. If that turned out to be the truth, he would leave immediately. Such being wasn't someone he nor his race could mess with. He planned to go into the city and see the situation first. New dawn. Luze looked at the scene on the star screen after watching Isaiah come to the wormhole. Isn't this Xingjian Plains? Lin Ling nodded. He came to gracious. Luze's eyes flashed with excitement. They're growing Xingjian fruit trees again? There will be a lot of ripe fruits soon, right? Luze gulped. He hadn't had Xingjian fruitcake for a long time. It was his fault that he wasn't able to protect the trees from the void beast tide. Luze felt bad. After eating the batch of Xingjian fruit pancakes, which Lin Dongyu gave him, he hadn't had any for a long time. Kyohesha squinted her eyes and said, looking at little brother Luze now, he really is deserving of his young duke title. Luze's mouth twitched. He just remembered his young duke title was Xingjian fruit pancake. But because everyone called him monarch of the new dawn, they forgot his young duke title. He should beat up Lin Dongyu sometime. Isaiah went into Xingjian city. The people in the city glanced at Isaiah a little and didn't pay any more attention. There were few cultivators from the other race, but there were still some. Many races that have trading relationships with the human race will come to the human race to trade on the planet. Especially since the human race showed cosmic cloud state power, the nearby race came to suck up to them. It wasn't very special that there were a few other cultivators in the city. Isaiah casually went around the place. Soon, he arrived in a vast square. There was a statue there. Isaiah was stunned. This statue was Luze. Luze frowned. This guy was indeed from the human race. It seems his status wasn't low. The group on the New Dawn saw the statue too. Luze looked at the statue. His mouth twitched, and his face was blank. I have a statue in Xingjian City? Why don't I know? Nangongjing rolled her eyes. We don't know either. Luze fell into contemplation, then he looked at the statue. Seeing Luze's solemn expression, Li asked curiously, Luze, what's wrong? When Luze heard the words, he touched his chin broadly and said calmly, the problem is quite big. Luze spoke further with dissatisfaction. I feel this statue doesn't portray my handsomeness enough. Should I be a model at the scene so that they can change it accordingly? The atmosphere turned awkward. Luze looked at them and asked, "Don't you feel so? Don't they want him to be more handsome in public? He was their man." Lin Ling roared and punched Luze. The other girls were ready to punch him too. At this moment, the scene changed. Luze quickly said, "Stop. Look, there's a situation." The girls looked at the scene. Isaiah was indeed walking towards another cultivator. They would let him go this time. They went back to their seats to watch the scene. Luze felt relieved. Isaiah walked towards a white, sharp-headed being. He grinned. "Brother, who is this statue of?" The cultivator studied Isaiah and asked, "Is it your first time at the human race?" Isaiah nodded and smiled. "Yes, I'm a tourist. It's my first time here." The other party nodded. "You came to see the night scene of Xingjiang Plains, right?" He sighed. "Too bad, it's not as good as before. A few years ago, before the void beasts came, the Xingjiang fruit trees were lush. That night scene. The ones now are newly planted. Who knows how long it would take to recover? Let me tell you." The cultivator shared a pile of useless information. Isaiah's smile gradually became hideous. Is this person asking to die? Who the hell wants to know all of these? If he wasn't worried about a being behind the human race, he would crush this planet. Isaiah took a deep breath. "Brother, you haven't told me who this person is." The cultivator smiled and pointed at the statue. "Don't be scared." Isaiah raised a brow. "What do you mean?" The other party came back to his senses. He smiled and pointed to the statue. "It is the monarch of the new dawn. By the way, do you know about the prodigy titles of the human race? It's like this." Isaiah quickly said, I know, is this human prodigy really strong?" "Strong," the other cultivator sneered. "You're the first one I have heard calling the monarch of the new dawn strong. Isaiah frowned. Is he not strong? Or are there stronger ones in the human race? Just when Isaiah was confused, the cultivator said, "A 22-year-old cosmic system state with a cosmic cloud state combat power. Do you call a monster like this strong? You're joking, right, brother?" Chapter 1062, I'm not with this guy. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Isaiah's body stiffened. His eyes widened, and his mind blanked out. The atmosphere fell silent. The other cultivator was a little worried. He patted Isaiah's shoulder and asked nervously, "Brother? Are you all right? You're not scared to death, are you?" He regretted saying the words. Is he required to pay compensation now? At this moment, Isaiah grabbed his shoulder and stared at the cultivator. Are you absolutely certain this person is only 22 years old? Once confirming Isaiah recovered, the other party rejoiced. Brother, you're fine? I thought you were scared to death. Isaiah. His mouth twitched. He suddenly had the urge to choke the other cultivator to death. He took a deep breath and forced out a smile. I'm fine. In the next moment, he didn't give the other party a chance to speak and quickly asked, Is this monarch of the new dawn truly 22 years old only? The cultivator grew unhappy. Of course, brother, why would I lie to you? Isaiah took a deep breath. Disbelief filled his eyes. 22 years old. Luze was merely 22 years old, but he had a cosmic system state cultivation level and a cosmic cloud state combat power. He already surpassed the elf princess. How could he be strong? He questioned, but isn't the human race a cosmic system state civilization only? Why would they suddenly gain the ability to produce a prodigy like him? The other party grinned. I don't know too well. Rumor has it that the monarch of the new dawn awakened his talent a few years ago. They say that a formidable yet mysterious being took him as a disciple. They speculate that this being has reached the beyond of the cosmic realm state. It is the primary reason why Monarch of the New Dawn is unparalleled. Beyond the cosmic realm state. Isaiah drew a cold breath. The entire cosmic realm state didn't have such a powerful master. The other cultivator grinned. These are all hearsays. Others even claimed that the Monarch of the New Dawn is actually the son of the universe. I don't even know who to believe. Brother, can you release my shoulder? You got a lot of power. What is your cultivation level? Is it at the abstruse martial state or at the core martial state? Isaiah. He laughed it off. I'm an abstruse martial state. He soon loosened his hold. The cultivator smiled. Amazing. I'm about to break through to the abstruse martial state too, he rejoiced. Isaiah nodded expressionlessly. Oh, good luck. He turned around and said, I'm busy. I'll be going then. He already got what he could. This idiot probably wouldn't know much about that super boss. The other party scratched his head. Brother, the human race believes that meeting is determined by fate. Since we are destined, why don't we spar with each other? I'll treat you to a meal after. Isaiah responded, No need, no need. My family is still waiting for me. The cultivator said regretfully, Family is more important indeed. Isaiah left. Luze had gotten embarrassed to hear the praises. Lin Ling remarked, Even foreign cultivators think that Ze is strong. Luze rebutted, I'm not just strong. I'm a monster. Nangongjing and the rest of his lovers rolled their eyes. Quickly, Luze changed the topic. Let's keep watching. Isaiah extended his stay in the city. Throughout this period, he learned more about Luze. He had gained a basic understanding of the other person. The more he heard, the more shocked he felt. It only took Luze 5 years to raise his popularity. In such a time, he also managed to break through to the cosmic system state. Isaiah couldn't accept the absurdity of the situation. Is Luze even a real human? Could there be a godlike organization behind him? If not, then how can he become peerless without much struggle? His interest was piqued. He wanted to conduct an investigation. However, the more he learned about him, the more mortified he became. If a godlike organization really supported Luze, then prying into his origins and background might just throw him deep into the abyss. There was a high chance he would lead his race to destruction as well. Isaiah's heart froze over. Albeit reluctant, he settled on withdrawing his curiosity. Outside the city, Isaiah looked back at the well-known metropolis. His eyes flashed. Isaiah gritted his teeth and left. He decided to find another planet and city. He really wasn't satisfied to leave like this. Just as Isaiah was about to enter the warp dimension, Luze asked, Ying Ying, pressure him a bit. Try scaring him. The other girls revealed a malicious smile. Ying Ying obeyed as starlight flashed in her eyes. Just when Isaiah was about to enter the warp dimension, the space he tore open closed abruptly. Isaiah was taken aback. What is going on? Did the opening he created close right away? Suddenly, an extremely terrifying pressure descended on his body. Crack! Isaiah's body bent over. He had fractured his bones all over. The resulting pain made him break into a cold sweat. Isaiah could feel his body freezing over. It is a powerful being. An extremely powerful being. His skin crawled as his eyes overflowed with terror. Someone caught him. After all, if it were a cosmic realm state, how could a cosmic cloud state hide from such a being? Isaiah regretted his actions. I'm really stupid. I shouldn't have come here. If I wasn't so nosy, I wouldn't be discovered. Perhaps I would still be able to do some missions by then. He struggled to speak. Master. Master, please forgive me. I didn't do anything that wronged the human race. Please forgive me. Watching Isaiah beg, Kyuyahesha felt satisfied. Little brother Luze, how are we going to deal with him? Luze pondered about it. If he were to murder the man, the Grey Stone race might retaliate. It was a peak cosmic cloud state civilization. They are incapable of taking them on for now. The human race wasn't strong enough. All they could rely on was Ying Ying. More importantly, Ying Ying should be sleeping soon as they are about to break through to a new state. The Grey Stone race had a significant role in the cosmic realm. It was the race tasked to stop the insectoid tide. If something were to happen, the elf race might not tolerate it. Teach him a lesson. Luze thought. At this juncture, Ying Ying suddenly said, "Someone is coming over here." As soon as she delivered the message, a wormhole appeared and brought out a pretty figure. It was a powerful being from the elf race. As soon as she exited, she encountered the terrified Isaiah. The scene caught her off guard. When she stepped foot in the Milky Way, she sensed Isaiah's chi. It was the reason she came over. She didn't expect to see such a scene. What is wrong with this man? Why does it seem like someone was pressuring him? The female elf failed to sense the presence of another chi though. Isaiah immediately rejoiced when he saw her arrive. "Lord, Lord, save me!" Hearing his pleas, the elf frowned. Just when she was about to speak, an immensely powerful pressure also fell upon her. Her enchanting face immediately became pale. A super powerful being is here. The pressure directed at her surpassed even the Queen's power. Luckily, she had experienced being pressured by the Queen once. In comparison, she could tell that the pressure she was receiving right now was far superior. Why would a powerful being stay in the human race? How did Isaiah, this damned idiot, offend a powerful being? Is he a complete and utter idiot? The elf glared at Isaiah and quickly said, "Master, I'm not with this guy. I'm a good person." Chapter 1063, Terrifying Boss. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Aboard the New Dawn, Luze and the girls looked at the female from the elf race who surrendered immediately. Their faces looked strange, especially Luze. He thought the elf race would be condescending. However, this was all due to Ying Ying's terrifying power. Nangongjing looked at Luze and asked, "Ze, what do we do?" Luze lifted the corners of his lips. "Just scare them away." Even if it was Isaiah, Luze didn't really plan to kill him, let alone someone from the elf race. After all, the elf race was a cosmic realm state civilization. They had helped the human race at the very least. If the elf race didn't help the 12 saints reach the cosmic system state, then who knew what the human race would be like right now? He rubbed Ying Ying's little head and said, "Ying Ying, throw them into a panic. Give that Isaiah a lesson, but don't hurt that being from the elf race. Prevent them from investigating the human race again." Ying Ying nodded. Starlight spun in her eyes. In the next second, the female elf and Isaiah disappeared instantly. In the process, those two only felt as though their vision blurred. Somehow, they had left the premises of the Milky Way, but they were clueless as to where they were heading. Their hearts were even more scared stiff. What sort of an omnipotent being is this? They were played around like mere ragdolls. The female elf's heart grew cold. "Oh no, I'm only 2000 years old. Am I going to die this young? I haven't even experienced the sweet taste of love yet. I'm so disappointed." Just when she felt despair, the power suppressing her suddenly loosened. The elf was taken aback. Is she free now? The moment she had such a thought, Isaiah suddenly screamed. The female elf looked around and saw Isaiah squirming. There were cracks forming in his body as grey-colored blood gushed out. After witnessing the gruesome scene, the female elf's heart rate quickened again. So that powerful being is actually planning to kill them one by one. Run? Or accept fate? Isaiah felt his body getting crushed. A painful sensation overwhelmed his entire senses. In the following moment, the immense pressure was lifted. He ended up blinking. He didn't die? Right then, a clear voice echoed in their heads. I'll let you off this time. You are not allowed to go to the Milky Way and disturb the human race. If you failed to do so, I won't go easy on you. The two were frozen on the spot. That voice clearly didn't release any chi, but they still couldn't move at all. This suppression was emitted by a higher life form. It was definitely an extremely powerful being. Even so, the two ended up rejoicing. Such a powerful being let them go. The female elf immediately said, "Thank you, Master. I will inform my race not to disturb your peace." Isaiah spoke shakily. "Thank you, Master, for sparing me." After the pressure was gone, the space became tranquil. The two were still stuck in the same place, not daring to move for the fear that the Master hadn't left yet. After a few minutes of silence, the female elf probed, "Master, are you still there?" There was no response. Only then did she relax. Thereafter, she thought of something and looked coldly at the heavily injured Isaiah. Isaiah felt relieved, but after seeing the cold gaze of the elf, he revealed an awkward expression. "Master, what orders do you have?" The elf responded coldly, "Speak, how did you offend that master?" Isaiah almost burst out in tears. He answered, "I just wanted to investigate Luze. I didn't do anything, but I was monitored." The elf was shaken. "You didn't do anything?" Isaiah confirmed with a nod. "I just asked about Luze in one of the cities. I was very well behaved." He was also fearful he would offend some formidable being if he overdid it. Unfortunately, he didn't expect this being to be more extraordinary than he had imagined. The elf breathed easy. She was delighted. After all, she had the same intention. This meant that Isaiah saved her the trouble. If it were not for him, she would be the one heavily injured, right? However, he just wanted to investigate Luze but got warned in the end. From the incident earlier, it seemed as though that being was pretty much the master behind Luze. Was that being Luze's master? It was most likely the fact. But, why did that being's voice sound like a kid? Haha, how is that possible? How could a child be this strong? Perhaps that master only wanted to act like someone who was young? Which powerful being didn't have some unique fetish these days? The elf quickly stopped thinking. She didn't want her mind to be read. That master was probably stronger than the queen. Yet such a being appeared in the human race. This was not an ordinary occurrence. Luckily, that master didn't have ill intentions towards her. She had to quickly report to Lord Anton first. The elf warned, "You must not offend that master. Otherwise, you would have to appease his anger by yourself." Isaiah's mouth twitched. "Of course, I don't dare to." The elf nodded and looked at her star map. When she saw her location, she was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Isaiah tensed up. "What's wrong, master?" The elf said, "Have a look at the star map yourself." Isaiah took out his star map. When he saw his current location, he was stunned as well. "We are actually back at the trade planet." His skin crawled. There were tens of millions of light years between this place and the Milky Way galaxy. In that short instant, they were transported here. That being didn't even reveal his face. This was terrifying. How could one be this powerful? The elf took a deep breath and said nothing more. She tore the space open and departed. Isaiah went to a nearby barren planet to start recovering from his wounds. It would be dangerous for him to enter the warp dimension now. Back on the New Dawn, Luze and the girls smiled. Luze said, "With that lesson, they wouldn't dare to scheme against the human race, right? If that didn't work, he would ask Ying Ying to annihilate those races." On the side, the girls were hugging and rubbing against Ying Ying. "Hee hee, Ying Ying is so amazing. Let me hug you, Muah! Ying Ying waved her two little hands helplessly. Isaiah and that elf would never expect that a powerful being would end up like this. After a while, Luze couldn't handle it anymore. Calm down, you five. Alice smiled at Ying Ying. As a reward for this big help, let's go cook then. Lu Li and Lin Ling got up too. Ying Ying's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 1064, That Chi 4 years ago. Soon enough, the meal was prepared. The group then began to eat. However, during this time, few individuals from the other races chose to investigate the situation in the human race. Most of them were prodigies from the crisp green blade department last time. Their plan was practically along the lines of what Isaiah had in mind. Unfortunately, as soon as they set foot in the Milky Way, they were immediately flung out to various places by Ying Ying. It left them panic-stricken. Watching Ying Ying casually eat a drumstick while scaring those prodigies, Luze and the girls wanted to laugh. Trade Planet, Crisp Green Blade Branch Department, top level. Anton was sitting behind an office desk. Right then, his door was knocked, causing him to look up. He wasn't expecting it. Come in. The female elf walked inside. Anton questioned, Louisa, didn't you stop by the territory of the humans? Why are you back so quickly? Louisa smiled bitterly. Lord Anton, I've been to the territory of the humans and returned just now. Anton asked, you came back right away. He asked with anticipation, how is it? Did you find anything? Louisa responded, Luze does have a powerful being backing him up. Anton raised a brow. He wasn't surprised. Is there a specific intel? Louisa recounted her experience. When she said that she was instantly teleported to the trade planet from the Milky Way, Anton stood up in shock. How is that possible? Louisa said bitterly, Lord Anton, I found it unbelievable too, but that is indeed what happened. The atmosphere fell silent. Anton fell into contemplation. Louisa hesitated and said, Lord Anton, I have sensed that the pressure emitted by that being seems to be stronger than the Queen's. Anton's hands trembled again. He looked seriously at Louisa. Are you certain? Louisa smiled bitterly. I hoped I sensed it incorrectly too. Moments later, Anton waved his hand. Thank you. Go get some rest first. Louisa could finally breathe easily now. After being subjected to immense pressure, she felt exhausted. She bowed to Anton. I will be leaving then. Thereafter, she closed the door. Anton took a deep breath as his mind wandered off. He soon scratched his head and sighed. He took out his communicator device. He had to contact the race again. Elf Cosmic Realm, top of World Tree, Elf Divine Palace. The elf queen who was cultivating suddenly opened her eyes. A green light flew into the palace and morphed into a figure. The queen looked at the glamorously armored woman and asked, What is it? The woman took out a communicator. Your Majesty, there's a special situation in the East region. The person in charge, Anton, has encountered an emergency requiring your attention. The elf queen repeated, East region. Yes, Your Majesty. Contact Anton then. Yes. Soon, Anton's projection appeared in the palace. He knelt on one knee and said piously, Greetings, Your Majesty. The elf queen said indifferently, Get up, Anton. What emergency is it? Anton replied, Your Majesty. I have found a suspected cosmic realm state or even higher in the East region. The elf queen's immaculate face showed a subtle shocked expression. Her crisp green eyes widened and looked at Anton. Even though he was just a projection, Anton still felt great pressure under the gaze of the queen. She said, Anton, what did you say? Anton responded, We suspect a cosmic realm state or a higher being exists in the East region. Impossible, the elf woman exclaimed. The queen waved her hand. Be precise. Anton said, yes. This is what happened. He relayed how Luze and his girls stopped by the crisp green blade and revealed their excellent talent and combat power. The woman gasped and wanted to speak, but the queen looked at her, and she shrugged. The two kept listening to Anton talking. When Anton said that Louisa was transported from the Milky Way to the trade planet in an instant, the queen's chi fluctuated. The female elf couldn't hold it. Anton, you're saying that an unknown being didn't even show his face, but he managed to transfer a cosmic cloud state prodigy of our race from the Milky Way to the trade planet? Crossing a distance of 20 million light-years speedily. This is a joke, right? Anton smiled bitterly. Yes. He didn't want to admit it either, but it was the fact. He believed Louisa wouldn't lie about this. The queen said, Annie, don't get excited. She looked at Anton. Anton, is Louisa injured? Anton nodded. Yes, seemingly, that being didn't intend to hurt Louisa. She was just warned not to interfere anymore. However, there was also a grey stone prodigy who went in earlier. He was heavily injured by the pressure but not killed. The queen frowned. In that case, this being probably has no ill intentions. But it was still difficult to bear having such a powerful being appear in the elf cosmic realm. This was their territory after all. Based on Louisa's description, that being was probably stronger than her, and it was not just by a bit. The being was either a cosmic monarch state or the very peak of the cosmic realm state. Just what is that being doing? Why is he supporting the human race? For those prodigies. Are those prodigies really powerful and talented? The queen had several thoughts. The insectoids were invading now. All the cosmic realm states in the cosmic realm had gone to the front line. She had to guard the divine realm. She couldn't leave under normal circumstances. Anton and Annie watched the queen ponder. This was too tough to handle. It would probably be another disaster for the elf cosmic realm if it was mishandled. During this point, the queen suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Anton. Are you saying that the powerful being is at the Milky Way? Anton nodded. Yes. The elf queen thought of something. 4 years ago, she felt an extremely powerful wave in that direction. 4 years ago. It was the same time as when that prodigy, Luze, displayed his talent. Is it that she thought it was just a passerby. However, he settled in the Milky Way. He didn't do anything for 4 years, but the human race got a few exceptional prodigies. The queen exhaled. Anton, pass my order. Forbid cosmic cloud state civilizations from investigating the human race. As for those prodigies, don't interfere with them. If there's an opportunity, try to establish good relations with them. As for the news regarding that being, you can try to get it from them. Anton nodded. Yes. The queen waved her hand in dismissal. You may go. Anton knelt down again. Yes, Your Majesty. The projection disappeared. Only Annie and the queen were left. Annie asked, Your Majesty, what do we do about that being? The queen replied, we don't need to do anything for now. Handle the insectoids first. That being didn't do anything for 4 years, probably because of the prodigies. If the insectoids weren't invading, she wanted to go over personally, but now, she decided to leave it be. Chapter 1065, This is Intolerable. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After breaking through to the peak cosmic system state, Luze's combat power underwent a huge increase and reached level 3 cosmic cloud state. After entering the pocket hunting dimension, they could easily kill the grey long worm. Even the superworm was no match for their combined strength. As for the dark green super scorpion, they could kill it easily. Therefore, they have been acquiring quite a lot of loot every time they entered the pocket hunting dimension. They had a stock of peak cosmic system state super red and purple liquids. They gathered enough little poison ball divine art rune and 3 super rapid regeneration divine art runes. Soon, everyone would have these 3 divine art runes. As for Luze, although he had a spirit fruit that could connect with the source of the universe, he didn't plan to use it for now. He planned to wait until he got the strongest divine arts on the map after killing the overlord beasts before using them. In the warp dimension, Luze and the girls were eating. After throwing all those prodigies away, no one disturbed them again. Luze and the girls felt assured now. Suddenly, Luze's crisp green blade badge sounded. Everyone looked over. Immediately, Fred's projection appeared. He smiled. "Brother Luze, we've just received a mission. It's at the east border. It's not far from us now." Hearing this, Luze and the girls rejoiced. "Let's head off then." Fred smiled and said, "Okay." The group headed towards the eastern border. This was the 3rd mission they had accepted. After the mission at Ironbone Galaxy was done, they found an empty place to rest and took 2 days to accept the 2nd mission. It's been many days after the 2nd mission, and they still haven't accepted a new mission. They were originally planning to go back to the trade planet to rest, but on their way back, they accepted another mission. This surprised them. Missions were rare, and there were too many people out there for them. Now, Luze felt that it was hard to say whether they can even piece together 5,000 points. This was a very difficult bearing, but regardless, they could do the missions first. Even if there were no missions, they could still cultivate. With their current resources, there was no major difference in where they cultivated. On the other side of the east border was the advanced demon realm. Elven warriors were guarding the border naturally. However, their target wasn't the border. It was just rather close to the border. The distance wasn't too far. In just a day, they arrived at their location. Void space. The allied army of a few races was fighting the dense cluster of insectoids. One of them was covered in long white fur with a blue horn. He had icy blue eyes. His build was very robust. He held a spear with both hands. As he waved, streaks of cold stream froze the surrounding space. The other alien had completely white skin. He had black obsidian stone on his joints. Those stones were flashing with dark light. He fought empty-handed. Both cosmic cloud states were extremely powerful. However, their bodies were covered in wounds. Their opponent was stronger than them. There were 3 pale white insectoids. Their forelimbs were like sharp swords, and their hind limbs were also extremely sharp. Their hard armor had hideous spikes. All the 3 insectoids were level 3 cosmic cloud states. Rumble. After another clash, the 2 cosmic cloud states fell back. The black obsidian being spat out some blood. Damned insectoids! The long-haired being froze the blood that splashed out. "Ha, you guys still want to resist? Low-level races like yours are feeble in the wake of the insectoids." The leading cosmic cloud state insectoids sneered, and then looked at the long-furred cosmic cloud state, saying, "I didn't expect there would be an ice ape, cosmic beast here to help you. I miscalculated. We should have brought some more reinforcements." The ice ape answered, "It has nothing to do with you." After some silence, the pale insectoids roared, and the 3 of them surged with power. Blood spirit force spread like a sea of blood. Seeing this, the black obsidian being looked at the ice ape. "Ah Bing, go. No need to die with us here." The ice ape grinned. "You've saved my life. I have to repay that. Worst comes to worst, I die." Roar. The ice ape's 3-meter-tall figure suddenly rose to 30 meters, and so did his power. The wounds sealed by ice were torn apart again. Blood gushed out, but he didn't notice it at all. Seeing this, the black obsidian being gritted his teeth. A sliver of white appeared in his black spirit light. His chi also suddenly soared. "Fighting with your life? Just with you guys?" The insectoid's cold voice sounded. The blood spirit light grew denser. In the distance, there was a race similar to the black obsidian being. Ancestor. They didn't expect that even their ancestors had to fight with their life. The insectoid tide charged up again. Attack. The two sides clashed together again. At this moment, space rippled and two ships flew out. As soon as the New Dawn came out of warp dimension, it was swept by the shockwave, activating New Dawn's defense barrier immediately. Beep. Warning. Warning. The ship suffered an intense energy attack. Luze's mouth twitched. Hurry and go out. New Dawn's defense wasn't good. It just reached the cosmic system state. If it was damaged, his ship would be gone. The group came into space. At this moment, a blood sword ray sliced at them. Luze looked at it, and the sword ray crumbled. Luze immediately put the New Dawn into this storage ring. The cosmic system state insectoid looked at them and was dazed. Then, it roared and charged over. Luze made a slapping motion with his hand. What are you roaring at? How dare this bastard try to destroy his New Dawn? Intolerable. A huge spirit flame palm slapped, and the insectoid turned to dust and was blown away. The nearby people looked over. So strong. Cosmic cloud state. They could still be saved? Fred and the others also came out. Nangongjing frowned. The battle has already begun. Rumble. At this moment, distant clashes sounded. Luze and the girls looked over. Fred said, 3 level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids. One is nearly level 4 cosmic cloud state. Miriam nodded. But I didn't expect there to be 2 level 3 cosmic cloud states here. Luze murmured, let's go and help. Everyone nodded. Luze glanced at the battlefield and said, Lee, Alice, help clean the mess here. Chapter 1066, Insolent Low-Level Races. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze and the group moved to the distant battlefield and saw the intense battle. It can be said that only one side had a tragic fate. The 30-meter-tall white ape's left arm was already fractured, but it still fought a level 3 cosmic cloud state pale insectoid. Clearly, the pale insectoid was much stronger as it only received light injuries. Meanwhile, the white ape's chi was rapidly plummeting. On the other side, 2 level 3 cosmic cloud state pale insectoids were assaulting a humanoid inlaid with black obsidian. Observing closely, the humanoid appeared to be extremely powerful. But then again, the other 2 insectoids surpassed his power a bit. The numbers of the foes didn't help either. He was covered in wounds. Fred and Miriam frowned. Let's go. The two charged towards the battlefield. The 3 insectoids paused and retreated together. The leading cosmic cloud state insectoids glared at the group. Cosmic cloud state. Its voice was brimming with cold killing intent. You guys are the so-called crisp green blade. Quite a few cosmic cloud state insectoids lost their life in the hands of the crisp green blade. Right before dying, the insectoids routinely sent back the information they gathered through the mental connection. Fred remarked, since you know about it, then be prepared to die. If it were just them facing the 3 level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids, it would be tough, but they had 2 more helpers now. Despite being heavily injured, he and Miriam could rapidly kill an insectoid if they could just stall one of them. At this juncture, the head of the insectoid flashed with a purple rune. Crack! The rune lit up and cracked thereafter, fully transforming into spirit light. Seeing this, Luze and the others were stunned. What is he doing? The pale insectoids smirked. Insolent low-level races. In the next second, its chi suddenly skyrocketed and reached level 4 cosmic cloud state from level 3 cosmic cloud state. It even reached the peak of level 4 cosmic cloud state. Fred and Miriam gasped. Miriam pointed, you were a level 4 cosmic cloud state. Someone sealed your cultivation level. Hearing the words, the insectoid grinned. It's too late to realize it now. I have been waiting for your group for a long time. How could the higher-ranking insectoids ignore the crisp green blade after they had received the update? Although it was only a high-level cosmic realm state insectoid that was deployed, their intelligence was not low at all. The insectoid charged at Fred and Miriam. Fred lit up like a high-voltage lamp. He was glowing blindingly bright. Miriam then brandished a golden sword. The two used their trump cards without qualms. The insectoid opened its mouth and a piece of its flesh was scraped off. It ate the piece. Following such, its spirit force experienced a surge once more. Fred and Miriam shouted, "Run!" Yulei and Kegel realized how they should act now. They would be dragging the others behind if they remained. Yulei quickly said, "Brother Luze, run!" Luze's mouth twitched. Even the insectoids knew how to use tactics. He ordered, "Ying Ying, do it!" Oh! The insectoid which devoured its flesh essence was suddenly taken aback. Its spirit force soared in a frenzied manner. What is going on? Its eyes contained traces of terror. Bang! An explosion reverberated on the spot. Simultaneously, the insectoid blew up. Fred and Miriam roared as they attempted to block the petrifying energy wave. Rumble! They shot a white energy ball and a golden sword ray, which then clashed with the sea of blood. The space was shattered. Even some of the nearby planets were pulverized to pieces on the spot. The other two insectoids ended up taken aback. They were pushed back due to the shockwave. The incident fractured their sturdy shells. The ice ape and black obsidian being fell back. Blood gushed out without signs of stopping. Luze and the girls were unscathed since they were standing behind Fred and Miriam. Moments later, Fred seemed to have short-circuited. The light emitted by his body dimmed down as his chi became weaker. Miriam's sword crumbled. At this moment, both of them were dazed. Oh shit! What is going on? There is another backlash. This time, it blew up on the spot. As it turned out, the insectoid which was showing off its flesh essence must have been trolling them. 100% chance of backlash. They pitted the insectoids. The other two level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids were confused. They were geared up to watch an entertaining show. Why did this happen instead? Why would it explode after eating the blood essence given by their master? Moments later, Miriam and Fred looked at each other and then at the other two insectoids. Kill! The two insectoids just realized their predicament. However, it was already too late. They were badly injured. Moreover, they couldn't focus properly. Fred and Miriam closed in on them. Fred pushed down his one hand onto the head of the insectoid. A violent power surged, crushing the head of his foe. Miriam took out her sword and cut the other insectoid in half. Two insectoids just died like that. Everyone felt relieved. The three insectoids were eliminated. Luze and the girls smiled at each other. Miriam said, "I didn't expect to see another backlash." Ha ha ha, Luze and his girls laughed it off. Fred and Miriam looked at each other. Both eyes seemed aggrieved. That was one of their grandest trump cards. Chapter 1067, Gratitude of the Black Obsidian Race. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Despite their previous reaction, Fred and Miriam were aware that if they didn't use their trump cards back then, they wouldn't be able to withstand the explosion easily. The two looked at the cultivator from the Black Obsidian race and the Ice Ape. At this moment, the ape regained its 3-meter-tall height, but its arm remained injured. The Black Obsidian cultivator was riddled with wounds. Even his life force was declining. Luze raised the corners of his mouth. "I'll heal them. If I don't, their life might end up in danger." Fred, Miriam, Yulei, and Kegel were taken aback as they looked at Luze strangely. Yulei probed, "Brother Luze, can you heal?" Luze smiled and nodded. "Yes, but only a bit. This guy's god arts and divine arts were already insanely formidable. And now, he was also versed in healing too. Luze approached the injured cultivators. Naturally, his girls followed along. Masters. The two injured beings struggled to get up, but their wounds cracked instead. Luze waved his hand. You two are heavily injured. Don't move, I'll treat you guys. Miriam nodded. Yes, listen to Brother Luze's words. A green light emerged from Luze's right hand and entered their bodies. This time, Luze didn't use light god art because its level was a bit too low. He acquired the wood god art from the oasis in the 5th map. As a result, its level was rather high. With this, their injuries slowly started to recover. Seeing this, Fred and the others were dazed. This recovery speed was much faster than they had imagined. These were two level 3 cosmic cloud state beings. They looked at Luze and the calm-faced girls. They didn't even know who the peak cosmic cloud state civilization prodigies were. The two injured beings felt this the most. They thought they would need to be recovering for a long time because of their plight. However, this master had such powerful wood god art. But this master's race seemed unfamiliar. They didn't dare to ask. A while later, the two had pretty much recovered. Even the ice ape's arm had healed. Their faces were still pale since they used up some essence power while fighting. This wasn't something Luze could fix. The two got up as they bowed to Luze. Thank you, Lord. The two also bowed to Fred and the others. Thank you, Lord Fred and Miriam. If it weren't for you guys, we would probably die, and our races wouldn't be spared. Their civilization might not be as strong as the Golden Spear or Crystal race, but they had naturally seen their super prodigies. Fred waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Those insectoids were our mission targets anyways. The cultivator from the Black Obsidian race spoke. If you guys don't mind, you can come and have a rest at my race. I would like to repay you dearly. Fred and the others were just about to reject, but Luze's eyes lit up. In that case, thank you. Fred and the others looked at him strangely. Yulei asked telepathically, Brother Luze, their strongest is only a level 3 cosmic cloud state, what good stuff can they have? Luze's mouth twitched. These rich folks said such words. Were they still human? The human race was only below average among cosmic system state civilizations before. A cosmic cloud state civilization was a big boss for them. But since Luze already agreed, they would not damage his face. The Black Obsidian race and Ice Ape were even more shocked. Peak cosmic cloud state civilization prodigies would listen to this guy? This guy was only a cosmic system state, and yet, he could heal them that fast. This was terrifying. The soldier from the Black Obsidian race smiled. In that case, please come with me. They returned to the battlefield. The battlefield was cleaned up by Lu and Alice. Then, they came to a planet. This was their ancestral planet according to the Black Obsidian race. In order to thank Luze and the girls, they let them choose treasures. Fred and the others weren't interested in this. What thing in their race wasn't better? They didn't find anything very useful, so they chose something they were interested in. Fred and Miriam didn't even get back the trump card's worth. However, Luze and the girls were very excited to see their options. They didn't need anything, but the human race did. Luze asked for some data related to technology. It was the same caliber as that technology heritage crystal. Luze and the girls also asked for some spirit fruit seeds. These were all cosmic system state spirit fruits. It was rather precious for the Black Obsidian race. Luze wouldn't have enough red orbs for all the prodigies, but with these fruits, the resources would be settled for now. The Black Obsidian race gave it to Luze and the girls without hesitation. They even felt it was too little and gave some ripe fruits and materials to them. Some were even cosmic cloud state level. Luze and the girls didn't reject them. Then, they were treated to a feast. Luze got to taste different good foods although their food was mixed with rocks. Even Ying Ying stole some to eat. A day later, they were in space. The Black Obsidian race smiled and handed a storage ring to Luze. Lord Luze, we have some special food here. You can eat it on the way back. The Black Obsidian race could tell at the feast that this Lord Luze seemed to love good food. He was truly shocked when he learned that Luze and the girls were prodigies from a cosmic system state civilization. They thought they were joking. How could a cosmic system state civilization have a prodigy like him? But they had no choice but to believe it. The cultivator from the Black Obsidian race also made up his mind to bring his people to the human race and establish relations. How terrifying were Luze and the girls' talents! Even the Golden Spear race and Crystal race prodigies cared about their opinions. Luze and the girls smiled. Even they felt the rocks were tasty. Luze patted the Black Obsidian being's shoulder. "Thank you, Uncle Hylan." Hylan smiled. "If Lord Luze wants more in the future, you can come to our race at any time." Luze nodded. Fred smiled. "Luze, let's go." Luze nodded once more. They returned to their ships and went into the warp dimension. Chapter 1068, Really Magnanimous. 3 days later, Trade Planet. Space rippled outside the planet and 2 spaceships flew over. Luze and them had discussed to go back to the Trade Planet first. One was to hand in the mission and the other reason was that the insectoids seemed to know about the crisp green blade. They decided to come back and see the situation first. They stopped at the space station. The people looked over. These 2 ships belonged to the Crystal race, Golden Spear race and those few human prodigies. They're back alive? I wonder if they were injured. What's going on these few days? Many crisp green blade prodigies are returning and some are quite injured. I heard that the insectoids are targeting the crisp green blade prodigies. I heard so too. Gurista of the Gyoka race even died. Everyone gasped. For real? That's a cosmic cloud state level 4 prodigy. The Gyoka race would be going mad. Those who could join the crisp green blade would be high cosmic cloud state or even cosmic cloud state peak in the future. Gurista was clearly the type to reach cosmic cloud state peak. Such a prodigy could have his way in the entire eastern region. However, he died before maturing? This was pitiful. Are the insectoids really that scary? I don't know. It's said that the entire East region's cosmic cloud state insectoids seem to be increasing in numbers. Everyone gasped. That would be a disaster for the East region. Did we find the source of these insectoids? I don't know. That's not something we can manage. Someone sighed. It's best not to leave the Trade Planet during this time. The Trade Planet was probably one of the safest places in the East region now. Some people were still worried as they had to go back to their race. If they encountered insectoids on the way back, it would be tragic. They're coming out. Someone said. Luze and them flew out. They're not injured. Did they not encounter powerful insectoids? The group flew towards the city. At this moment, Luze and them suddenly paused and looked into the distant sky. At this moment, the space distorted and a wormhole opened up. A grey-skinned figure flew out. Fred and them frowned. Luze and them were surprised too. They didn't expect to see Isaiah here. Isaiah clearly didn't expect to see Luze and them here too. When he saw Luze and them, his body shivered. He recounted that terrifying pressure. He had only just recovered. He just came back to get a mission from Crisp Green Blade. He dazed on the spot. Fred, Isaiah, what? Why are you stopping before us? Isaiah shook and he quickly said, who said I was stopping you guys? He looked at Luze and them and smiled. Brother Luze, what a coincidence. Fred? Luze and them. The atmosphere became silent for a while. The scene was a bit awkward. Fred and them looked at Isaiah and wondered if he was possessed. Why did his personality change? He wasn't like this last time at the Crisp Green Blade. Luze and them didn't expect Isaiah to wave to them after being taught a lesson. How thick was his skin? Isaiah laughed awkwardly. You guys are going to hand in a mission? Perfect, I'm going over too. Want to go together? Fred and them took a deep look at Isaiah. They weren't dumb. Based on Isaiah's attitude, he probably learned of some terrifying secret. This secret was enough to make an extremely prodigy completely change his attitude and even become sycophantic. It was probably related to Luze and them. They looked at Luze's group. Luze smiled. Sure, let's go together. Isaiah rejoiced. He thought Luze would hate him for what happened before. A prodigy like Luze was really magnanimous. Isaiah was quite touched. He quickly nodded sure. Fred and them didn't smile at all on the inside. The more Isaiah acted like this, the more terrifying the thing he saw was. Okay, let's go. After the group left, the crowd gasped. That was the prodigy of the Greystone race, right? He's that polite to that human prodigy. What did that human prodigy do? Soon, they were at the Crisp Green Blade branch department. When they entered the foyer, a lot of people looked over. Most of the people were confused. Some of them learned about the terrifying being behind the human race and were ordered to connect well with Luze and them. When they saw Isaiah with Luze and them, they cursed. This bastard was really quick. The confused people thought that Isaiah weren't on good terms with Fred and them. What was going on now? Luze and them glanced across the foyer. Most of the people here were injured. Some of them were quite serious. One voice sounded, Isaiah, you're here. 4 people walked over. One was another Greystone race like Isaiah. The other 3 had 4 long arms and 1 thick tail. The 4 of them were also injured, especially that Greystone race. He had a hideous mark on his face that almost cut his face in half. Isaiah gasped, Sean, what happened to your face? Sean smiled bitterly. I was ambushed by insectoids. One of the 4-armed race said. Isaiah, good thing you didn't go. We faced a cosmic cloud state level 5 insectoid this time. If we didn't run fast, you wouldn't even be able to see us anymore. Chapter 1069, What race is the human race? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Miriam looked at the injured people and asked, all these people have encountered insectoids? Sean nodded. Yes, quite a lot of people were ambushed by the insectoids. Some people died. The relationship between the Golden Spear race and Greystone race was ordinary. Otherwise, Isaiah wouldn't be going against Fred and the others. Usually, Sean would ignore Miriam, but Isaiah was scared that his race would go to the Milky Way to look for him, so he already told his race about the human race. Sean naturally knew too. Therefore, since Luze and the girls were with Miriam, he answered. Luze and the girls frowned. Fred said, I didn't expect the insectoids to respond that quickly. The Crisp Green Blade had killed quite a lot of cosmic cloud state insectoids lately. It was normal that the insectoids responded like this. Not only that, there are many more cosmic cloud state insectoids now. Luze and the girls frowned. The situation didn't seem right. At this moment, everyone received news from the Crisp Green Blade badge. They took it out and read it. The message was a mission, but the mission content made everyone dazed. Search for the reason why the number of cosmic cloud state insectoids suddenly increased in the eastern region. Everyone could take this mission. Whoever completed this mission could get 3,000 points. 3,000 points? That much? This mission isn't simple. No shit, these cosmic cloud state insectoids didn't escape from the various battlefields. Of course, it's not simple. Not only that, a lot of cosmic cloud state insectoids have appeared in the advanced demon race, next to the eastern region as well. If that's the case, the insectoids found another way into the cosmic realms. Maybe there's a hidden insectoid threat in the eastern region. Everyone frowned. Either way, the situation was truly tricky. If the insectoids established some means to enter their cosmic realm rapidly, there would be endless amounts of insectoids coming in if they couldn't find it sooner. The insectoids only needed to gather energy, and they would have an endless supply of cosmic cloud state insectoids, while the prodigies wouldn't come about like that. In a stalled-out battle, the insectoids had a definite advantage. Luze's eyes lit up. If it was really just a special tunnel or insectoid hive, then it wouldn't be hard for Ying Ying to find it, right? These 3,000 points would be theirs. Thinking about this, Luze felt excited. Clearly, the girls had the same idea. Kyohesha said with a bit of excitement, "Little brother Luze, let's get Ying Ying to look for it. The fox demon is right. Ying Ying should be able to find it quickly, right?" Alice's eyes sparkled. 3,000 points. We can soon exchange those for what we want. Luze smiled and replied, let's do it." He spoke to Ying Ying. "Ying Ying, can you find if there's some undiscovered insectoid hive or hidden passage for the insectoids to enter in the eastern region?" Ying Ying, who was slurping on a bowl of noodles in space, blinked and nodded. "Oh, okay." The group rejoiced. The insectoids were too nice to them. They knew they needed points and gave these to them. After accepting the mission, Luze and the girls came to the mission hand-in area and submitted the progress of their previous mission. The 3 missions together gave them 1,500 points. Naturally, it was split amongst them. Fred smiled. "Brother Luze's race needs to develop. You guys can take 1,000 for this mission. We'll take 500. Luze and the girls were dazed. Although it seemed that Fred and Miriam put in the most effort, they couldn't actually see Ying Ying. Luze didn't want to accept missions by themselves since it would be too obvious. They weren't even cosmic cloud states, but the insectoids had up to level 5 cosmic cloud state combat power. If they went on a mission spree, it would be too absurd. He just wanted to slowly build up. However, Fred and Miriam gave them more than half the points. Miriam also smiled and said, "We're not in a rush to exchange for things, and we have quite a lot of ways to get them. Since brother Luze needs them, you guys can have priority." Luze fell silent for a moment and then nodded. "In that case, all right." Fred and the others rejoiced. Luze accepting their goodwill was a good signal. His friendship was much more important than those exchangeable resources. Miriam smiled. "Let's go back and rest a bit before doing more missions." Luze and the girls nodded. Resting at Miriam's hotel was good for improving their spirit force. When they went back to the foyer, Isaiah and the soldiers had already left. Luze and the girls went out the door, but they suddenly looked into the sky. 5 green lights soon stood at the door. They were elven warriors wearing glamorous armors. Their chi was extremely powerful. Just by standing there, Luze and the girls felt a sliver of pressure. Luze raised a brow. Level 5 cosmic cloud states, all 5 of them. Fred transmitted the sound. It seems the elf race knows about the eastern region situation and sent over prodigies from the elf divine realm. Luze and the girls nodded. The 5 elves went in the door. Luze watched the 5 strong elves leave. After being silent, Luz said, "Let's return." In the top-level office of the branch department, Anton was sitting elegantly at his office desk. He gave out the mission. He knew that cosmic cloud state insectoids had more than doubled in the eastern region. There were more and more. This was not good news for the region. At this moment, his door was knocked. He smiled and said, "Come in." 5 prodigies from the elf race walked in. The leading one had green hair and was extremely beautiful. She bowed and saluted. Lord Anton. Anton smiled and nodded. The race has told you guys what you need to do, right? Yes. This time, it's not just our elf cosmic realm but also the advanced demon realm that is afflicted. There might be a conflict between the two sides, but we should avoid that amidst the insectoid tide. The 5 prodigies nodded. Anton nodded. Go. The 5 prodigies were about to leave when Anton thought of something. By the way, one more thing. The leading female elf asked, what other matter does Lord Anton have? There are a few human prodigies here. Try to connect with them, but don't flaunt your intentions. The 5 prodigies were taken aback. Human prodigies. What race was the human race? Anton nodded. You guys can go ask Louisa for the specific reasons. Now is a crucial time, don't let them get a bad impression of the elf race. The group nodded seriously. Yes. Chapter 1070, Who are you? In the Central Region Hotel. As soon as Luze and the girls returned to the suite Miriam prepared for them, Ying Ying revealed herself. Lu smiled and hugged Ying Ying, then pinched her face. How is it? Did you find anything? Ying Ying bit her finger and said, I didn't find it. Luze and the girls were taken aback. They didn't expect that even Ying Ying couldn't find it. Nangongjing looked shocked, and his own face was dumbfounded. After being silent for a while, he asked, are there no insectoid lairs or passages hidden in the eastern region? Lin Ling frowned and nodded. The insectoids are coming into the eastern region through other means. That was the only possibility. If not, there was no reason that Ying Ying couldn't find it. Ying Ying blinked her eyes. But, there are much more insectoids now than there were a few days ago. They didn't appear together. Hearing this, Luze and the girls were more confused. Luze asked, Ying Ying, can you take note if there's any abnormal situation in the eastern region? If there is, then tell us. Ying Ying nodded. Her eyes flashed with starlight, and she said, there are cosmic cloud state insectoids near the Milky Way. Luze and the girls frowned. If they didn't solve the source of the problem, who knows when there would be cosmic cloud state insectoids going to the Milky Way. The elders wouldn't really be able to stop them. Kaihoyohesha said seriously, it seems we need to deal with the insectoid source before we break through to the cosmic cloud state. They nodded. After they broke through to cosmic cloud state, Ying Ying would be falling asleep. Although they could let Ying Ying stay away from the phenomena, they wouldn't do it if they had no choice, as the phenomenon was beneficial to Ying Ying's growth. Alice said, Ying Ying, capture the insectoids and check if we can get something out of it, all right. Hearing this, everyone looked at Alice strangely. Alice asked, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Luze smiled and hugged Alice. He kissed her lips and smiled. No, we're too dumb. We didn't even think of this. Alice is too smart. High-level insectoids can be interrogated, right? Alice blushed and shrunk into Luze's arms. Nangongjing saw Alice's embarrassed look and giggled. Alice, why are you so shy? You have done everything already. Luze smiled. He changed the subject. Okay, there's more important business. Let's settle that first. He looked at Ying Ying and said, Ying Ying, let's analyze the insectoids near the Milky Way first. Ying Ying nodded. A wormhole appeared in space outside the Milky Way. Intense killing intent seeped out of the wormhole. Blood spirit force spread like an ocean. That terrifying power shook this region of space. In the void space, the different races sensed the overwhelming chi and shuddered. This. Such powerful chi. I feel like I'm about to die just after sensing this chi. It came from insectoids. Most races in the eastern region had pretty much been baptized by the insectoids. They were very familiar with the chi of insectoids. The first insectoid tide already made them feel horrified. But now, this chi was far superior. This was a cosmic cloud state insectoid. Back in the human race, inside 2 secret rooms in the controlled region, Saint Chenyu and Lin were cultivating. They had been using Luze's red orbs and liquids. Their cultivation progress was substantial. They weren't even from a level 2 cosmic cloud state. At this moment, they both opened their eyes at the same time. Saint Chenyu said, "It's the insectoids." Elder Lin's eyes glowed. "Level 3 cosmic cloud state, we can't handle it." The barbarian race said. Ze and the girls went to the crisp green blade. "What do we do? Can we reach them?" "I don't know, I'll try. With Ying Ying here, it should be fine." If Ying Ying was asleep now, it would be a huge joke. In a small-scale room not far away from the wormhole, Luo Bingqing and the others, dark metal demon race, black smoke race, barbarian race, and all sorts of races were fighting. Luo Bingqing and the others were covered in wounds. But at this moment, everyone stopped fighting and looked up into the sky with shock. After some silence, someone said, "This is a cosmic cloud state insectoid." A peak star state barbarian looked at Lin Kuang and the others. He spoke shakily. "Lin, you kid, where is Lord Luze? Is he back?" The dark metal demon race, black smoke race, and other races looked hopefully at Lin Kuang and the others. They remembered Luze summoning a huge silver wolf, instantly killing an extremely powerful cosmic cloud state insectoid. Lin Kuang said, "Ze and my sister aren't back yet from the crisp green blade." Everyone. Then this place would soon meet its demise. Insectoids flew out of the wormhole. There were 2 black insectoids at the front. Their figure was sleek, and their chi was level 3 cosmic cloud state. Behind them were cosmic system state insectoids, star state insectoids, and even more planetary state insectoids. The 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids scanned the surroundings. One said contemptuously, "Such a poor place." The other nodded and looked towards the human race. 2 cosmic cloud state Kais are there. They should probably have the most resources. Go there. Leave after collecting the resources. Don't fight with the prodigies of the eastern region for now. Yes, Master's orders are the most important. Thereafter, the 2 decided to fly towards the Milky Way. At this moment, space distorted, and Luze and the girls suddenly appeared. The 2 cosmic cloud states were dazed. "Who are you guys?" These people were just cosmic system states, but they didn't underestimate them at all. These people appeared here without them noticing. Chapter 1071, Clue of the Source. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze frowned as he glanced at the insectoid tide. There were truly too many insectoids. Only when they attacked his home did he realize how dangerous it was if they were left alone with these insectoids. Luze spoke telepathically. "Ying Ying, annihilate the insectoids behind them and capture the 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids." Ying Ying nodded. The 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids were eager to attack. Their killing intent surged. At this moment, an invisible wave surged. All the insectoids behind them suddenly disappeared. The 2 clearly noticed it and looked behind them. When they saw the space, their eyes were stunned. Where did the insectoid tide go? Their hearts went cold. They suddenly turned around and stared at Luze. "What did you guys do?" As soon as they said this, they felt a terrifying power enter their body. Their bodies froze on the spot as more than half their internal organs were damaged. Before they could react, immense pain and the feeling of weakness struck them. They looked at Luze and the girls in terror. "Who are you guys? Weren't these people just cosmic system states? How could they heavily injure them without even moving?" This was unbelievable. Luze and the girls smiled. Boss Ying Ying was OP. They flew to the 2 insectoids. Luze said, "How did you get to the eastern region?" The 2 insectoids realized why this guy was capturing them. The two fell silent and didn't say anything. Luze raised a brow and asked, Hesha, can you charm them? Kaihuya Hesha flipped her hair. I'll try. The pink mist appeared in her eyes as she looked at the two black insectoids. But in a short instant, the mist disappeared. She shook her head. I can't, their mental force barrier is very powerful. One insectoid said in contempt, you dare to control the insectoid. You're dreaming. Ordinary insectoids might be controlled by cosmic cloud states, but how could advanced insectoids like them be easily controlled? Luze smiled. Ying Ying, can you weaken their mental force defense? I can. Suddenly, the two insectoids howled. In a short instant, their chi dropped even weaker. Done. Ying Ying said. Kaihuya Hesha said, let me try again. This time, the two insectoids' eyes flashed pink after a moment. Kaihuya Hesha rejoiced. It worked. Luze and the girls smiled. In that case, they would be able to find where they came from. Nangongjing grinned and said, Fox Demon, hurry up and ask. Kaihuya Hesha nodded, looked at the insectoids, and asked, where did you two come from? One of the insectoids said, we came from. At this moment, a red light suddenly burst out in their eyes. Kaihuya Hesha was in disbelief. The seduction god art has been cleansed. At this moment, their chi suddenly surged. Seeing this, Luze's face changed. They're going to self-destruct. Luze immediately took the girls to retreat. Rumble. The explosion of two cosmic cloud state insectoids shook the cosmos. A blood-colored wave swept across all directions. At this moment, the blood wave stopped instantly. Ying Ying appeared holding a small red ball. She looked at the group and said, Sisters, are you okay? Luze. She only cared about those girls? Lin Ling shook her head. We're fine. With Ying Ying here, they knew they would be fine. They looked at the place where the two insectoids self-destructed. The space was completely shattered and was slowly being repaired. Luze frowned. I didn't expect them to self-destruct. Nangongjing complained. What are you doing, Fox Demon? Didn't you say you had them under control? Kaihuya Hesha didn't argue back in this rare occurrence. She said, I did indeed control them, but for some reason, their mental force suddenly rose and broke free of the control in an instant. Lu said with some doubts, the insectoid's mental force seemed to be connected to a group. Did a more powerful insectoid really notice it? After being silent, Luze said, what a pity. At this moment, Ying Ying said, I seem to have sensed a powerful force from the void before. Alice opened her mouth and said, Ying Ying, do you know where that power came from? Ying Ying blinked her eyes and said, I have to look for it. It's probably hidden in the void. Luze and the girls rejoiced. Perhaps they could find the source now? At this moment, Luze and the girls' faces suddenly changed. They seemed to have sensed something terrifying. He quickly said, Ying Ying, take us back to the hotel first. Ying Ying nodded. The group disappeared. Two beams came to where they were. It was Saint Chenyu and Lin. Saint Chenyu looked around and said, it seemed to be Ze and the girls? Where did they go? They were planning to contact Luze and the girls, but their chi suddenly appeared near the insectoids. Soon, the insectoids disappeared. They knew that Luze and the girls had come. However, when they got here, Luze and the girls were already gone. Meanwhile, the other races were dazed. The insectoids' chi disappeared. What happened? All those chi suddenly vanished. Did that person intervene? Definitely. Only he has that much power. They looked reverently in the direction of the human race. The rise of the human race was unstoppable. On the trade planet, the group appeared and panted. Lin Ling said, I was almost caught by Grandpa. The others nodded in agreement. Luze looked at Ying Ying. Ying Ying, can you find it? Ying Ying bit her finger. I don't know. The void space is too big. It might take some time. Luze smiled and rubbed her head. Good luck, if you find it, we'll give you good food. Ying Ying's eyes lit up, and she nodded seriously. Chapter 1072, Third Overlord Battle. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. It had only been a few minutes since going to the Milky Way and back. Alice looked at the time. We'll go and cook. Nangongjing threw herself onto the couch happily and drank golden fruit wine. After finishing the entire bottle, she grabbed Luze and leaned her head on his shoulder. Ze, are there more wines in the dimension? Luze rubbed her head. Are you sick of this wine? Nangongjing shook her head. No, but my cultivation level is too high. It doesn't hit hard enough. She knew that the golden fruit wine was considered the best wine in the entire elf cosmic realm, but it didn't feel as good now. Kaiuyuhesha said contemptuously, all you do every day is drink. Nangongjing was furious. Fox demon, what did you say? I'm going to smash your chest. Kaiuyuhesha kissed Luze and raised a brow at Nangongjing. Nangongjing's face blushed. She grabbed Luze's head and kissed him. Luze. This is how you get angry at each other. Sure, I'll cooperate. At this moment, Ying Ying's crisp voice sounded. Sister Jing and Hesha, why are you biting Luze? The three froze and looked at Ying Ying awkwardly. Nangongjing said, it's because Ze doesn't behave, so we need to punish him. Kaiuyuhesha nodded. Ying Ying, hurry and go find the source of the insectoids. Don't look at adult things. Ying Ying blinked her eyes in confusion but sat on the couch obediently. Her eyes flowed with starlight. It was better in the universe since the stars would help her find it. But in the void space, she could only search herself, and it would take quite some time. However, she was going to do it for food. Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha breathed easily and released Luze. After dinner, Ying Ying was still searching while Luze and the girls went into the pocket hunting dimension. Their power was considered average on the map now. They wouldn't die on the spot so easily like before. Their longest survival record during this time was 3 days. Rumble. Sand flew in the desert. Grey and yellow spirit lights surged. A shockwave spread in all directions. Chit! 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 A slim figure fell back. It was a grey super worm. It was smashed into the ground. Just when it was planning to get up, Luze appeared and grabbed at the worm. Immediately, sand formed around the worm into a ball. The ball glowed with grey spirit light and rattled while shrinking steadily. Moments later, the ball stopped rattling. The sand ball dissipated as a ball-shaped body fell slowly turning to dust. Drops were left behind. There were 5 super red and purple liquids, as well as 1 super rapid regeneration divine art rune and 1 divine art shard. Luze smiled. We gathered the last shard. Now, we can all learn the super rapid regeneration divine art. The girls smiled. Lin Ling complained. Every time I hear the name of this divine art, I feel your name-giving ability truly sucks. Luze was unhappy. How does it suck? Look at how straightforward this name is. After picking up the drop, the group kept hunting. Rumble. Re. At this moment, that stone-piercing shriek sounded from extremely far away. Red, blue, and golden spirit lights flashed. Terrifying waves surged. Seeing this, Luze and the girls stiffened. Then, they looked at each other and rejoiced. It was those 3 overlords. They were fighting again. This was great. Luze said, careful, don't get caught in the crossfire. The girls nodded. This was the 3rd battle. They were very experienced now. This battle was more intense than the previous ones. Fire waves, frost waves, and golden light surged. Even from extremely far away, Luze and the girls still felt a lethal threat. The battlefield location was changing rapidly. Countless beasts wanted to flee, but they were all terminated. Luze and the girls concealed their chi and covered themselves with sand before fleeing. After half an hour later, the three powerful chi gradually weakened. Luze and the girls rejoiced. The battle would probably be ending soon. Then, it would be their big harvest time. At this moment, they gasped as they looked in another two directions. Nangongjing said, "It's another two overlords." Luze nodded. Probably. The three overlords sensed this too. Roar. A bar of silver and green light joined the battle. Rumble. The battle became even more intense. The battle was slowly coming towards them. Run! Luze took the girls to flee. All five overlords were fighting. The battlefield was moving rapidly towards them. "Ze, what do we do?" Nangongjing called. Luze's mouth twitched. He didn't know. They couldn't get away. Luckily, just when they had given up, the five overlords' battlefield suddenly shifted directions. The group panted in fear. Rumble. At this moment, a pitiful howl sounded and blood splashed. A firelight charged out of the battlefield and fled. Then, blue and golden lights also fled. The remaining two overlords chased for a while but realized they couldn't catch up. They roared in fury for a while before leaving. The desert went back to being dead silent again. At this moment, the group grinned. It was time for harvest. Chapter 1073, Cosmic Cloud State Super Beast. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Go. Luze smiled. The girls nodded. Each time they clashed with an overlord, their harvest would be ample. Right now, all the overlords had participated in the battle. Naturally, they would profit the most in the end. They rapidly flew towards the battlefield. In the crystallized ground, devastating golden lightning arcs flashed, and some deep ravines emerged. The state of the surroundings made the group's skin crawl. Alice remarked, "What a terrifying offensive power." Although the desert only consisted of sand, it was still difficult to create a deep ravine like the one before their eyes. Luze began to feel a headache. Sooner or later, they would be the ones facing those beasts. Aside from this, some regions had vines writhing around. Clearly, this was left behind by that overlord with wood god art. Luze and his girls carefully avoided the terrorizing traces left by the overlords. They scanned the battlefield. Perhaps the absurdity of the aftermath caused Luze and his group to only discover a few remaining kais. "Let's go and search." As they moved deeper and deeper into the battlefield, they soon reached a ground covered with ice. Within the glacier, a super longworm was sealed and turned into an ice sculpture. Luze broke out into a grin. "There's still a sliver of life force." Nangongjing raised the corners of her lips. "I'll break it." She punched the ice sculpture with massive force. Rumble. Crack. A single punch alone left some cracks on the sheet of ice. Nangongjing didn't hesitate when she directed her fist towards it for the second time. Rumble. The ice sculpture shattered into pieces and so did the worm. The hint of life force they felt earlier completely disappeared as well. Luze and the team moved closer. Luze smiled. "This was much easier than last time." Nangongjing said proudly, "Of course, my power is much stronger now." Kyohesha and the rest of the girls were grinning too. True enough, their current levels were higher than last time. They had level 2 and level 3 cosmic cloud state combat power. Moments later, the corpse was obliterated to dust and left behind some drops. Alice picked them up happily. Luze grinned. "Let's continue." The group went off to look for beasts they can deal with again. The scale of the battle right now was larger. Evidently, the shockwaves were even stronger and trapped a substantial number of creatures. In the next minute, they found a few surviving beasts. The weakest was peak cosmic system state superworms. The rest were pretty much all cosmic cloud state beasts. Ordinary beasts wouldn't survive this battle after all. This outcome was better for Luze and the girls. Ultimately, the group could win against peak cosmic system state superworms. They wouldn't need to look for lower-level beasts on the battlefield. Stronger beasts were more significant to them. In a few short hours, they had found over 100 heavily injured beasts. Most of them were level 1 and level 2 cosmic cloud states. They encountered 3 level 3 cosmic cloud states and 1 level 4 cosmic cloud state. The creatures consisted of flaming scorpions with fire god art, blue birds with ice god art, and yellow wolves with earth god art. A portion of the beasts had various god arts. Right there and then, they saw a frozen forest. The eyes of the group flashed with joy. It's the oasis. Let's go. They had smiles on their faces as they approached. Every time there was an oasis, there would surely be a dew within. Both the golden dew and blue dew were very useful to them. This entire oasis was frozen. There was some strange allure about it. There were a few cosmic cloud state beasts holing up in the forest. They did their best to keep themselves alive. Eventually, the group annihilated the surviving beasts and reached the depths. Thereafter, they exited the forest. When they saw the scene outside, they gasped. Lin Ling said, "So beautiful." The other girls nodded in agreement. Even Luze had to admit it was breathtaking. The flowers were preserved inside the ice. He directed his gaze at the frozen sea of flowers. A blue crystal tree can be located in the center. The blue dew gave a huge boost to their learning ability. Luze still had 2 divine arts that hadn't reached perfect mastery. This thing was suitable for his situation. Luze didn't disturb the girls who were admiring the spectacular scenery. He went in front of the 3 and collected the resources by himself. After he collected all 26 drops, he returned to where the girls were and said speechlessly, "Stop dazing around. Hurry up and get to work. The beasts might stumble into this place." Only then did the girls regain their rationality. Lu Li said, "There are still a few cosmic cloud state flowers alive in the sea. Let's eliminate them." "Sure, sure." The other girls nodded. Merciless. They were just admiring their beauty a while ago, but now, they wanted to destroy the flowers. After destroying them, they extracted the usual liquids, Fire God Art Orb, and Poison God Art Orb. They went around the oasis again and didn't find any beast. Following such, they left the premises and kept moving. A few hours later, they found another oasis. The trees were singed with golden lightning. They entered the region cautiously. This oasis was more dangerous, and there were no beasts left alive. It took them more than an hour to reach the center. This time, a golden crystal tree greeted them. They approached the tree and took the golden dews, all 22 of them. With everything they gathered, they would only need a few days to break through to the cosmic cloud state. In the next few hours, they even encountered a half-dead level 5 cosmic cloud state beast. It was a golden lightning eagle. Luze was speechless. In the last battle, the only level 4 cosmic cloud state beast they found was also a golden lightning eagle. Why is their overlord so powerful while they are a disgrace? Luze killed it without hesitation. At this juncture, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked into the distance. A red light flashed, and the temperature rose up. Nangongjing questioned, "What is that?" Luze answered, "I don't know. Let's go over and see then." They all nodded and moved rapidly towards the red dot. Moments later, they arrived at their destination. Amidst the snow, a massive block of ice was erected. A nearly 100-meter-long, tens of meters tall fire scorpion was sealed. Its body seemed to be made of ruby stones and looked like a work of art. Super Beast. A Cosmic Cloud State Super Beast. Chapter 1074, Why is this boss here? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Cosmic Cloud State Super Beast. Luz's and the girl's breathing grew desperate. Kyoyuhesha took a deep breath. Little brother Luze, what should we do? Luze tried to calm himself. The fire scorpion revealed a level 3 cosmic cloud state cultivation level. Even if its chi felt weak right now, it was still troublesome to deal with a level 3 cosmic cloud state. If they were to shatter the ice, they weren't certain if the scorpion would die along the process. If it didn't, then they might not even be able to beat the creature. Even so, they couldn't let such an opportunity pass. Thinking about this, Luze took a deep breath. Let's break the ice. The girls weren't surprised. Their faces sported serious expressions as they nodded. Luze clenched his fist and used earth-shocking blow on the ice. Rumble. In the end, he only left a negligible crack on the surface. Luze raised a brow. So tough. Currently, a few hours had passed after the battle erupted. If it just ended recently, he wouldn't be able to break this ice no matter how hard he tried, right? He punched again. Rumble. The girls also lent their strength with their own attacks. The barrage of assault rattled the sky. The scorpion's eyes were tightly shut. There seemed to be no chi at all. A few minutes later, the ice was riddled with fractures. The cracks expanded and grew deeper. Rumble. A small piece was chipped off, revealing the claw of the scorpion. Simultaneously, signs of slight fracture appeared on the claw, but the body part didn't shatter. Suddenly, the scorpion's chi exhibited some fluctuations. Violent flames flared, which then led to the cracking and rattling of the ice sculpture. Luze and the girls retreated rapidly. Rumble. As soon as they withdrew, flames shot out of the ice, and the ice surrounding the beast exploded. Hiss! A feeble voice could be heard. Luze yelled, "Attack!" He used all his god arts and divine arts. He charged towards the scorpion. This should be its most vulnerable state. The scorpion clearly sensed Luze's chi as it roared furiously. Its flames circulated and headed towards Luze. The girls also prepared all their god arts and divine arts. At this moment, the scorpion's body stiffened, and the flames were instantly disarmed. If it were in its prime condition, the girls' attacks wouldn't be able to affect it at all. But now, it has received a life-threatening blow. Green runes spun in Luze's eyes as his speed shot up. In the next instant, he appeared before the scorpion's head. Hiss! The scorpion grabbed at Luze with its two pincers. Luze grinned. Earth runes flowed. Sand appeared thereafter and wrapped around the two pincers. Then, Luze used both hands to pummel the head of his foe. Rumble. However, his efforts only caused an extremely tiny crack on the head, but fortunately, the surge of power got the scorpion flung away. Hiss! The scorpion howled in pain. The moment it tried to stabilize itself, a golden figure appeared before it. Nangongjing was wearing her pale fist gloves. Golden light flashed as she used a full-powered earth-shocking blow. Hiya! Nangongjing landed a heavy strike on its back. Rumble. The ruby scorpion fell towards Luze again. Hiss! Luze appeared before its head. Rumble. Luze attacked the same spot he previously targeted. All at once, the tiny crack widened. Blood gushed out from the opening. As soon as it made contact with the air, the blood burst into flames. At this moment, Nangongjing appeared next to Luze and delivered another blow on the same spot. Rumble. Crack. The crack expanded again. Seeing this, Luze broke into a grin. He pushed forward. His right fist clenched with staggering power while a dark green light formed on his left hand. Poison Ball Divine Art. His skill could only be considered inferior, but he was at the peak of the level of mastery he had. Luze believed it would be effective for level 3 cosmic cloud state super beasts. Rumble. The crack worsened once more, and a great amount of blood poured out, creating raging flames in the air. Luze chased after the ruby scorpion. He pressed his left hand on its injured head, and the poison ball exploded. Rumble. Most of the poison mist entered the wound on its head. Almost instantly, the ruby scorpion was weakened even more. Hiss! This time, it roared frantically. Flames flowed around its body as it tried to force back Luze and Nangongjing. The mist brought about by the poison ball divine art went straight into the insides of its head. Luze didn't believe it could hold up. As expected, a short while later, the ruby scorpion's chi weakened again as the flames around it dispersed. Seeing the development, Luze and Nangongjing charged up and gave it another round of beating. A few minutes later, Luze's final punch sent the scorpion crashing into the ground. Its life force disappeared as well. Luze breathed out. He had exhausted himself greatly. Even though the scorpion was heavily injured, it could really take a beating. Nangongjing's face was pale. The two looked at each other and smiled. At this point, the other girls came over. Luze quickly said, "Let's go and see what is there." Super red liquid, super purple liquid, divine art rune shard, and fire god art orb. However, there wasn't any one-time divine art rune. Instead, there was a red crystal that they hadn't seen before. "What is this red crystal?" Luze shook his head. "I don't know, let's check it after we get out." He added, "Let's rest while we find more beasts." Lin Ling said, "Let's see if we can find another one." Right then, a silver light flashed, and a massive silver wolf appeared before them. Seeing this, Luze and his girls were taken aback. "Oh shit! Why is this boss here? Didn't it leave already?" As soon as the thought rose up, a silver light flashed, and their consciousness plunged into the darkness. Chapter 1075, Ruby Scorpion Summoning Crystal. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In the room, Luze opened his eyes. His body was drenched in sweat. At this moment, Nangongjing and the rest of his girls let out a gentle moan. All of them leaned against him. He could even feel the slight tremble from their bodies. After the pain subsided, Nangongjing breathed out. "I didn't expect the Silver Overlord to appear." Luze said, "Perhaps we caused a great commotion." After all, the clash with the Overlord didn't end long, and their battle was sensational. It would be impossible to go unnoticed. The girls nodded. Luze said, "Pity. Otherwise, we could have found a few more cosmic cloud state super beasts." Kyohesha said, "We're already lucky enough to encounter one." Alice chimed in, "Yes, we also got some golden and blue dews. It's a bountiful harvest this time." Lin Ling blinked and smiled. "Yes, Ze. Didn't we gather a lot of resources this time?" Nangongjing and the girls looked curiously at Luze. Luze cracked a smile. "Let's count them." He brought out the resources they managed to gather. There were a total of 12 super long worms. Meaning, they would have 60 drops of super red and purple liquid each. There were also one-time super rapid regeneration divine art runes. He gave 2 to each person. There were nearly 200 level 1 cosmic cloud state beasts and around 100 or so level 2 cosmic cloud state beasts. There were only dozens of level 3 cosmic cloud state beasts and just over 10 level 4 cosmic cloud state beasts, as well as 1 level 5 cosmic cloud state golden lightning eagle. They were all ordinary beasts. Luze and the girls wouldn't need their spirit liquid anytime soon. However, the god art orbs would be highly useful to them. At cosmic system state, they could learn cosmic cloud state god art. This would translate to a huge improvement in their combat power. After distributing the large pile of God Art orbs, Luze let out a smile. Next is the drop of the ruby scorpion. The girl's eyes lit up. Luze took out the super red and purple liquid. We don't need these for now, Alice remarked. Even Luze couldn't use level 3 cosmic cloud state. Luze said, it can be used during the breakthrough to the cosmic cloud state. If it were just ordinary level 3 cosmic cloud state red liquid, Luze didn't think he could handle it even when he broke through to the cosmic cloud state. However, the super red liquid was tamer and gentler. Moreover, he had the help of the golden dew as well. If he could use this level of red liquid as soon as he broke through to the cosmic cloud state, how fast would his cultivation rate become? Then, they moved on to the divine art rune shards. Nangongjing rolled her eyes. We haven't even brought that poison ball divine art and super rapid regeneration divine art to perfect mastery yet. Yes. We can't complete it now either. Kaiulahesha smiled. Luze put it away. Thereafter, they dealt with the fire god art orbs. The god art contained in the orbs of the super beasts was stronger. It was not bad for a cosmic cloud state fire god art. But they were just learning their cosmic cloud state god art, so they didn't need something of this level. Luze then took out the red crystal. Everyone looked at it curiously. There was no one-time divine art rune. I wonder what this is? Nangongjing asked. Luze said, let me see. He inserted his spirit force into the red crystal, and a red light flashed. The red crystal became transparent, revealing the inside. There was a mini ruby scorpion lying within. Alice gasped. It's actually a summoning crystal. Luze scanned it. It was truly a summoning crystal. He grinned. This crystal can summon a level 3 cosmic cloud state ruby scorpion. It can physically manifest itself for half an hour while fighting at full force. The group rejoiced even more. Nangongjing said excitedly, in that case, the cosmic cloud state super beasts wouldn't be dropping one-time divine art runes but summoning crystals. If that was the case, the increase in level was major. Luze's mouth twitched. I don't know. Let's see after we kill a few more cosmic cloud state super beasts. Kaiulahesha said, but this summoning crystal is very useful to us. Luze nodded. Indeed. A level 3 cosmic cloud state super beast had to have a level 7 cosmic cloud state combat power at the very least, right? That would be quite a trump card for them, other than the 6-winged grey bird. Luze then took out the golden and blue dew. 22 drops of golden dew, and 26 drops of blue dew. This was one of the best resources on the 5th map. It was extremely beneficial to Luze and the whole team. Luze shared this among themselves. Nangongjing smiled. It seems that in half a month at most, we can break through to cosmic cloud state. With the golden dew and higher level red liquid, their cultivation speed would multiply. Luze said, before we break through, we need to find the source of the insectoids in the eastern region. They had to clear such unstable factors. We can only wait until Ying Ying finds them. In the vast distorted warp dimension, a massive black planet was floating. There were strands of black strings that wrapped around the planet, allowing it to stably travel through the warp dimension. There were cosmic cloud state insectoids leading tides of insectoids away from time to time. There were also insectoids returning. In an empty cave of the central region, there were large insectoids that were tens of kilometers long lying there. The insectoid's eyes flashed, and its chi suddenly surged. The entire black planet quaked. Immediately, the insectoids on the planet stopped what they were doing and looked towards the cave. A black round insectoid filled with long whiskers roared, "Master, what happened?" The enormous insectoid responded, "Someone tried to invade into my mental force connection before." Chapter 1076, Intention to Recruit. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Someone dared to infiltrate the mental force connection. This was the greatest provocation to the insectoids. All the powerful insectoids in the cave surged with killing intent. Master, can we find who this person is? I must annihilate him and his race. The enormous insectoid queen didn't say anything. Through the mental force connection, she could sense the sudden disappearance of a group of insectoids. It involved 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids. That unknown figure meddled with the mental force connection of 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids. To prevent exposing the location of the hive, she eliminated the invading mental force and even made the 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids self-destruct. Through the information passed back by her 2 subordinates, she discovered that the culprits were a few cosmic system state beings. To her, this shouldn't be possible. There must be someone behind those cosmic system states. They were just baits. The hive was concealed within the vast warp dimension. The elf race wouldn't be able to find their location. That was why they came up with this idea. She wasn't going to let the elf race have it. As long as the location of the insectoid hive wasn't revealed, she could produce cosmic cloud state insectoids non-stop and sink the entire eastern region into chaos and terror. She would destroy the elf race from the inside, which is enough to affect the battle at the border. Thinking about this, the queen sneered, "Don't mind this. Keep gathering resources and wrecking the eastern region. Don't let anyone find our location." The furious insectoids suppressed their anger and nodded. The next morning, Ying Ying was sitting on the couch. At this moment, her eye blinked, and the starlight in her eyes dispersed. She said gently, "Found it." She seemed to have thought of something, and her drool trickled down. Following such, she jumped off the couch and ran to the room. She knocked on Luze's door. Inside, Luze and the girls were sitting on the bed while cultivating. The group slowly opened their eyes. A few seconds later, they withdrew from the cultivation state. Luze was taken aback. "It's Ying Ying." Nangongjing asked, "Did she find the source of the insectoids?" Thinking about this, everyone felt excited. "Let's go out and see." The group got off the bed and opened the door. Ying Ying was standing there, looking up at them. Kaiuyuhesha raised the corners of her lips and carried her up, pinching her little face. "Ying Ying, what's wrong? Did you find the source of the insectoids?" Ying Ying confirmed it with a nod. The group rejoiced. With this discovery, they could attempt to make a breakthrough at full power as long as they annihilate the creatures. Luze raised the corners of his lips. "Ying Ying, where is the source?" Ying Ying blinked. "It's within the warp dimension." The group looked as though something dawned on them. The territory was hidden in the warp dimension. No wonder Ying Ying couldn't find it in space. Lin Ling said, "Then, we can hand over the mission, right?" Luze nodded. At this moment, Ying Ying tugged Alice's clothes. Her blue eyes were full of hope. Alice immediately understood her. She smiled. "Let's go after breakfast. Ying Ying is a huge contributor. Let's cook something nice for her." Luze grinned. Luze and the girls waited for breakfast to be cooked. He then took out some level 3 and level 4 cosmic cloud state red liquid for Ying Ying as a reward too. After a few clashes with some overlords, they collected quite a lot of these liquids. They couldn't use it right now. When they needed it, they could hunt for them. Ying Ying seemed even happier after eating them. Breakfast was very abundant. Although Ying Ying ate most of the food, Luze still got some. He was rather satisfied. He stood up. "Okay, let's go." At this juncture, someone knocked on the door. They opened the door, only to see Fred and his group standing there. Miriam smiled. "Brother Luze, we accepted another mission. Should we head off now? We can do missions while we search for the insectoid's source." Luze grinned. "Let's go to the Crisp Green Blade branch department first." Yulei asked in confusion, "For what?" Luze smiled. "We already found the source of the insectoids. Fred and the rest were stunned. Found the insectoid's source. How is that possible? The mission was just published yesterday. The eastern region was vast. How could they find it so quickly? Fred said awkwardly. Brother Luze, this joke isn't funny. If it's a hoax, the elf race wouldn't probably let it go. Luze was speechless. Did these guys think he was joking? He rolled his eyes. If you don't believe it, then we'll go over by ourselves. Just wait for us here. Seeing how confident Luze was, they were beginning to have some doubts. Did they actually find it? But how? Miriam said, we'll come with you. Luze smiled and nodded. They soon arrived at the branch department. There were still a lot of powerful prodigies around. There were some unfamiliar faces too. They probably returned yesterday. They were injured as well. There were discussions among them. This mission is equivalent to 3,000 points. If we can find it, it would be a huge profit. Then, they saw Luze and the girls enter. Their expressions changed. Their races had sent prodigies to the Milky Way and discovered the mysterious being behind the human race. Their race told them to connect with Luze, but as prodigies, they were prideful. At this point, 6 figures went out into the foyer. It was the elf race. The 6 cultivators from the elf race were dazed. They didn't expect to see Luze here. Louisa's green eyes flashed, and she walked over. The other 5 elves followed. The atmosphere in the foyer changed. Even the elf race had the human race in their eyes? Even those beings were establishing a connection with the human prodigies? The figure behind the human race was this strong. Thinking about this, they regretted not going over earlier. Chapter 1077, Test. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The few elven soldiers came up to Luze and the girls. Louisa smiled and said, I heard a few human prodigies came a few days ago. Their talents are extremely strong. I believe it's you guys, right? I'm Louisa. Louisa reached out her hand. Luze shook it and smiled. I didn't expect to receive attention from a prodigy of the elf race. It's really an honor. I'm Luze. Louisa looked at Luze and the girls and smiled. We're planning to find the source of the insectoids. If you're interested, would you like to go together? There was a pause in the atmosphere of the foyer. The prodigies on the side looked at Luze and the girls with envy. Even the elf prodigy was inviting them. The elf prodigies were definitely the strongest here. They had the highest chances of finding the insectoids, and there was a low risk. Fred and the others looked at each other strangely. Luze said he found it. Luze was dazed, and then, he shook his head. No need, I've already found the source of the insectoids. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Luze strangely. What joke is this? The mission just came out yesterday. Luze was still at the branch department. He didn't even leave the trade planet. How could he find it? Louisa smiled. Luze, you're truly humorous. Clearly, she thought Luze was joking. He rolled his eyes. I'm being serious, I'm here to hand in the mission. Everyone. Looking at how serious Luze was, they felt he didn't seem like he was jesting. Louisa looked at Luze seriously and asked again, Are you serious? Luze nodded. Of course. I'm going to hand in the mission now. Louisa, if you don't believe me, you can come with us. Thereafter, he began walking towards the tunnel. Fred and the girls also followed in. Louisa raised a brow and said, Let's go have a look. The elf prodigies nodded. The prodigies in the foyer also began walking to the mission hall. Luze came up to the personnel and smiled. Hello, I came to hand in a mission. The personnel looked at all the prodigies who came in as well, but she said nothing. She smiled. Okay, which mission? Luze said with a smile, finding the source of the insectoid's mission. She gasped at Luze and the girls. Sir, are you for real? Luze nodded. Of course. The worker took a deep breath and said, Please wait a moment, I'll contact Lord Anton. This mission was too important. Anton said he would be personally responsible. Luze nodded. He didn't mind. Soon, Anton appeared in the foyer. He saw Luze and the girls and smiled elegantly as he walked over. You guys found the source of the insectoids. Luze smiled and nodded. Yes, Lord Anton. Anton took a deep look at them and said, Come with me. Then, he led Luze and the girls away from the mission hall. The prodigies of the elf race followed suit while the other prodigies could only watch them leave. Thereafter, they began discussing. Those humans really found the source of the insectoids. I don't know, but since they're so certain, it's probably true. How is that possible? They didn't even leave the trade planet. Only a small portion of the prodigies realized that the being behind the human race probably helped. At Anton's office, he asked, Luze, where is the source of the insectoids? Luze told him the location that Ying Ying found. Hearing that it was in warp dimension, Anton frowned. Then, he said, in that case, I'll have a look first. Anton tore open the space and entered the warp dimension. Luze and the girls just waited there. After a while, Anton flew back from a wormhole. His face was tense. Indeed, there are quite some powerful insectoids there. He even sensed 2 peak cosmic cloud state insectoids within. He had to come back first. Otherwise, he would be in danger himself. Luze smiled, Since you've finished verifying it, Lord Anton, is this mission considered finished? Anton nodded. Of course, consider it complete. Then, he notified the worker to take Luze to the mission reward. Soon, Luze received 3,000 points. Luze felt great. He had 4,900 points now. Just 100 more points and he could buy that communication technology. Anton looked at Luze deeply and smiled. I heard that Luze has a powerful master. The mission was just published yesterday, and then, you found them today. Did your master help you? Anton wanted to use this opportunity to chat with Luze about this hidden being. Luze was taken aback and smiled. Indeed, my master helped me. Everyone at the scene flashed their eyes. Anton smiled. It seems he's rather powerful to be able to find the hidden insectoid's hive so easily in the warp dimension. Luze scratched his head. I don't know how strong my master is, but he probably isn't weak. Seeing Luze being obscure with his probing, Anton smiled. The insectoids are attacking the elf cosmic realm. The Milky Way is in the elf cosmic realm. If the elf cosmic realm is breached, the Milky Way would also be facing the threat of the insectoid tide. What does your master think? Luze understood that Anton wanted his master to go help with the insectoids. He smiled. I'll ask my master after I get back, but it's still up to him. Luze's answer wasn't what Anton wanted, but there was nothing he could do. Even the queen said not to anger Luze's master. He smiled and nodded. In that case, thank you. Luze shook his head. You're too polite, Lord Anton. Anton smiled and said, Since the mission is done, you can go. We have to prepare to attack that insectoid lair. Luze and the girls nodded. Chapter 1078, Peak of the Eastern Region Pyramid. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Anton closed the door after Luze and the girls left. He then frowned. He observed the insectoid's lair from the dark. There were quite a lot of insectoids there. The eastern region alone probably couldn't handle it. The only free peak cosmic cloud state in the eastern region was him. He definitely couldn't handle 2 peak cosmic cloud states himself. He would ask for reinforcements first. At this moment, Anton's communicator suddenly rang. He took it out, and after reading the message, his face turned strange. Louisa and the others studied Luze. Louisa smiled. No wonder, Luze, you're so strong. So there's a powerful being teaching you. Who is that powerful being? Such beings shouldn't be nameless in the universe. Perhaps, we might know him. Luze's mouth twitched. She could really act. He smiled. My master didn't tell me much about the outside world. He just makes us cultivate. Miriam realized why it wasn't a surprise that Luze and the girls didn't even know the grades of spirit-gathering stones. That boss didn't tell them. The prodigies in the foyer saw Louisa and Luze come out, talking and smiling. Clearly, Luze really found the source of the insectoids. Otherwise, the elf prodigy wouldn't be showing such an attitude toward him. After leaving the branch department, Luze, Fred, and the others went back to the hotel. Anton said there would be an insectoid hive annihilation mission, so they didn't plan to go out to do missions. Back in the room, Luze laid on the couch. The mission is finally done. That was so tiring. The girls rolled their eyes. Ying Ying was the one who found the insectoid hive. Lin Ling sneered. That elf girl was showing a very nice attitude towards you, and you were shaking hands. You must be feeling great. Luze suddenly felt cold. When he saw the girl's glance, he quickly coughed. Lin Ling, what are you on about? That girl can't compare with my Lin Ling at all. I don't even remember her name. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Liar. You're a cosmic system state. How can you not remember her name? However, Lin Ling still blushed. At this moment, a few more cold glances were thrown over. Nanggong Jing sneered. Yes, your Lin Ling is the best. We're nothing, right? Kai Uyuhesha flipped her hair. Little brother Luze, are you disliking me? Luze was speechless. Why did they always compare? Meanwhile, Lin Ling was enjoying the show on the side. Luze sneered. How dare she enjoy this? Luze prepared his emotions and looked deeply at the girls. How can that be? You girls are the most beautiful in my heart. No words can express my love for you girls, so I might as well use action. Then, he grabbed them and ran towards the bedroom. What are you doing? I want it. Thud. The bedroom door was slammed shut heavily. Ying Ying looked at the room in confusion. Luze and the sisters are going to fight again. She shook her head and kept watching cartoons. The next morning, Luze came out of the room with a satisfied look. Meanwhile, the girls looked at him with embarrassment. At this moment, his crisp green blade badge sounded. Kai Uyuhesha smiled and said, it seems the elf race is ready. Luze nodded and took out the badge. There was a mission about annihilating the insectoid's hive. Luze smiled. Let's get ready to go. Everyone headed towards the mission gathering site. Fred and the others knocked on Luze's door. Fred smiled and said, Brother Luze, let's go. Luze nodded. The group left the hotel together and headed to the space station. Powerful beings flew in the air. They were all the prodigies of the eastern region. They couldn't resist taking a few extra looks at Luze. Everyone nodded as Luze looked at the girls. At this moment, 6 beams came next to Luze and the girls. It was Louisa's group. Luze, let's go together. The girls raised a brow, but after thinking about what happened last night, they lost their temper. Luze nodded. Sure, where is Lord Anton? Louisa smiled and said, he went over early. He still needs to make other arrangements. Luze nodded. When the people in the city see so many prodigies fly across, they became dazed. There are so many prodigies leaving at the same time. What is happening? Is it the insectoids? I wonder if it would affect us here. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look there, it's the elf prodigies." Everyone looked up. The elf prodigies didn't even appear often on the trade planet. Even if they came, they had their pride. It was the first time seeing them walk with the prodigies of the other race. Someone said, "The ones on the side are Fred from the Crystal race and Miriam from the Golden Spear race." "What are the other races?" Someone explained. "It's Luze and the girls from the human race. They're very powerful prodigies." Human race, isn't that a cosmic system state race? They're not even a cosmic cloud state race. How do they have the right to stand with the elf prodigies? Someone sneered. "You just came to the trade planet, right? Luze and the girls are the pinnacles of prodigies in the entire eastern region. Their cultivation level is only at cosmic system state, but they passed the test easily. And, I also heard that a few days ago, when Luze and the girls did missions, the power they showed was very terrifying. Not even cosmic level 2 cloud state insectoids were a match for them." A lot of cultivators gasped. This level of talent was pretty much at the top of the Eastern region pyramid. Chapter 1079, The Magical Use of Space God Art. At the space station, Louisa took out her spaceship. The elf race's spaceship was green with no hideous edges. There were golden and red lines that carved out beautiful and grand-looking runes. It seemed very elegant and royal. Louisa smiled and said, "Come aboard our ship, it's faster." Luze and the girls nodded and followed along. The ship started and turned into a green beam and charged out of the space station. As the elf race's ship moved, the other prodigies also boarded their ships and flew towards the mission location. A day later. Elf race eastern border. More than 1,000,000 light-years from the Milky Way, space rattled, and a green ship left the warp dimension. Then, the ship activated its concealing function and hid in space. Louisa saw the vacuum appearing outside the window, her expression a little solemn. "We're here." Luze and the girls' faces became serious. The mission rendezvous position was this region. It was set by Anton. It wasn't very far from the warp dimension the insectoids were at, but it wasn't close either. Otherwise, the insectoids would notice. Luze raised a brow. "This is the border of the elf cosmic realm and demon realm, right?" Louisa nodded. "Yes. It's said that there are quite some cosmic cloud state insectoids in the demon realm appearing too. It's probably because of this insectoid hive." Luze nodded. Luze asked, "Do we have enough people to take on the insectoid hive?" Ying Ying said that the insectoid hive's power wasn't weak. Luze was a bit worried. Louisa smiled and said, "Since Lord Anton has taken the mission, it means he's confident. There should be reinforcements coming." Luze nodded and quietly waited for the others to arrive. Soon, ships charged out of warp dimension and all floated here in secrecy. In the depths of the warp dimension, the insectoid queen suddenly opened her eyes. Her chi fluctuated. The two cosmic cloud state insectoids immediately looked over. The black one said, "Master, what has happened?" The queen replied with a solemn voice, "Quite some Eastern region beings have come over." The two insectoids were dazed. "Did they discover us?" The queen fell into contemplation. Moments later, she said slowly, "Leave here, let's go to another place." The two cosmic cloud state insectoids nodded. "Yes." One of them immediately disappeared from the spot. Moments later, the black lines surrounding the black planet dissipated. The planet started to spin in the chaotic warp dimension. A distance away from the planet, Anton was wrapped in silver light and fused with warp dimension. Seeing the hive starting to move, his eyes flashed with despair. He couldn't wait anymore. He pressed a button on his communicator. Attack! The silver light around him dispersed. Terrifying power appeared around him. Rumble. Anton shot towards the insectoid's hive. Glamorous green armor appeared on his body, then he held two long swords. Stand right there! He roared coldly, then he hacked down toward the insectoid hive. Screech! A cross-slash shot towards the black planet. The cross-slash grew larger and larger until it was a few hundred kilometers long. A sharp sword ray emerged from the light. The wood god art's secret was contained in the sword wool. On the other side, a black mist rose, and a terrifying roar rattled the warp dimension. A black energy ball appeared with strands of death chi and shot towards the black planet. The insectoids in the hive rattled. The queen said coldly, "It's the elf and advanced demon race. We've been found. Attack!" The other large black insectoid also disappeared from the spot. Two black insectoids appeared out of the planet and faced the attacks. Hiss! Blood spirit light seethed around them, then they lifted their sharp front limbs and sliced towards the cross-slash and black energy ball. Screech! The attacks clashed together heavily. Rumble! Extremely loud explosions rang throughout the warp dimension. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. After the wave disappeared, Anton and a handsome man with horns appeared opposite the two black insectoids. The four stare at each other. After a moment of silence, one black insectoid sliced its front limbs. Its cold voice rang through a mental force wave. "Elf race, advanced demon race, you're asking to die." Both Anton and the man with horns from the advanced demon race sneered. The demon from the advanced demon race sneered and said, "Your insectoid race is at our doorstep. Do you want us to stand still and let you kill us?" Anton glanced at the black planet and said coldly, "No need to talk, fight." He charged towards his opponent first. The demon from the advanced demon race also chased towards his opponent. In an instant, two pairs of peak cosmic cloud state beings clashed together. At this moment, everyone's badge beeped. They took out their badges. When they saw the message from Anton, everyone shot up. Louisa opened her mouth and said, "Lord Anton wants us to head off. They've probably begun fighting. Let's go over it too." Everyone flew out of the ship. Louisa glanced at the prodigies and said, "Everyone, follow me." The prodigies immediately flew over towards Louisa. The elf prodigies were strong and letting them be the vanguards would make it safer for others. Louisa tore open space and entered into the warp dimension. Luze and the girls followed. At the same time, Luze noticed something interesting. Because he had space god art, the warp dimension felt freely accessible to him. He had a feeling his space god art would be more useful here. His combat power might even increase. His sensory ability would definitely be stronger than a lot of the cosmic cloud states in there. Chapter 1080, There are actually cosmic system state insects? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. At this moment, Luze could feel that there were two pairs of powerful beings fighting in the chaotic space. The Kais were extremely strong and close to the cosmic realm state. With every clash, the space would become more chaotic. Through space god art, it was like he saw it with his own eyes. There were two black-shelled insectoids, Anton and a handsome horned man. It was obvious that the horned man was from the advanced demon race. No wonder Anton was prepared so quickly. He came with the advanced demon race. This crisis did involve both cosmic realms. There was no reason the elf cosmic realm should handle it alone. He could sense that on the other side, a large group of powerful beings was coming over. The leading ones were 5 beautiful-looking advanced demon race prodigies. Behind them were the prodigies of other races in the demon realm. Luze then glanced at the giant black ball. Insectoid hive? Luze narrowed his eyes. He could sense countless powerful forces from the ball. These powers all contained murderous and destructive intent. So many powerful beings. Just when Luze took away his gaze, the insectoid queen suddenly looked up coldly. She sensed someone was spying. Hiss! The queen shrieked. Waves of shrieks responded to the queen. Insectoids charged out of the planet and wrapped the hive in layers. There were a few hundred cosmic cloud-state insectoids. Their chi surged. They would protect the hive no matter what. As long as the queen was alive, the swarm would exist. Louisa said seriously, Lord Anton is fighting with the insectoids. Let's find the hive. It should be nearby. Luze pointed in a direction. The hive is there. Louisa and the soldiers were taken aback again, but in the next second, they relaxed. Luze was the one who found the hive. Louisa nodded. Let's go. There will be a bloody battle. Everyone, please get ready. The prodigies nodded. Don't worry, Lord Louisa, we will try our best. This insectoid tide threatened all their races. Everyone flew across the warp dimension towards the hive. The chaotic space would have space storms blowing over from time to time. Most of the prodigies felt troubled, but Luze felt very comfortable. With one thought, he drew the space storm away. Soon, everyone saw the large black planet. Their eyes narrowed when they saw the layers of insectoids. So many insectoids! Everyone exclaimed. There are so many cosmic cloud-state insectoids. This person's voice was trembling. There were less than half the number of them here. Louisa and the soldiers frowned. A few of the insectoids' kais were not weaker than them. One pale insectoid roared, "Protect the master! Kill! Kill!" The cosmic cloud-state insectoids roared. Half of those cosmic cloud-state insectoids charged at Luze and the girls. That murderous temperament shook the hearts of the prodigies here. If they were ordinary people, they might not even be able to use 1/10 of their power. Louisa and the soldiers felt this temperament too. They glowed with green light as life chi spread from them. Just when Louisa was about to speak, beams shot across to the battlefield. Luze grinned. They were the demon realm prodigies he found before. Both the prodigies from the east region and the insectoids were dazed. The eastern region prodigies rejoiced. The other half of the insectoids glared over. Demon realm! I didn't expect you guys to be here either. The leading demon from the advanced demon race glanced across the battlefield before looking at Louisa. He smiled gently, "Louisa, long time no see." Louisa's pretty face was cold, with a look in her eyes a bit dignified. "Emmanuel, I didn't expect you to have come too." Their chi fluctuated and both shot up, but soon, they retracted it. Emmanuel opened his mouth and said, "I've been ordered by a lord of my race to attack the insectoids. I believe that's the same for you. Let's focus on them for now, how about that?" Louisa nodded. The insectoids roared, "Just two cosmic realm state civilizations. How dare you underestimate the insectoid race? Destroy them!" Half of the cosmic cloud state insectoids were planning to guard the hive against ambushes, but now, they couldn't. Immediately, the two sides clashed. People found opponents with the same strength they possessed and clashed. There were more cosmic cloud state insectoids than the prodigies of the two realms combined, so they had the upper hand. However, the prodigies were very strong, and so the disadvantage wasn't too great. Luze didn't split off with the girls. Luze was planning to find a level 2 cosmic cloud state insectoid to test the waters. At this moment, a grey light came before them. It was a 5-meter tall hideous-looking insectoid. It was a level 1 cosmic cloud state. The cold voice sounded. "There are actually cosmic system state insects? Are you here to die?" Luze disappeared from the spot and appeared before the insectoid. His right leg burned with spirit flames, then he kicked the grey insectoid. Luze was so fast that the grey insectoid couldn't react at all. Rumble! The terrifying power instantly tore apart its shell and organs. The insectoid fell back, during which its life force dissipated. The girls came over. Lin Ling looked at Luze. "Ze, Your speed is so fast. You're faster than in ordinary space. Kyohesha smiled and teased. It's space god art, right? Luze nodded. In warp dimension, his speed surpassed level 3 cosmic cloud states. Meanwhile, a few cosmic cloud state insectoids saw this and were dazed. They didn't expect a cosmic system state insect could instantly kill a level 1 cosmic cloud state insectoid soldier. This was a terrifying soldier. These two insectoids immediately abandoned their opponents and chased towards Luze. Damned insect, die! Luze grinned. They were too slow. He disappeared from the spot again. The insectoid's attacks missed. At this moment, Luze appeared next to one insectoid and punched. The two insectoids were dazed. What? When did he come over? Chapter 1081, Joy in Their Suffering. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The blood-red insectoid's eyes flashed with shock. Then, its killing intent permeated. The three sharp tails behind it slashed at Luze. Meanwhile, the other grey insectoid appeared above Luze's head and sliced down with its front limbs. At this moment, unknown ripples appeared in space. The two insectoids stopped moving. This brief moment of pausing was too lethal for a cosmic cloud state battle. Luze's spirit flame punch had already landed on the blood insectoid. Crack! The fist force surged, and the blood shell cracked. The power tore apart its organs. Rumble! When the blood insectoid could move again, it felt a huge pain all over its body. This dominant power sent it falling back. Hiss! Meanwhile, the other grey insectoid sliced down even faster. Luze shifted to the side, and the front limbs sliced past before Luze. The sharp spirit force blew his hair messy. The grey insectoid attacked again and swept its front limbs at Luze's waist. Luze glowed in silver light, then he rose to a meter wide and kicked the insectoid's front limb. The insectoid burst out crashing towards that blood insectoid. The grey insectoid roared. Damn it! How are you? It chased towards Luze again. At this moment, a golden fist force shot past him. The grey insectoid felt a lethal threat and suddenly turned around. It slashed out two blood sword rays at the golden fist force. Rumble! Nangongjing was flashing golden since she charged out of the blood and golden spirit light. She came before the grey insectoid and unleashed a barrage of attacks. While the grey insectoid was being suppressed by Nangongjing, Luze came to the blood insectoid. Its chi was very weak, but when it saw Luze before it, it lifted its front limbs and slashed down at Luze again. Luze grinned. He lifted his left hand, and sand instantly grabbed the front limbs. The insectoid wanted to pull its limbs out, but it was stuck. Luze clenched his right fist and gathered his spirit force, punching heavily at the insectoid's head. Rumble! A meter-wide fist force smashed on the blood insectoid's head. Crack! Shells shattered, and goo splashed everywhere. The fist force penetrated its head and came out from its tail. A huge wound penetrated the insectoid from head to tail. Its body writhed as it stiffened. Eventually, its life force dissipated. Luze then turned to look at Nangongjing's battle. Nangongjing was slightly stronger than the grey insectoid. With every powerful strike she made, the grey insectoid was falling back and roaring. But there was no use in roaring. Its body was cracking, and blood was splashing out. It would probably get beaten to death soon. Luze appeared before the grey insectoid, and sand wrapped around it. The grey insectoid couldn't even move at all. Nangongjing grinned and smashed its head with a punch. Goo flowed out, but the insectoid didn't die on the spot. Its limbs were still moving. Luze raised a brow. He clenched a fist with his right hand. Crack! The sand tightened and instantly crushed the insectoid to pieces. Only an empty body remained. Only then did the grey insectoid die. Nangongjing gasped. This guy's survivability is so strong. Luze nodded. It's probably because it has a rather strong body god art. Nangongjing nodded. At this moment, the other girls flew over. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. You don't even need our help. Nangongjing said with some pride, Pft, I'm very strong. Luze rolled his eyes. After killing 2 level 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids, Luze and the girls aroused more attention. The Eastern region prodigies knew that Luze and the girls were very strong and didn't even use full power at the test. However, they didn't expect Luze and the girls to kill level 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids this easily. This combat power was a level 3 cosmic cloud state, right? This was terrifying. However, the insectoids and the demon realm prodigies were even more shocked. This was their first time seeing Luze and the girls attack. They didn't expect a few cosmic system states would be this strong. The demon realm's prodigies were confused. Who are they? I've never heard the Eastern region have such prodigies. Their faces were tense. The Eastern region was close to them. There were constant conflicts. Although they were at peace for now due to the insectoids, they would resume battle after it was over. Such a prodigy gave them great pressure. They weren't even at cosmic cloud state yet, and they were this strong. When they broke through to cosmic cloud state, how strong would they be? The cosmic cloud state insectoids hissed, and they rapidly moved towards Luze and the girls. Kill them! 5 level 2 cosmic cloud states and 2 level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids came over. Seeing this, the demon realm's prodigies enjoyed Luze's and the girls' calamity. Could they beat this many insectoids? It was best to be able to die from the battle now. The East region's prodigies wanted to help, but there were more insectoids than them. They couldn't break free to help. Fred's and the 4 fighters' expressions changed. Miriam was fighting a level 3 peak cosmic cloud state insectoid. The two were evenly matched. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth, then golden light flashed on her back. 6 handless swords shot out and floated behind her like wings. Hiya! She roared, and a golden rune spun. The 6 swords shot at one of the level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids who was charging at Luze. Screech! The insectoid dodged, but it still drew blood. It looked at one of its severed limbs and roared. You're asking to die. At this moment, the 6 swords flew back and kept attacking a level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoid in front. The insectoid could only keep dodging. Miriam's opponent charged at her. Its sharp tail kept attacking her. Miriam was forced back. Fred also clashed with his opponent and pulled another insectoid charging at Luze into his battle. Chapter 1082, Unfathomable Race. Seeing this, Luze and the girls were stunned. These insectoids weren't truly a threat to them. Ying Ying was here after all. But Fred and Miriam clearly didn't know about this. Luze was touched. These two were really nice people. At this moment, the 5 level 2 cosmic cloud state insectoids had charged over. Luze raised a brow and said, "Don't hold back." The girls nodded. Luze flashed with silver light and charged towards the insectoids. Nangongjing also followed suit. Hiss! The insectoids slashed their front limbs, forming blood sword rays that shot at Luze. Each contained terrifying chi. As the attacks neared, Luze flashed and dodged them easily. Then, he appeared before one level 2 cosmic cloud state insectoid. Sand spread and entangled this insectoid. Luze punched. At this moment, the insectoid broke free of the sand and blocked a huge pincer before its body. Rumble! The backlash power made both Luze and the insectoid fall back. So strong! Luze was a little shocked. This blood insectoid's combat power was probably level 3 peak cosmic system state or even near level 4. He was not weaker than Luze. It was much stronger than the previous 2 insectoids. Meanwhile, the other 4 insectoids charged at Luze. A few hundred blood sword rays slashed at Luze. At this moment, a golden fist force smashed towards one of the insectoids. The insectoid stopped attacking and formed a thick blood barrier before it. Rumble. The golden fist force struck the blood barrier heavily. A blast of shockwave spread in all directions. The golden fist force dissipated, but the blood barrier was covered in cracks. The grey insectoid hissed. "Damned insect, die!" It charged at Nangongjing. At this moment, Kaiuyuhesha's eyes flashed with pink light. She used seduction god art at full power. Immediately, all the insectoids paused. Their kais fluctuated. Nangongjing grinned and appeared next to the grey insectoid. She punched heavily into the side of the grey insectoid. Rumble. The grey insectoid was blasted away. It poured out blood along the process. Only then did the insectoids recover from the seduction god art. One pale insectoid charged towards Kaiuyuhesha and the other girls. "Damned insect, you have such mental force god art. Die!" Kaiuyuhesha didn't even look at it. Alice held Luze's statue, and blue flames rose from her body. The flames were mixed with demonic qi, tainting the flames black. Then, the flames morphed into a human shape. Fire clones were formed unceasingly. Soon, 20 fire clones formed. All of them had level 2 cosmic cloud state power. Seeing this, the pale insectoid was petrified. What? This human was just level 8 cosmic system state, and she could form these multiple fire clones at level 2 cosmic cloud state combat power. However, these fire clones would at most trouble him a little. His power was far beyond this. He kept charging at the girls. At this moment, a green energy spear shot towards the crevice, in the shell of his neck. It turned around suddenly, and the spear scraped past it. It was almost hit. It looked at the source of the attack. It was a short-haired girl holding a jade green spear. Her eyes were glowing. He felt his body was completely seen through by her. This being gave him a lethal threat. If he didn't pay attention, he would be struck with a lethal blow. Just what race were these beings? This was unfathomable. They were just all cosmic system states, but they had such terrifying combat power and god art. From the heritage memory of the insectoid race, such prodigies were extremely rare in the entire universe. This was just a cosmic realm state civilization, but there were many terrifying prodigies. How was this possible? At this moment, a black mist appeared in space and covered him. The insectoid immediately sensed that his vision and mental force were greatly restricted. He had a bad feeling. Suddenly, a scorching chi came from the side. He saw a black fire clone charge at him. That temperature sizzled his shells. He dodged that attack, but suddenly, terrifying temperatures rose from all directions. He realized he was surrounded. Looking at all these fire clones coming near, the insectoid burst out of its power. Die! Rumble! A blood energy wave exploded from the insectoid. This energy wave rapidly expanded. The first fire clone was instantly dispelled by it. Alice gasped and bit her lips. Immediately, the fire clones started self-destructing. Rumble! The black mist boiled with extreme power. All the energy of the detonation struck the blood energy wave. The insectoid howled. This level of attack can't hurt me at all. The second wave of blood energy shot out from its body. Rumble! The second wave of energy stopped Alice's attack. The insectoid was slightly shaken. It panted. His eyes were still full of disbelief. At this moment, a green wind spear shot out of the mist towards his neck. Damn it! His senses were restricted too much. By the time he sensed the wind spear, the attack was already in front of him. Hiss! The insectoid's blood energy formed a shield. Rumble! Crack! The blood shield lasted for a slight moment before cracking. The spear struck right at its neck. It didn't hit the crevice, but the sharp whines still surged into its body. The insectoid roared. Destructive waves appeared in its eyes. The power even pushed back the black mist. At this moment, he saw Alice holding the statue forming fire clones again. There were more than a dozen of them. Insectoid. Chapter 1083, To Eat or Not to Eat. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Meanwhile, the dense cluster of blood sword rays shot towards Luze. Luze's eyes narrowed, and he flashed with silver light. Luze stopped his fall and shifted to the side. After he dodged all the sword rays and was ready to counterattack, that insectoid charged up again. It smashed its huge pincer at Luze. Rumble. The power caused fluctuations, creating a space chaos flow. Luze's chest felt a heavy feeling of pressure. Sand spun around his hands, and he lifted and clashed with the pincer. The pincer smashed into the sand. Rumble. Blood spirit light shot in all directions. Luze felt that his hands were numb and piercing with pain. He flashed with silver light and disappeared again. Luze reappeared behind the insectoid's back. Spirit flames formed on his leg, and he stomped down on the shell. The insectoid wanted to turn around and clash with Luze head-on. The two other insectoids were also coming. At this moment, an invisible wave spread, and the three insectoids froze there. Luze's strike landed. Rumble. An invisible wave spread, and the cracks spread across the blood shell. The insectoid fell back. Sand appeared and wrapped around the insectoid. Luze chased up to the insectoid and kicked towards the cracks. Hiss! The insectoid couldn't dodge it, so it could only form a red shield on its back. Rumble. Crack. Although the insectoid had broken free of the seduction god art, its power was also weakened. This hurriedly formed a barrier that couldn't stop Luze's attacks at all. In just a brief moment, the barrier cracked like glass. Luze stomped heavily on the shell. Rumble. The shell cracked like glass. Violent force went inside the insectoid's body and tore its organs. Dark green ooze splashed out. Hiss! The huge pain made the insectoid howl. It struggled more intensely, and the sand around it became unstable. Luze stomped on the same crack again. The crack widened. Finally, the insectoid's chi weakened even more. The sand wrapped around it tightly. Just when Luze was about to attack again, two powerful chi came from behind him. He could feel that tens of sharp tails were wrapping around him. He blinked in silver and teleported through the surroundings. He appeared next to a black insectoid. Sand spun around his right hand, and he instantly grabbed its lower limb. The black insectoid tried to break free, but Luze grinned. Piss off! He used body god art, and that black insectoid couldn't resist this huge force at all. Luze twisted his waist and smashed the insectoid towards the other one. What monstrous power was this? Rumble. Both insectoids fell back and were sent very far away. Luze didn't care about those two insectoids. He returned his attention to the current one. At this moment, its body flashed in that terrifying blood spirit light again. The sand around it was already very loose. It would soon be able to break free. Luze raised a brow. This blood insectoid was indeed very strong. It was clearly quite injured, yet, it still had such power. It was much stronger than the remaining four insectoids. However, the sand reappeared again and entangled the blood insectoid. Ah! Damned insect, if you're strong, let me go. Luze sneered and said nothing. Spirit flames formed around his hand. He struck punch after punch into the cracks of its armor. Rumble. With every punch, pieces of shell and goo splashed. There would even be the occasional organ fragment. Hiss! The insectoid howled painfully. In a short moment, the back shell of the insectoid was completely shattered, revealing the dark green organs inside. The organs were cracking but still beating. Luze's merciless eyes turned into that of disgust. He couldn't have lunch now. At this moment, he felt another sharp wind behind him. The two black insectoids that he threw out charged up again. These two insectoids were shocked. This human was too strong. Mimicillus was so strong, but he couldn't resist at all. They were no match. They would feel terror, but the will of the insectoid colony was above all else. They would die for the queen. They roared as a piece of blood essence appeared before them. They ate it and roared. Damned being! No matter who you are, you have to pay. Luze's eyes flashed with an eerie smile. Ying ying, make them feel the backlash. Oh! The two black insectoids' chi shot up and then suddenly became chaotic. Crack! The thick black armor cracked, and red liquid shot out like pus. Feeling the uncontrollable power in their body, their eyes were full of terror. What happened? Why is there a backlash? No. Rumble. Heavy thuds sounded in their body. Their black shell turned to dark red as cracks spread across their body. Red liquid shot out like water in a fountain. The high temperature distorted the space. The two black insectoids squirmed like they were getting fried. They were twitching feebly. Mimicillus. Should he still eat the blood essence he took out? Chapter 1084, Very Worried. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze looked at the roasted insectoids and laughed. Then, he turned towards Mimicillus. Mimicillus struggled even more. His blood spirit force ground against the sand, making screeching sounds. The sand was being ground away but more appeared from space. Sensing Luze comes near, Mimicillus' eyes flashed with resolution. He ate the blood essence before him. That backlash must have been an accident. I don't believe I'll get backlashed too. Mimicillus' chi suddenly rose. He breathed easily. That backlash was indeed an accident. The sand around him was shaken off by his rising power. Damned insect! I'm here to announce your death. Mimicillus' power shot post level 4 cosmic cloud state and was still rising. Under such power, space chaos flow circulated Mimicillus like the tide. It even aroused the attention of others. Luze smiled. In the next moment, Mimicillus' eyes flashed with disbelief. His chi suddenly became chaotic. What is going on? He growled and tried to suppress the rampant power in his body. Crack! His shell began to crack. Dark green liquid at his wound turned red. It sprayed out like lava. His chi weakened as he roared. Impossible! His talent was rather good. Why would he be backlashed by the blood essence? More thuds sounded in his body. He coughed out red lava. Pieces of his organs splashed out from the wound. Mimicillus suddenly turned around and roared. Even if I'm going to die, I will drag you along. He instantly broke free from Sand One Divine Art and charged towards Luze. At this moment, his body paused again. Crack! The third crack sounded, and his chi instantly weakened from a level that he was originally at. This resulted in a series of cracks. His shell completely cracked like the previous two insectoids. His organs were shattered to pieces while his goo sprayed out like lava. In a short instant, its chi dropped to the very bottom. His life force was about to dissipate at any moment. His body squirmed and twitched. East Region's prodigies. Demon Realm's prodigies. Insectoids. The battlefield became silent. If it was a normal death, they might be shocked by Luze's combat power but could still accept it. But he used his own trump card and was backlashed to death. Who could accept this? It felt like a dream. All three of them experienced a backlash. The insectoids were especially shocked. The blood essence was a rather common trump card for the insectoids. They were truly worried now. Who dared to use it? Luze looked at the half-dead Mimicillus and grinned. He came before the insectoid. Through the cracks of the shell, he knew there was nothing inside. Despite this, Mimicillus still had one last breath left. Luze didn't intend to let it continue living. He punched heavily on its head. Rumble. The fist force penetrated its head and wiped away its life force. Then, Luze appeared next to the other two roasted insectoids. Rumble. Rumble. They were both killed on the spot as well. Then, Luze set his gaze in another direction. Nangongjing was fighting a level 2 cosmic cloud state grey insectoid. Lu Li, Alice, and Lin Ling were fighting with a pale insectoid. The grey insectoid was covered in wounds and getting beat up by Nangongjing. The pale insectoid had a hideous hole on its neck. It wanted to get near the three girls but was stopped by a large group of fire clones. Lin Ling was using her spirit eye on the side to find weaknesses and launch attacks. Kyoyohesha was using seduction god art on both insectoids. They were quite strong. Luze smiled. He was worried about them, but now, it didn't seem he needed to. Then, Luze disappeared from the spot. He appeared before the pale insectoid. He stepped forward and launched a heavy punch. Space lines became distorted everywhere the fist force passed. The pale insectoid showed a fearful look. Hiss! It used all its power, and blood runes appeared. It lifted its two sharp front limbs and slashed at the fist force. The two clashed. Rumble! The blood sword ray shattered like glass while the fist force struck its barrier. The barrier then shattered, and the remaining power struck its head. The insectoid fell back and rapidly died. One punch and the pale insectoid died. Although it wasn't at its prime due to fighting with the three girls, this power still was far weaker than that of the red insectoid. Lin Ling complained. Luze, we haven't had our fun yet. It was hard to find an equally matched opponent. It was a good opportunity to test their combat power, but this guy came and killed it with one punch. Luze smiled awkwardly. He pointed at the grey insectoid. How about you share with Jing Jing? Nangongjing immediately said, no, this is my opponent. Luze scratched his head. Don't worry, there are plenty of opponents. Chapter 1085, Less Seen More Strange. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lu Li and the girls looked at the other cosmic cloud state insectoids and smiled. Luze was right, there were so many insectoids to fight. Luze and Kyoyohesha looked at each other and then looked towards Fred and Miriam's opponents. They were slightly stronger than the level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids, but facing the two was a bit hard for them. They were at a disadvantage right now. Luze felt he was no match for level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids, but he wasn't going to fight it head-on. He had perfect mastery of stone transformation divine art. With Fox Demon's seduction god art, it would be a great help to Miriam and Fred. Luze smiled. Let's go help. Kyoyohesha nodded. Luze pulled Kyoyohesha closer to the battle. Luze smiled and said, Fred and Miriam, we're here to help you. The two level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids looked at the distant battlefield. When they saw Mimicillus and the other demons' dead bodies, their killing intent soared. Damn it! You killed them! Two insectoids were planning to charge at Luze and Kyoyohesha. Seeing this, Fred and Miriam sneered. Miriam used her 6 swords to stop one level 3 cosmic cloud state while Fred used another energy ball to stop the other one. Damn it! You're asking to die. The two insectoids attacked Fred and Miriam with madness. Luze used stone transformation divine art at full power. Immediately, the 4 insectoids' spirit force and movements stiffened. They looked at Luze in shock. What divine art is this? Damned being, what race are you? He was a cosmic system state, and yet, his divine art could cause so much hindrance to them. Fred and Miriam sensed what happened and were both very shocked. No wonder that they were favored by a powerful being. Kaiuyuhesha also used her seduction divine art on top of the stone transformation divine art. The 4 insectoids' movements and spirit force became sluggish. They glared at Luze and Kaiuyuhesha in disbelief. These 2 cosmic system states weakened their power by a great deal. Miriam smiled and said, "Great job Luze, Hesha." 1 golden sword formed a sword formation and sprayed out sword chi. The insectoid wanted to dodge this, but he couldn't completely avoid it. He roared and formed a blood barrier. Clank, clank, clank. In a short while, the blood barrier was sliced open. The golden sword chi struck the insectoid heavily, leaving deep marks on its shell, and then goo splashed out. The sharp sword entered its body, and he howled pitifully. The other 3 insectoids were frightened. Fred grinned. White energy balls shot out of his hand like a machine gun towards his 2 opponents. They retreated rapidly. At this moment, 1 level 3 cosmic cloud state slashed out a blood sword ray towards Luze and Kaiuyuhesha. Luze's skin crawled. He hugged Kaiuyuhesha and used all his speed god art and divine arts to the extreme and disappeared from the spot. Screech! The blood sword ray sliced past Luze and Kaiuyuhesha. The sharp chi left deep marks on Luze's sand beetle armor. Blood splashed out. Kaiuyuhesha suddenly changed expression and said with some worry, "Little brother Luze, are you okay?" Luze shook his head and used super rapid regeneration. His injuries recovered almost instantly. "It's fine, just a small injury." The insectoid didn't feel too good. How was this possible? His blood sword ray contained destruction god art. How could it be useless? What was with this guy's recovery ability? Why was it this absurd? Meanwhile, Luze thought, what is this insectoid bewildered about? It was just a minor wound. Less seen, more strange. Fred's and Miriam's mouths twitched. This guy was a maniac. This recovery, this speed. What were they worried about? Miriam's golden sword abandoned the insectoid in the sword formation and slowly fused into 1 bright golden long sword. Sharp metal god art surged, then it sliced open layers of warp dimension. Sever. The golden long sword sliced towards the insectoid. However, just as the insectoid reacted, the sword had already sliced past him. The insectoid was split in half, and its life force dissipated. The other 3 insectoids were shocked and scared. The insectoid injured by the sword formation took out the blood essence and ate it. "Don't!" 1 insectoid called from a distance away. At this moment, the energy in its body suddenly went chaotic. "What?" Rumble. As soon as he exclaimed, his body exploded like a flame in the void. All the insectoids were taken aback. The blood essence is poisonous. This was what all insectoids thought. At this moment, 1 level 5 cosmic cloud state insectoid roared, "Don't use blood essence, there will be backlash." That was their strongest trump card. If they couldn't use it, would they just wait for their death? Meanwhile, the distant black planet shook. An extremely terrifying power surged. Chapter 1086, Tell Death Field. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze's and the girls' faces changed. Everyone looked towards the black planet. "This chi. So strong." The insectoids remarked, "Is it Master? Master is coming out. Why would she come out at this time?" All the insectoids were worried. Crack. Massive cracks manifested on the black planet and spread out. Soon, a blood-colored light was dispersed from the planet. Rumble. The fragments of that black planet shot across all directions. Hiss. An enormous insectoid charged out of the black planet. The top half of its body was wrapped in a tough shell while the lower half was grey and resembled a skin. It was tens of kilometers long and looked extremely hideous. Blood spirit light floated around it like viscous blood. Its bloody eyes swept across the void with killing intent. It already sensed that the situation outside wasn't too good. It didn't know why the blood essence would cause a backlash, but without this trump card, the insectoids wouldn't be a match for the prodigies. She had to come out. Eventually, she set her gaze on Luze and his team. Her eyes flashed with greed. The most important reason she came out was for Luze and his girls. Their performance shocked her. The combat power of the prodigies from the unknown race was insane. If she could devour them and their DNA, her power and potential would progress. She couldn't resist such temptation. Luze raised a brow. This was the second time he saw a queen insectoid. The first time was on planet Nanfan. It was hideous, but this one was greatly repulsive. But this queen looked at him strangely. Was it because he was too handsome and it wanted to do something to him? Luze shuddered. Anton and the man from the demon race looked at the queen in disbelief. Anton exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why would it come out at this time? The queen should be very scared of death. Why would it come out now?" The male demon suddenly thought of something and said, "It's because of those few East region's prodigies." Anton looked at Luze and the girls. A realization dawned on him. No wonder. Luze's and the girls' talents are indeed exceptional. The queen must want to eat them. One black insectoid sneered, "Those few beings are truly talented. If you weren't stopping us, we would want to capture them and offer them to our master. But since our master has come out, then your prodigies can only prepare to die." The man from the demon race sneered, "If we're not prepared, would we come after you like that?" The two black insectoids were stunned. "What are you doing?" The demon looked at Anton and said, "Stop them for a few seconds." Thereafter, he charged towards the queen. Seeing this, the two black insectoids roared, "How dare you! Stop!" They didn't know what this guy was doing, but it clearly wasn't something good. They didn't want their queen to be threatened. At this juncture, Anton turned into a green crystal body and attacked the two insectoids. Feeling that lethal threat, the two insectoids could only turn around to defend themselves. Meanwhile, the man from the demon race had charged above the queen. The queen looked up. "It's you? Your race's prodigy must die. You can't stop me." Her cultivation level was also at the peak of the cosmic cloud state and her combat power was stronger than the two black insectoids. Even the demon couldn't stop her from killing. The male demon sneered. A gust of grey-black chi appeared in his hands. "Stupid insect!" He threw the grey-black mist above the insectoid queen's head. Immediately, it shimmered with runes. The queen's eyes widened. She felt things weren't good. Blood spirit light surged around her body as she charged out of the mist. However, at the border of the mist, a grey barrier appeared, and her body crashed into it. Rumble! The barrier wobbled and the insectoid queen fell back. Blood light flowed around her body, and her chi weakened. She roared and slashed a few 100 kilometers long blood sword ray at the grey barrier. Clank! The barrier vibrated, but the blood sword ray ended up shattering. Seeing this, the queen shrieked in disbelief. "Impossible!" The demon sneered and said languidly, "I thought I was going to spend the effort to find you in the hive, but you came out yourself. Just wait and die. This is the tell-death field that our cosmic realm state tried his best to form. If your race's cosmic realm state came, it can be broken. But you, stop dreaming." Strands of grey mist wrapped around the queen of insectoids, making a sizzling sound upon contact with her blood spirit light. Seeing this, the queen kept roaring and attacking the barrier. The male demon took a deep look at Luze and the girls. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. If possible, he wanted to eliminate the group. The threat they posed was too high. Even the demon prince of his race didn't have such strong combat power. If they matured, they would definitely not be good news for the demon realm. He also knew that although Anton was stalling the two peak cosmic cloud states, he definitely had a backhand. If he attacked, Anton would definitely stop him. These few guys weren't from the elf race. But they were a subordinate race to the elf race. As long as they had more time to grow, it would be very beneficial to the elf race. Naturally, the elf race would protect him. The killing intent disappeared from the male demon's eyes as he flew back to the battlefield. Nangongjing frowned at the demon. That advanced demon race doesn't seem to be keen on being friendly to us. Kai Uyuhesha nodded. There's killing intent. I don't know why he didn't attack. Luze said, perhaps he's concerned about Anton. Luze shook his head. Let's not think about this. The demon realm isn't really on good terms with us anyways. At this moment, all the insectoids looked at the queen and shrieked. Quick, save our master! The cosmic cloud state insectoids wanted to break free and charge towards the barrier. All the prodigies stopped them. Chapter 1087, Blood Cocoon. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The low-level insectoids who were guarding the hive had nothing to do after the queen left. Now that the queen was trapped, they seemed to have found their worth. They all roared and charged towards the grey barrier trying to attack it. Rumble. However, with their not even cosmic cloud state power, the grey barrier didn't even shake. As time went on, the queen's spirit light dimmed, while the grey mist grew denser. Hiss! The queen howled painfully. Hearing this, all the insectoids went crazy. Go away! Die! Die! Don't stop me! The cosmic cloud state insectoids used all their powers and attacked the prodigies like crazy. Meanwhile, the prodigies scorned. You want to help your queen? Keep dreaming. Today, you will all die here, ha ha ha. This is the elf cosmic realm, the insectoids should piss off. The battle instantly intensified. Fred's and Miriam's opponents went into a frenzy. 3 level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids kept attacking Fred and Miriam, trying to break free. One white insectoid roared. I don't believe there would be a backlash every time. He took out a blood essence and ate it. Immediately, his power started to surge, but an instant later, it became chaotic. Rumble! The insectoid exploded. Seeing this, all those insectoids who were planning to use it paused. Luze grinned. He had told Ying Ying. This wasn't their own power after all. She only needed to direct it a little, and it would rampage. The insectoid queen saw the explosion, and she shrieked. This invisible wave spread. The hundreds of millions of insectoids around her stopped roaring and fell into silence. Luze and the girls were stunned. What is going on? These insectoids don't seem to be right. Li frowned and looked at them with a solemn expression. Suddenly, the insectoids roared, and their eyes flashed with an eerie light. Then, all the insectoids shot up into the air and charged towards the grey mist. The first planetary state insectoid was turned to dust as soon as it neared the mist. But the insectoids after it charged without hesitation. Hundreds of millions of insectoids flooded towards the black mist until blood spirit light exploded. This rippled the black mist. The prodigies were all shocked. This scene was too absurd. All the insectoids chased one after another into the black mist. No one hesitated, and no one ran away. Everyone felt aghast. Only the insectoids could have such a will, right? At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. She looked at the black mist and said, "This god art, I seem to have seen it somewhere." Everyone was dazed. Luze said along with some doubts, "Lin Ling, you've seen this god art before." This was their first time seeing an advanced demon race together. How could she have seen it before? Lin Ling frowned. I seem to have seen similar power somewhere. At this moment, Ying Ying's crisp voice sounded. This is quite similar to the death curse in Grandpa Lin's body. They are all death god art, and the way they are used are very similar too. Everyone gasped, especially Lin Ling. Anger flashed in her eyes. I remember. When Ying Ying pulled out my grandfather's curse, its chi was very similar to this but didn't seem as strong. Luze and the girls frowned. Nangongjing said quietly, Elder Lin's wound was caused by a demon from the advanced demon race. Lin Ling shook her head. I don't know, my grandfather didn't tell me. He said there's no need to get revenge. Luze raised a brow. We'll ask Elder Lin when we get back. We can't let this go. Kai Uyuhesha nodded. Little brother Luze is right. If it was before when our race was weak, it would be fine, but now that we're so much stronger, we can't let it go like that. Elder Lin is a saint of the human race. And he was almost killed. Even Alice nodded heavily, and her bright face surfaced a sliver of killing intent. That's right, we can't let them bully our race. Lin Ling smiled. Okay, let's go ask my grandfather when we get back. At this moment, another sharp shriek sounded. Everyone looked towards the field. Above the field, there were star-state and even cosmic system-state insectoids charging into the mist. More than 2/3 of the insectoid tide was gone. The remaining ones were still charging into the mist at all costs. Luze found that in the barrier, strands of blood mist were penetrating the black mist and entering the queen's body. Because of this, she shrieked again. The dim blood light around her started to gather, and her chi was growing stronger. At the same time, blood lines shot out of her tail. Slowly, an extremely huge blood cocoon formed. All the ferocious chi was blocked by the cocoon. Gradually, a sliver of blood light flowed inside the cocoon. Everyone was dazed. But, this didn't seem to be something good. At this moment, all the cosmic cloud-state insectoids roared. Their voices sounded melancholic. Luze and the girls were taken aback. The queen wasn't dead yet. Anton asked, what is this? The man from the demon realm frowned. I don't know. At this moment, the two black insectoids glared at them with pure hatred. Damned insects! How dare you make the master make such a choice? The chance for our colony to rise was shattered by you guys. You all have to die. Chapter 1088, Queen. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The two peak cosmic cloud state insectoids clearly had no intention of explaining. They charged at Anton and the demon with full power again. Anton and the demon frowned. They felt unnerved. The situation didn't seem too right. However, they didn't have time to think, and they clashed with the two insectoids. As time went on, the battle continued while the insectoid tide still charged into the black mist. All of the star-state insectoids had died. There was only a small portion of the cosmic system states remaining. As the number of the insectoids decreased, the blood mist in the field grew denser. The cocoon became thicker after devouring the mist. Dong! At this moment, an ear-shocking sound rang from the blood cocoon. The light of the cocoon had receded. Extremely complicated blood runes spun inside the cocoon. Dong! 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 The blood cocoon was beating like a heart. An invisible wave spread in all directions. An extremely powerful chi came from the cocoon. Everyone's chest felt heavy. Anton and the demon were dazed. This chi! It was rising non-stop and nearing the cosmic realm state. However, it still didn't stop. The prodigies of both sides felt this chi was too strong. They felt that they were tiny compared to this chi. At this moment, a mental force storm spread. Not enough! Not enough! This hysterical scream seemed to have come from the bottom of hell. Even Luze and the girls felt a little worried. However, they did die every day at the pocket hunting dimension. Their willpower was extremely firm. The blood mist inside the field had become very thin. Clearly, that power wasn't enough for the blood cocoon. At this moment, all the cosmic cloud state insectoids roared. Then, they also charged towards the black mist. The prodigies were still shocked by the mental force storm and had not yet recovered. Not good. These insectoids are going to be nutrition for the queen. However, they couldn't even get close to the waves of mental force storms. They could only watch the cosmic cloud state insectoids immerse into the black mist. Rumble. They were instantly turned into a blood mist and devoured by the cocoon. With this, the chi from the cocoon grew stronger. After the breath reached a peak, a vibrant blood spirit light blossomed. Rumble. The cocoon exploded. Violent blood spirit force shot out in all directions and smashed onto the grey barrier field. The field rattled heavily. Strands of blood power spilled out of the barrier. Just a sliver of this power shook the hearts of all the prodigies here. Everyone retreated. At this moment, the grey field was rattling heavily. The space outside kept changing. Yulei twitched the corners of his mouth, and said in horror, "That queen isn't going to charge out, right? If so, we're over." Miriam and the other soldiers were also worried. Luze and the girls weren't too worried. He was even a bit curious as to what the queen would turn into. Anton frowned. "Gura's claw, your field won't break, right?" Gura's claw said, "Impossible. This queen's power." Before he could finish, a crisp crack appeared on the field. "Impossible." The two black insectoids laughed. "Ha ha ha. Insolent low-level races. Our master's destruction god art's damage to the field is far greater than you can imagine." The other insectoid looked at Anton and Gura's claw, their scarlet eyes full of hatred and tyrannical intent. "Master is coming out, you all have to die." Crack. More cracks appeared on the field. Rumble. The entire grey field shattered. Blood spirit light swept across like a tide. Luze and the girls had left the range of the field and weren't caught inside. Eventually, the scene inside the barrier was revealed. A slim figure stood there quietly. Luze gasped. This was a blood-colored humanoid. It was 2 meters tall and covered in blood armor. Its figure was extremely curvaceous. But when he saw that hideous insectoid head, his heart ached. What a pity! In the distance, the 2 black insectoids looked at the queen with mesmerization. "Ah, master's elegant figure." Anton and Gura's claw felt aghast. They might even laugh if it was another time. However, they weren't in the mood right now. This was because the queen's chi was too powerful. They began to shiver. Cosmic realm state. This queen reached the cosmic realm state. Gura's claw's voice was a bit hoarse. How is this possible? How could she progress to such a level? The black insectoid glanced at him and said coldly, "Our master was already at the border of evolution if you guys didn't. If it weren't for you guys, our master wouldn't give up evolving into a cosmic realm state queen insectoid and choose to evolve into a queen." The other one said, "If the master evolved into a cosmic realm state queen insectoid, our entire colony's power would skyrocket. After evolving into the queen, the master would lose her fertility. You damned low-level beings should die." Anton exclaimed, that was the queen insectoid's evolution. This was their first time seeing this. Anton and Gurus looked at each other. There was despair in their eyes. Facing a cosmic realm state queen insectoids, peak cosmic cloud states, like them, couldn't even run. The insectoid queen stretched her back elegantly. As she moved, the space around her distorted. Different warp dimensions appeared around her in an array of colors. She glanced across and said lazily, "How should I punish you for making me lose the possibility of evolving stronger?" Chapter 1089, Where Did Master Go? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The entire scene was silent. Everyone didn't even dare to move. The pressure of a cosmic realm state was too strong. At this moment, the queen's eyes fell upon Luze and the girls. Her eyes flashed with a trace of greed and hope. She didn't know what race these beings were, but they were extremely talented. Perhaps, she might be able to progress if she devoured them? Luze and the girls felt a mountain had been crushing on them just from her gaze. Luze's mouth twitched. This queen wanted to eat them. Ying Ying, is she strong? Ying Ying answered, no, so weak. Luze. Nanggong Jing. They were speechless. Luze transmitted the sound. Take care of her. Oh. The distant space suddenly wavered. The queen suddenly looked around with shock. Who is it? No one answered her. However, the space around her slowly collapsed and pressed against her. Immediately, the queen felt she was bound by space. The queen was extremely astonished. She unleashed all her power, but she couldn't break free at all. Space was collapsing at an increasing rate. In a short instant, the queen's body distorted, and space collapsed into a single point before disappearing. With this, the warp dimension recovered. The atmosphere became extremely silent. All the prodigies were confused. They thought they were dead for sure when the queen appeared. However, it disappeared in just a moment. Anton and Gyrus Claw were dazed in disbelief. The two black insectoids called. Master! Impossible! Where did the master go? They were extremely worried because they felt the mental connection between them and their queen break. This meant the queen was dead. How was this possible? The roars of the two black insectoids aroused Luze's attention. Ying Ying, take care of those two as well. Oh! Then, one of the two black insectoids suddenly disappeared like it never existed. Seeing this, the other one was scared and looked silly. Before he could react, he also disappeared. Anton and Gyrus Claw watched these two peak cosmic cloud state insectoids disappear just like that, and their heads exploded. They were similar in power and fought for so long. But, they just disappeared out of nowhere. Their eyes were full of terror, fearing they would disappear next. At this moment, Anton thought of something, and he looked at Luze and the girls. When he saw how calm their faces were, he immediately realized. It was him. Luze's master? Only that level of being could make the insectoid's queen disappear without resistance. He quickly bowed. Thank you, Elder, for saving us. Gyrus Claw. He was still in terror and confused by Anton's actions. Was it someone Anton knew? No way. If so, why not come out earlier? Or, was it that Anton didn't know this person and felt it was a passerby? Gyrus felt this was highly possible. He quickly bowed. Thank you, Elder, for saving us. The prodigies of both realms immediately did the same. At this moment, Miriam pulled Luze's clothes and signaled to Luze. Luze and the girls could only do the same. Thank you, Elder, for saving us. Luze felt very bad. He was the one who told Ying Ying to intervene. Ying Ying's confused voice sounded. Luze, what are you guys doing? Luze's mouth twitched. Nothing, just complimenting Ying Ying for being cute. The girls laughed and rolled their eyes. Ying Ying blinked and nodded. Oh! Moments later, Anton and Gyrus didn't see a response, so they got up and flew back to their prodigies. Gyrus felt that if they discussed that being who had left here, it would raise that being's attention. Anton looked at Luze and the girls and then smiled. The insectoid hive is destroyed. Everyone did great this time. The rewards will be announced according to contribution. Everyone rejoiced. Anton and Gyrus looked at each other. Usually, the elf and advanced demon race would definitely clash upon encounter. However, the insectoid tide wasn't over yet, and the two sides have just fought alongside each other. They both avoided this. Anton opened his mouth and said, "Let's go." He tore the warp dimension and went back. The demon realm side did the same. In space, a crack appeared, and Anton led the East region's prodigies out. All of them sighed in relief seeing the vibrant sky and prosperous trade planet. They almost died there. Anton turned his head and smiled slightly. Everyone go back and get your rest. Come get your reward tomorrow at the branch department. Everyone rejoiced. Yes, Lord Anton. Anton nodded and disappeared from the spot. Only then did the prodigies relax and discuss the battle. Louisa came to Luze and the girls and smiled. I've seen your previous battles. I didn't expect your combat powers to be this strong, far greater than my imagination. A male elf smiled and nodded. Indeed, your talent is probably on par with our princess. This was a rather conservative estimation since Luze's and the girl's power was more absurd than the princess when she was a cosmic system state. Chapter 1090, Tree of Life. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze smiled. That's an exaggeration. Fred and the others looked slightly envious of Luze. He was so talented and had a very powerful background. Just thinking about them, they paused. They thought about the sudden disappearance of the queen and gasped. Did the person behind Luze intervene? If that was so, it was too insane. That cosmic realm state queen just died like that. On the way back to the trade planet, the East region's prodigies all greeted Luze. They had their own guesses too. They knew that they had to invest in this relationship while Luze was still weak. When Luze matured, their gain would be far greater than what they invested. Luze wouldn't reject such goodwill either. It was better to have an extra friend than an enemy. That way, those races who offended the human race wouldn't even need to be punished by themselves. The other races would help them. Soon, they entered the city. When the citizens in the city saw the prodigies subtly surrounding Luze and them, they were taken aback. Only after everyone had left did they come back to their senses. Weren't those guys the human race's prodigies? Why are the cosmic cloud state race's prodigies of the East region surrounding them? Yet, even the elf race's prodigies were on the side. Everyone was confused. Some smarter people began to think. Soon, there would be another powerful race in the East region. Soon, they entered the Central region. Louisa smiled at Luze and the girls. Luze, we'll be off first. See you tomorrow. Luze and the girls smiled. See you tomorrow. Miriam smiled and said, let's go back first. The group went to the Central Hotel. On the way, Yile looked around and saw they were the only ones left. He couldn't resist asking, Luze, that queen before. Your master was involved, right? Fred and the others looked over curiously. Luze glanced at Yile in surprise. This guy guessed it. He smiled and nodded. My master intervened indeed. Fred and the others took a cold breath. Guessing was one thing, but getting it proved was another. Fred opened his mouth in slight horror. Then your master is really strong. He could easily kill the cosmic realm state queen. Luze's mouth twitched, feeling a little bit heartbroken. No shit. Ying Ying was extremely strong for sure. There was still a long way to go to surpass her. He laughed it off. It's all right. Fred and the others. Soon, they were back to their suites. Luze and the girls sat on the couch, leaning against each other. Ying Ying appeared. She sat on the side and took out her computer to watch cartoons. Seeing this, Luze's heart ached even more. This little guy didn't even need to cultivate every day and was this strong? Then, Kaiulahesha carried Ying Ying over, and everyone watched Tom and Jerry. The next morning, right after Luze and the girls had breakfast, Fred's group came knocking. Yile spoke excitedly. Brother Luze, rewards are coming out today. Let's hurry. Let's go. Everyone left and came to the crisp green blade branch department. There were already quite a few prodigies waiting there. Everyone came to greet Luze and the girls. Morning, Mr. Luze. Brother Luze, come to our red feather race next time. We have quite some nice food. Brother Luze. Luze smiled and responded to everyone's greetings. At this moment, Louisa walked over. She said, Luze, come with me first. Lord Anton wants to see you. Luze nodded. Fred and Miriam asked, what about us, Lord Louisa? Louisa looked at Luze and the girls and smiled. You guys can come along too. Fred and Miriam smiled excitedly. Thank you, Lord Louisa. The group left. Meanwhile, the other prodigies in the foyer were envious. Oh shit, Fred and Miriam are really lucky. Yet, Lord Louisa must have let them in due to Luze. Louisa knocked on the door. Anton's warm voice sounded. Come in. The group walked in. Anton was sitting behind his desk. He got up and smiled. Luze, welcome. Luze smiled. Thank you, Lord Anton. Anton signaled to them. Have a seat. Fred and the group also sat down with great honor. Anton took out a beautiful set of green crystal tea equipment. Then, he took out a few pieces of crisp green leaves. Immediately, this dense life force appeared that shook everyone's mind. This invisible wave activated everyone's minds. Anton smiled. This is a leaf from the Tree of Life's branch. It's a rare thing even in our race. The water is the spring water from the fountain of life. It's rather good for making tea. Luze and the girls were taken aback. Tree of Life. Even if it was just a branch, it was still the Tree of Life. And this water, fountain of life. This was an extravagance. Fred and the group gulped and tried to make themselves seem not too eager. Soon Anton made a cup for everyone. Lush green light glowed above the tea. One could see a tree larger than a solar system grow. Try it. Anton smiled. Luze nodded. He took the cup and finished it in one go. Immediately, that dense aroma blossomed in his mouth. Then, abstruse chi appeared in his mind, allowing him a deeper understanding of his god art. Then, strange phenomena appeared above Luze's head. There was a volcano erupting, violent winds, ocean waves, a huge tree growing, twisted space, and so forth. Countless phenomena spun on top of Luze's head and grew bigger and bigger until it formed a barren world above the crisp green blade branch department. Seeing this, Anton's smile froze. That many phenomena. Tree of Life. This tea was rather good, but he didn't expect drinking it would cause such phenomena. There were too many phenomena, right? Louisa, Anton, and the others were also dazed. Luze was learning from this chi. He sensed this subtle chi of life, but it was too obscure. Luze gritted his teeth and used a super purple liquid. Immediately, he could feel it clearly. Not enough. Luze used a blue crystal. Immediately, the chi of life cleared up. But this was still not enough. Eventually, Luze used a blue dew. Chapter 1091, Essence of it. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Rumble. With the use of the blue dew, Luze's mind shook. His consciousness exploded and became extremely clear. All sorts of enlightenment appeared in his mind. That subtle life chi became extremely clear and almost within reach. This was great. Luze rejoiced. He began to learn the secrets contained in this life chi. As Luze learned, the phenomena above his head seemed to have been inserted with life force. On that barren land, trees and flowers grew. Seeing this, Anton was stunned. Life god art. His skin crawled. He also had this life god art, but he was born with that. Most elite elves were naturally born with wood god art. Only an extremely small portion of them was born with life god art. This was a gift from the Tree of Life. Anton was such a prodigy. Despite this, it was extremely hard to increase his mastery of it. What did he see now? A human who didn't have life god art just drank a cup of tea made from the tree of life's branches and leaves, and he learned life god art. And from the phenomena, he could see Luze's mastery of the life god art increase at an unimaginable rate. Louisa and the group were dumbfounded. In her 2,000 years of existence, her life god art only improved a little. Now, she sadly found that her mastery of life god art wasn't as good as Luze's. Fred and the group stared at the phenomena with a blank mind. They didn't even know what to say anymore. When the East Region's prodigies in the foyer saw the phenomena, they gasped. What is this? A broken world? Whose phenomena is it? Phenomena? This is a bit too terrifying. It's almost forming a complete world. Further away, more and more powerful beings sensed this and looked up. They had never seen such phenomena before. The top office of the Crisp Green Blade Branch Department was dead silent. The girls saw this, and all of them drank their cups. A portion of the water even mysteriously disappeared from the kettle. In the void, Ying Ying wiped her mouth, and a green spark shone in her eyes. The girls closed their eyes, and used the items, and also started learning life god art. Luze's body shook. He felt that a different life chi appeared. Their learnings entwined in the air. Life filled the air, animals were born, flowers blossomed. This invisible wave surged in the phenomena. Anton looked at Luze and the girls. His heart ached. The humans had such prodigies. He took a deep breath and spoke in the minds of all elves in the branch department. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Come to the top floor to learn life god art. With such a good opportunity, perhaps other members of his race could also learn the life god art. Thinking about this, he became very excited. The elf members came to the top floor and found a random place to sit before learning the secrets contained in the wave. Anton said to Louisa, Fred, and the others, drink the tea, learn life god art. This fortune might come only once in a lifetime. You must grasp it. Louisa knew what to do and drank it. So did Fred and the group. Anton also drank the tea. He wasn't satisfied with the amount in his cup. He wanted to pour some more from the kettle, but after picking it up, he found there was none left. Anton. Did he pour it all? Was he too excited that he forgot about it? Whatever, learning the god art was more important. He closed his eyes and did the same as the others. Time flew by. A few hours later, the phenomena disappeared. Only those few most talented prodigies in the East region and close enough to the phenomena could learn something. They opened their eyes gradually. They didn't just learn a new god art. They were also able to get some progress for their own god art. This was something they would need to spend decades or even 100 years to achieve. How could they not be happy? Ju Tianxi, how did you go? Benefit from it a lot. What benefit? The phenomena were too weak, I could only feel a little bit. Same, I didn't learn much. It seems I'm not talented enough. Only an idiot would say they benefited a lot from this. Even if they were to, it would be after they had gone back and completely digested what they had learned and turned it into their combat power. This is the essence of acting cool. Meanwhile, the elves on the top floor slowly opened their eyes. They smiled excitedly. Although they didn't learn life god art, the types of god arts contained in the phenomena were ample. There was wood god art, of course. The ones closest to the office were those 5 elf prodigies. One female elf said, my wood god art has improved by a huge margin. Same. Who made these phenomena? Lord Anton? His wood god art's mastery is so great. It shouldn't be Lord Anton? I have lightning god art, I also learned this from the phenomena. It's on par with the wood god art. I remember Lord Anton doesn't know lightning god art. The female elf looked at the male elf. Crux, what happened to you? Why is your expression so strange? Crux's voice was shaky. I learned it. Learned it. Crux waved out his hand, and a green light flashed. It was similar to wood god art but different. Life god art? You learned life god art? Crux smiled. It's still very weak, but combined with the wood god art, it can still improve my combat power a lot. Chapter 1092, Report the Bill. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Anton, Louisa, Fred, and the group opened their eyes. Their eyes flashed with joy, especially Anton and Louisa. Intense life force emanated from their bodies. Clearly, their life god art has progressed. Soon, Luze's group also opened their eyes. Immediately, Luze saw the searing look of those around him. He was taken aback. What were these beings doing? He was getting goosebumps. It was fine if it was just Louisa and Miriam, but those guys. He was very worried. Luze laughed it off. What's wrong? Anton spoke genuinely. Luze, thank you so much this time. Due to the phenomena of your group, Louisa's and my life god art have experienced quite some improvement. My fellow race outside would have benefited quite a bit too. At this moment, Anton's face changed. He took a deep breath and said excitedly. Crux has learned life god art. What? Louisa exclaimed with joy. Luze and the girls were stunned. Who was Crux? Anton took a deep look at Luze's group and slowly said, Luze, life god art is extremely rare, even amongst the elf race's prodigies. Due to you, our mastery has quite improved and Crux learned it. You've helped us out big this time. Luze smiled with embarrassment. You overpraise me, Lord Anton. If you didn't give us tea, I wouldn't be able to learn life god art. Then, you guys wouldn't be able to benefit from it too. So, no need to worry too much. Anton and the group. Their hearts ached. Anton took it out just to treat them. Who would have thought that this guy could learn life god art from just drinking a cup of tea? He felt that he wasted all the tea which he had drunk these years. Anton laughed dryly and changed the subject. By the way, Luze, regarding the insectoid queen yesterday, your master was involved, right? Luze nodded. It was fine to admit it. The elf race would only think that the human race had strong backup power and take them more seriously. Anton was prepared, but he was still shocked. The insectoid queen was probably considered weak amongst the cosmic realm state, but to be able to take care of it so easily without even appearing, this power was scary. His eyes flashed since he smiled. This mission was to annihilate the insectoid hive. After the queen evolved, we might have even died, much less complete the mission. If it wasn't for your master, this mission would have been impossible to complete. Plus, you helped us learn god art. I have decided to give you the middle grade spirit gathering stone and also give you guys another 10,000 points. What do you think? Hearing this, Luze and the girls gasped. They didn't even have 5,000 points originally, but the stone required 100,000 points. Yet, Anton just gave it to them. Seeing how shocked Luze and the girls were, Anton smiled. Don't laugh at us, but the middle grade spirit gathering stone is rather precious even in our elf race. In reality, we just took it out this time for the show. We didn't intend to let it be exchanged. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be giving it no matter what this time. Luze smiled. Thank you, Lord Anton. This stone is quite useful to us, indeed. Anton waved his hand and laughed. Luze, if you call me Lord Anton, it would be hard on me. Look, I'm a bit older, so if you guys don't mind, just call me Brother Anton or Uncle Anton. With Luze's talent, they would surpass him in a few thousand years, right? Plus, there was that terrifying cosmic realm state behind them. How could he be lord to them? Luze and the girls. They were only 30. Anton had at least 5 digits in his age. Luze smiled. Then, thank you, Uncle Anton. Anton smiled. He was truly happy. Connecting well with Luze and the girls would only be beneficial to him. His life god arts mastery had improved by so much in such a short period, saving him 1,000 years of cultivation. How beautiful was this! Perhaps there would only be more. He said, since you call me Uncle Anton, then I can't be stingy. He took out a green storage ring with glamorous runes inscribed on it to Luze. There are some special products of the elf race inside. Your human race is lacking on foundation right now. Take this back, it should be helpful to your race's development. Luze looked at Anton and then at the ring before nodding seriously. Thank you then, Uncle Anton. Fred and the group were very envious. Just making Luze and the girls call him Uncle Anton was enough to be envious of. They were the pinnacle prodigies of the Golden Spear race and Crystal race, but they had no right to call Anton that. Luze smiled. Although I'm complimenting myself, I'm at least a prodigy of the elf race. I have some savings. You don't need to be polite to me. If you need anything in the future, come find me. Luze was quite touched. Although Anton was doing this due to his talent and his master, he was still quite genuine. Luze grinned. Sure, we'll come to trouble Uncle Anton if we need help with anything. Anton nodded. The stone is inside. As for that 10,000 points, it'll be sent to your crisp green blades badge later. Luze nodded. Anton waved his hand. Okay, there's nothing else. You can leave. He said, Louisa, send them out. Young people like you can spend more time together. Louisa nodded. After they all left, Anton's face showed some pain. The treasures in that storage ring hurt his fortune quite a bit. No, he had to get it shouldered by the race. That way, Anton took out his communication device and prepared to contact his race. He would try to get more covered. Chapter 1093, Big Gift. Luze and the girls went downstairs with Louisa and found that there was no one in the foyer. Luze guessed that they might have learned something from the phenomena. After all, they were the most talented bunch in the East region. Louisa smiled and said, I'll send you off here. She took out something. Here, Luze, take this. She gave out a few small devices to Luze's group. Luze took the instrument and asked with some doubts, what is this? Louisa explained. Communicator. It can be used in the elf cosmic realm and nearby cosmic realms. My contact details are inside, if there's anything, contact me. Luze and the girls rejoiced. The human race's communicators can only be used near the Milky Way. The elf cosmic realm was over hundreds of millions of light years. If they went out, it would be very hard for the elders to contact them. This was rather convenient. Luze looked at the communicator and smiled. Louisa, can you give me one more? Louisa was a bit confused but still nodded. Of course. Luze smiled and nodded thank you. He would leave this one in the Milky Way. That way, if something happened back at home, they could be reached. Louisa smiled and shook her head. You're too polite, this is nothing precious. Luze nodded. Then, we'll be off first. Keep in touch. Louisa nodded. On the way back to the central region, Miriam smiled. Thank you so much this time, Luze. My god art has improved quite a bit from that phenomena. Yulei smiled and nodded. Yes, my god art progressed too. After going back this time, those elders would probably be scared. Kegel and Fred nodded. Fred took out a storage ring and smiled. We're not the elf race. We don't have anything good, but I believe this would be useful to the human race. Luze interrupted him. No need, thank you for taking us to the crisp green blade. Otherwise, we don't even know what would happen if we came by ourselves. Your god art has progressed due to your own talent. I didn't help much. Fred already helped them so much. Luze was embarrassed to take any more from them. Plus, with what the elf race had given them, it was unnecessary. Fred and Miriam also risked their safety to stop 2 level 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids for them. He was quite touched. Nangongjing smiled. Listen to Ze. We're friends. This is nothing. Luze nodded, smiled, and said, Jing Jing is right. Fred and the group looked at each other and rejoiced. Luze could consider them friends. This was definitely something good. Miriam smiled. Don't worry. We'll contact our race as soon as we get back. From now on, the Golden Spear race and Crystal race will definitely support the human race to the full extent. Fred also nodded. Although Luze didn't take their things, the human race was still in the developmental stage. The Golden Spear and Crystal race can establish relations with them and give them the greatest discounts. They could even send scientists to help and teach the human race. Luze nodded. In that case, I'll thank you in the name of the human race. They soon returned to the hotel and went back to their rooms. They dropped to the couch. Lin Ling buried her head on Kaiuyuhesha's chest and said with excitement, I didn't expect to get this much. Uncle Anton just gave us the middle grade spirit gathering stone. Kaiuyuhesha smiled. Little brother Luze, let's see what Uncle Anton gave us. Luze leaned back. Sigh, I'm too tired. My back and legs are aching. If only someone could massage it for me. The girls. The atmosphere fell silent for a while. Nangongjing sneered. I think your bones are a bit too itchy. Let me loosen it for you. How about that? Li smiled slightly and stretched out her hand to tuck her long hair. Count me in. Luze. I suddenly realized that my back doesn't hurt. I can run up 5 floors in one go. Let's see what Uncle Anton gave us. The girls rolled their eyes and looked over curiously. Even Ying Ying came over. Luze took out the storage ring, and everyone sent their mental force inside. When they saw what it was, they panted. Alice exclaimed in a low voice, that much stuff. Lu nodded. They all seem very precious. Luze took a deep breath. Uncle Anton gave quite a lot this time. Nangongjing said, let's count it. The spirit gathering stone was the most precious one. There were also low-grade spirit gathering stones and Dao enlightenment stones. 50 low-grade Dao enlightenment stones. 80 low-grade spirit gathering stones. This was all too important for the human prodigies. Luze had large amounts of red and purple orbs. Their cultivation speed would be greatly enhanced by the rooms. Perhaps soon, they would be able to break through to the planetary state and higher. There were also a few jugs of the Tree of Life's branches and Fountain of Life's water. This could increase one's life, cultivation level, and talent. Although it wasn't as good as his orbs, it was still great. Most importantly, the tea was very tasty. Luze planned to keep some for themselves and give some to the elders. There were also spirit herbs that were suitable to be grown in regions with low spirit forces. This ranged from mortal evolution state to cosmic cloud state. If these plants were grown, it would be another huge asset to the human race. At least ordinary prodigies and elites won't be lacking resources. There was also mature produce. Luze let Alice take away some food ingredients. He would leave the rest to the elders to distribute. Other than that, there were also elven technology warships and armors. This storage ring had a space of nearly 100 square kilometers. It was filled. As long as they digested the resources inside, the human race would skyrocket. Luze smiled. We owe Uncle Anton, big time. The girls smiled and nodded. They would remember this and pay him back. Chapter 1094, The East Region is Changing. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After taking the resources they received into account, Luze said, when we receive the points tomorrow, let's trade them for the communications technology first and then see if there's anything else we want. After that, we can return. The girls nodded. Nangongjing said, we have been out for a while. We should return indeed. The elders won't be insisting on that anymore, right? Kai Uyuhesha remarked, if they still do, then let's enter solitary cultivation and come out after making a breakthrough. Reaching the cosmic cloud state is a major event. They definitely won't bring it up again, right? The group rested for a while, ate dinner, and went to cultivate. One of their objectives was to review their life god art while the other one was to further learn the poison ball divine art and super rapid regeneration divine art. The next morning, their badge made a noise. When Luze opened it, he saw the 10,000 points credited in their account. The group smiled. Luze used the 5,000 points to purchase the communications technology. As for the remaining 5,000, they weren't lacking in anything, so they just bought more technological devices. The technological advancement of the human race was much lower than their progress in cultivation. The elf race's technology was more comprehensive than the heritage crystal they acquired from the ruin. If they had access to both knowledge, it would be easier to learn as well. Eventually, they bought a ship engine-related technology. The engine was one that the elf race no longer used but was rather advanced for the human race. Most cosmic cloud state civilizations didn't have advanced engine technology like this. Luze actually wanted to purchase those more advanced technologies, but his points were insufficient. The engine alone cost them 5,000 points. The 10,000 points were all spent already. Luze said, let's tell Fred and the others. We'll go back today. The girls nodded. After breakfast, they went to look for Miriam and the rest. Hearing that they were returning, Miriam said, we're planning to leave the trade planet too actually. Luze was taken aback. You guys are leaving too? Fred responded, we're planning to return to our race and maybe visit your race afterward. Then, we'll continue to accomplish missions from the crisp green blade. Visit my race? Luze was confused. Fred said, we might be going over with the elders of our race to discuss collaboration. Luze smiled. Thank you then. Yulei smiled. No problem, perhaps we'll be needing your help in the future. With Luze and his girls in the human race, they didn't even dare to imagine how strong the humans would become. Miriam said, you can lead us around your territory. We haven't even been there yet. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. Don't worry, we'll do our best to show you around. In that case, let's go together, Luze said. The group left the hotel and went to the space station together. Luze was puzzled that there seemed to be quite a lot of East Region's prodigies leaving today as well. He then took out his spaceship and said, we'll be leaving first. We'll wait for you at the Milky Way. Fred and the rest nodded. We'll come in about half a month to 1 month. Luze and his girls boarded the ship that Anton gave, and they departed. The ship Anton donated was rather advanced, especially in terms of speed. With the warp engine, the ship entered a high-level warp dimension. In just half a day, they were near the Milky Way. At the border of the Milky Way, there were numerous guards posted. There was an extensive planetary base, which was crowded with ships from foreign races lining up to enter the planet. Among the line, there was a black obsidian ship. The cosmic cloud state black obsidian, Hylan, and ice ape, Abin, looked dazedly at the line. Abin was speechless. Is this really the Milky Way? Why are there so many visitors? Hylan was visibly perplexed. According to Mr. Lu, the Milky Way shouldn't be very strong. After being saved by Luze, Hylan spent quite some time handling the internal matters in his race. He remembered Luze saying he was from the human race, so he brought some gifts to the Milky Way to thank him personally while establishing a relationship. When Luze and the girls become famous in the cosmos, they can receive some protection too. Bin looked around. I can sense a few cosmic cloud state Kais. These beings aren't simple. Hylan frowned. Mr. Luze has probably already become famous in the East region, right? This is all too normal. Bin asked, what do we do then? Hylan smiled helplessly. What else? Of course, we have to wait. We can talk to the registration department and check if he can allow us to contact Mr. Luze first. Bin nodded. That seems to be the only way. At this moment, a green light approached rapidly. Seeing this, Hylan and Bin were taken aback. Elf race. The ship of the elf race was too unique. Glamorous, noble, and brimming with life chi. Hylan was stunned. Even the elf race has sent an ambassador here? Is it because of Mr. Luze? Their hearts shuddered. It seems they have far underestimated Luze's talent and potential. The East region was probably about to change. Perhaps the entire elf region would be altered. Several cosmic system state ambassadors saw the scene and felt bitter. We have thought about coming here to express goodwill early on since that man passed the crisp green blades test with just a cosmic system state cultivation level. But this is too absurd. Even the elf race is here. Did that man do something astounding during this time? Chapter 1095, It's Us. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In the base office, Lin Yan was communicating with a cosmic cloud state alien who had 2 heads, 6 hands, and a skinny body. He was still dazed. A few days ago, a large number of aliens started coming, wanting to establish relations with the human race. Originally, it was just a cosmic system state civilization, but starting from these 2 days, it was different. For some reason, even cosmic cloud state races wanted to come to establish relations with them. If it wasn't that their attitude was really friendly, Lin Yan would even think that their race had offended some powerful being and sent people to trick them. This 2-headed tree man ambassador was a level 2 cosmic cloud state and the grand elder of his race. Yet, he came personally. He didn't look down on him for being a cosmic system state at all. Lin Yan smiled. Mr. Bamuziru, you've completed your registration. Our elders are discussing with the representatives of a few other cosmic cloud state civilizations on our ancestral planet. I apologize for them not personally coming to greet you. I will send someone to take you and your group towards the ancestral planet. Bamuziru shook his head. General Lin Yan, no need to be so polite. It's not polite of me coming without being asked. The right head said, it's a very inspiring thing to establish a good relationship between our 2 races. We don't have any dissatisfaction. There will probably be more people for you to handle, so I won't disturb you. Lin Yan smiled and nodded. Thank you, then I'll escort you out. This cosmic cloud state was too nice. Just when the 2 were about to exit the door, a peak star state guard suddenly rushed in with a desperate expression. Marshal, there's something big. Lin Yan was about to get angry, but then, his heart skipped. There had been quite some cosmic cloud state civilizations these few days. The guards were prepared. For his second-in-command to say something is big, clearly it was an emergency. He nodded in apology to Bamuziru and asked, what happened? The guard said, there is a ship from the elf race approaching outside. Bamuziru was taken aback. Lin Yan gasped. Are you certain that it's truly an elf race's ship? The second-in-command responded, I was bringing another cosmic cloud state civilization ambassador over, and he saw it too. He was absolutely certain that it's an elf race's ship. Bamuziru quickly said, General Lin, how about we go out first? If it's truly the elf race lord, then it's not too good for us to be staying here. Bamuziru was very anxious. His race was below average amongst cosmic cloud state civilizations. Although they were subject to elf race, there was no way there would be connections between the two races. But even so, if they didn't go greet the Elf Lord, it might make him unhappy. That would be destructive to his race. Lin Yan nodded. Vice Commander Su. Notify the ancestral planet that there's an elf race's ship coming. The Star State nodded. The elf race's ship used rather advanced space folding technology. The inside space was huge. Just the foyer was a few kilometers wide. There was a patch of a garden filled with life. The furniture was also made with wood. Luze and the girls were resting on the couch while enjoying the view outside the window. Luze said, "This is indeed a ship from the elf race. This speed is so fast." The first time they went to the trade planet, they took the human race's ship, and it took a few months. Even the crystal race's ship took a few days. Meanwhile, the elf race's ship took less than a day. When they saw the long line of ships outside, they were stunned. Kai Uyahesha's brows frowned slightly. "What is going on?" Lin Ling said, "Most of them are cosmic system state races. There are a few cosmic cloud state Kais, but they are not strong. The strongest." I see someone familiar." The group looked curiously at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed fluorescently. "That Uncle Hylan and A Bin from the insectoid mission." Alice showed a stunned look. "So, it's them, why did they come to our race?" Lin Ling shook her head. "I don't know. They're still lining up." Luze glanced at the girls with some doubts in his eyes. "Let's go back to the base first and see what is going on." At this moment, a black ship fleet flew out of the base and greeted them. Luze couldn't help smiling. "They came out to greet us? It seems we're still quite popular." The girls also smiled. The fleet soon lined up on the two sides and formed a passage. There were even festive cannons sounding. Luze and the girls were embarrassed. "This welcome is a bit too grand, right?" Alice chuckled smirkly with a ruddy appearance on her pretty face. "Is it because we haven't been back for so long that the elders are realizing their mistake and not going to rush us?" At this moment, a few figures came before the ship. The leader was Lin Yan and the other two cosmic system state guards. Behind them were a few aliens who were all cosmic cloud states. They bowed. Lin Yan's voice sounded. "Welcome Elf Race Lord." Everyone felt awkward, especially Lin Ling. That was her dad. If she went out now, would she get beaten to death? Luze also felt awkward. No one spoke. Lin Yan and the others sweated cold. Were the elf race lords not happy with their welcome? They immediately felt a huge pressure. The elf race was the absolute overlord of this cosmic realm. Later, Luze and the girls also sensed the tense atmosphere. They couldn't just answer. After some thought, Luze still quietly said, let's go out." The girls nodded with a dull look. Some girls twitched their mouths, they were very embarrassed. They opened the shuttle and flew out. When everyone saw that it was Luze and the girls flying out, the atmosphere instantly became strange. Luze and the girls came before Lin Yan. Luze smiled and dryly said, "Uncle Lin Yan, it's us." Chapter 1096, Who can handle this? Lin Yan looked at Luze and several people and then the ship. His mouth twitched. "Why would you be coming back on the elf race's ship?" Luze laughed dryly. "This is given to us by the director of the East Region Crisp Green Blade Branch Department. I'll tell you more about it after we get back." Lin Yan and the guards were shaken. The director? Such a person would give Luze an elf race's ship? The other race's skin crawled. Luze was this close to the elf race? The elf race favored them that much? Luze asked with some doubts, "Uncle Lin Yan, what's the matter with this crowd?" Lin Yan quickly recovered. "Come, let's go back first." He looked at Lin Ling softly and nodded. Lin Ling nodded back. Luze and the girls saw this as well and smiled. Then, they drove back into the planet. Seeing the ship enter the base, the other races all started talking. The elf race actually gave their own ship to a foreign race. This is a first, right? Seems to be the case. Even those peak cosmic cloud state races didn't get the elf race's ship. Is this their attitude towards the human race? This was a huge change to the dynamic of the East region. Luze and the girls alighted the ship and put it away. Then they came with Lin Yan to the commanding building. In the top office, Lin Yan smiled and introduced others to Luze and the girls. Ze, come, I'll introduce them to you. These are the Cosmic Cloud State Civilization ambassadors of the East region. They've come to discuss business collaborations with the human race. This two-headed tree man is Bamuziru. This is Balia of the Ballist race. This is... Luze glanced across the cosmic cloud states. The strongest was only a level 3 cosmic cloud state. In those low-level cosmic cloud state civilizations, level 3 cosmic cloud states were pretty much those who had exhausted their potential. Their combat power can't compare with the prodigies of the East region. This meant that these people were no match to him. Thinking of what Fred said, these people probably heard about something from the trade planet. Was that the reason for their visit this time? Mr. Luze and your wives are very famous in the East region. You are so young, and yet, you have such strong power. Your future will be boundless. Yes, you haven't even broken through to cosmic cloud state and your power is so strong. Once you break through to the cosmic cloud state, that's when you will be shooting to the skies. The cosmic cloud state rushed to compliment them. Lin Yan and the others widened their eyes and looked weird. They were guessing before that Luze probably did something big outside. That's why all these cultivators came. Luze and the girls were embarrassed. Luze coughed and smiled. You're all too polite. Welcome to the human race. As long as it's genuine collaboration, our race will consider it sincerely. The cosmic cloud states showed excited smiles. Don't worry Mr. Luze, we come with genuine goodwill. These guys probably brought quite some good things. But more and more races would be coming for collaborations. They need to set some requirements for collaborations. Otherwise, it would be too hefty for the human race. Luze turned his head and looked at Lin Yan. Uncle Lin Yan, I don't know the specifics too well. How about you handle the stuff here? He said telepathically, Uncle Lin Yan, there might be more races coming, perhaps even peak cosmic cloud states. Tell the elders that. Lin Yan's body stiffened. His eyes flashed with disbelief and joy. Even the peak cosmic cloud state races would be coming over to establish a relationship with the human race? He replied to Luze, good kid. What did you guys do outside? Luze smiled and said, I'll tell you later. You're quite busy now. Sure. By the way, you didn't bully Linling, right? Luze laughed dryly. I wouldn't dare. Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction. Good. He glanced at Linling and said, the human race is getting better and better. You guys should consider it. It's about the next generation. Luze. They haven't even seen the elders, and they were urged again. Lin Yan added, don't tell Linling I said this. If he didn't push them now, who knew if he would still have the chance to have a grandson? Luze frantically complained, with a smile on his face. No problem, Uncle Lin Yan. Meanwhile, the other races were nervous. Luze drove the elf race's ship back. If they tried to collaborate with the human race, would it be too much of a stretch? They could only wait while Luze and Lin Yan communicated. At this moment, Luze smiled and said, Uncle Lin Yan, we'll be returning first. Lin Yan nodded. The elders are back on Earth. Go visit them first. Luze smiled and nodded. Then, he thought of one thing. By the way, 2 of the people lining up outside are beings I knew from a mission. They should be here to discuss collaboration. I'll take them back to Earth. Lin Yan rolled his eyes and knocked on Luze's head. Kid, let them register here first. The border rules still need to be abided by. Luze laughed it off. All right, you're the Defense Borders Marshal, you decide. I'll bring them over. His body flickered with silver light and disappeared from the spot. Hylan and Abin didn't expect Luze and the girls to be coming out of the elf race's ship. Abin opened his mouth and said, Big brother, Lord Luze is probably favored by the elf race. We're reaching beyond our means. Hylan nodded with a heavy expression. Soon, there would be stronger races coming. Then, what do we do? The human race no longer needed their help now. Just when Hylan was about to talk, a silver light flashed. Abin and Hylan tensed up and looked alert. Space God Art. At this moment, Luze appeared. He smiled and waved his hand at Hylan and Abin. Uncle Hylan, Abin, long time no see. Chapter 1097, Worth Keeping for the Entire Life. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Hylan rejoiced. Lord Luze? Why are you here? Luze smiled. Lin Ling saw your chi before, so I guessed that you're here to discuss collaborations with the human race. Hylan smiled bitterly. It seems we thought too much. The elf race even gave their ship to you. With your talent and power, there would be high-level or even peak cosmic cloud state races coming to connect with you. We're too weak. Luze smiled. Don't think like that. Let's go, I'll take you to the base planet to register, and the others will take you to our ancestral planet. As for collaborations, you can discuss with the elders. Hylan and Abin were dazed. Abin was in disbelief. Lord Luze, you're really going to take us in? Luze rolled his eyes. Why else would I be here then? Abin scratched his head and laughed. Since Luze was taking them in personally, the collaboration was set. By then, no race in the East region would dare to look down on their race. Luze smiled. Okay, I'll take you over to register. As for your ship, just let them drive it over. Hylan nodded. Luze wrapped them in silver light and disappeared. 3 people appeared in the office. Lin Yan was a little surprised to see these two. Their chi was much stronger than the ambassadors here. The others also were dazed. Hylan and Abin were level 4 cosmic cloud states. They had some reputation in the East region. They didn't expect Luze to bring them over personally. Luze smiled and said, Uncle Lin Yan, it's them. Lin Yan nodded and asked Hylan a few questions about the registration. After it was done, Luze said, Uncle Lin Yan, we'll be off first. Lin Yan nodded. He looked at Lin Ling. Be careful on the way. Lin Ling nodded. Luze took the group away in silver light. His cultivation level was at the peak of cosmic system state. He could teleport even further. In just a few seconds, Luze crossed tens of thousands of light years and came into the solar system. He looked at the nervous Abin and Hylan. Don't be nervous, this is our ancestral planet. If there's anything to do, just discuss it with our elders. Hylan nodded. Okay, Lord Luze. This concerned his entire race's future. He couldn't be nervous. At this moment, an opening appeared in space, and a figure flew out. There was frost chi around him. It was Saint Lindong, Augusta. Augusta immediately saw Luze and the others and smiled faintly. You little kids still remembered to come back. Luze and the others felt embarrassed. Elder Augusta, we're back. Where are the other elders? Augusta shook his head. They're discussing collaborations with other cosmic cloud state races. He looked at Hylan and Abin. These two are. He could feel that they were extremely strong. Even though he was rather strong now, he was probably no match for the two. Hylan bowed. Respected human race elder, I'm the leader of the Black Obsidian race, Hylan. This is my brother Abin. We also wish to collaborate with the human race. Augusta was stunned hearing Hylan's words. In that case, come with me. He looked at Luze and was just about to speak. Luze immediately giggled. Elder Augusta, you guys can discuss this. We'll go somewhere else first. Then, he took the girls away in silver light. Augusta. He shook his head and said, come with me. Luze and the girls appeared elsewhere. Nangongjing patted her chest. We were almost caught in those boring meetings. Luze on the side brushed his head and nodded. Too close. Afterwards, Lin Ling smiled and said, where do we go next? Luze thought for a while. Let's go home first. The group disappeared again. Planet Lanzhong. The group appeared in Luze's home. It was night time, and they entered the door. They found that Lu Wen, Fuxia, Merlin, and Zhu Honglian were having dinner. The parents were taken aback. Then, Fuxia said with surprise, good boy, you guys are back? Come, let's eat together. She went to get bowls in the kitchen. Merlin frowned. Didn't you guys leave the Milky Way? Why are you back? Luze was surprised. Uncle Merlin, how did you know we left? Zhu Honglian smiled and said, the elders came by a few days ago and mentioned you. By the way, the insectoids that appeared in the void space were annihilated by you guys, right? Alice giggled. Ying Ying did it. Lu Wen smiled and picked a drumstick for Ying Ying. Then, he glared at Luze. The elders were complaining a few days ago that they didn't see you when they went over. Luze and the girls laughed it off. Fuxia came back with the bowls. Come, eat some more. If I knew you guys were coming back I should have let Merlin cook a few extra dishes. Merlin. For some reason, he became the house chef. He was a cosmic system state. Kaiuyahesha smiled. Auntie, this is great already. Fuxia rolled her eyes immediately. Why are you girls still calling me auntie? Luze almost spat his food. The girls blushed and then called Fuxia mom under her glare. Fuxia felt very satisfied. After dinner, Fuxia and the rest were going to cultivate. Luze gave some orbs and liquid to them. Then, they left during the night. They had to go as they were told all sorts of things later on at dinner. They found a random planet and lived in a hotel for the night. The next day, they played on this planet for a day. This was a date day. Luze made a ring for each girl and the girls made a ring for Luze together. It was an ordinary alloy, but it was made by hand. It was something worth keeping for the entire life. Chapter 1098, The Human Race is Over. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The group had great fun for the entire day. As soon as they got back to the hotel, they didn't cultivate but continued the game from last night. The next morning, Luze walked out of the room feeling relaxed. They had always been cultivating or fighting. An occasional relaxation was a rather good experience. Luze even felt his cultivation become more active after a day of relaxation. He walked over to sit on the couch. He glanced at Ying Ying on the side. She was watching Tom and Jerry. Luze went over, but Ying Ying suddenly squirmed away. Luze. He went closer again. Ying Ying squirmed away again. Luze was dazed. Ying Ying, what's wrong? Ying Ying paused the cartoon show and looked at Luze, with some anger. Luze, what did you do to the sisters these 2 days? Why are they screaming so loud at night? How was he going to explain this? Seeing Ying Ying's innocent eyes, he coughed. I actually didn't do anything to them, don't worry. Ying Ying blinked. Then, what is it? Luze. He looked away. You can ask your sisters this later. At this moment, Nangongjing walked out of the room lazily. She rubbed her eyes and dragged her body over and leaned on Luze. Luze smiled and rubbed her head. At this moment, Ying Ying's crisp voice sounded. Sister Jing, did Luze do something over the top to you guys last night? If he is bullying you, tell me. I'll beat him up for you. Ying Ying clenched her fists. Nangongjing. Luze could instantly feel her body tense. Her sleepiness was gone. She looked strangely at Luze and then at Ying Ying. Her mouth twitched. She didn't know what to say. After some silence, she looked at Luze. Luze looked away. This had nothing to do with him. He coughed. I need to go to the toilet. Nangongjing grabbed him and smiled coldly. Are you sure you need to use the toilet at your cultivation level? Luze. Seeing Nangongjing's murderous gaze, Luze sat down. Nangongjing smiled gently at Ying Ying. Ying Ying, look. Luze is so scared of me. How could he bully me? What happened last night is an adult thing, it's fine. Ying Ying looked at the scared Luze and then at Nangongjing before nodding. She thought too much. Therefore, she sat down and kept watching the cartoon show. Luze and Nangongjing breathed easy. Luze peeped over and kept watching the cartoon. Soon, Kai Huyuhesha, Lu Li, Alice, and Lin Ling came over. After breakfast, they left the hotel. They came to an area outside Planet Shenwu. Lin Ling blinked and said, Auntie Sun Huang is still in the cultivation building. The one in the head office is Lu Xiun, the predecessor. Lu Li raised her eyebrows. The elders are all on the ancestral planet. Predecessor Lu Xiun is the strongest. No wonder he is here. Luze smiled. Let's go find him first. We can ask him about the Xavier battle ruin. Space became distorted, and the group appeared in the head office. They saw Lu Xiun handling matters. His brow frowned from time to time. He scratched his head constantly. Luze and the girls rejoiced that they didn't have to do this. Who could handle this? Luze coughed. Lu Xiun's hair popped up. He jumped up from the chair. Who is it? After seeing it was Luze and the girls, he breathed easy and said helplessly, So, it's you, kids. You scared me. I guess only you guys and the elders can appear in front of me without me knowing. He stretched. This is too hard to handle. A lot of the older generation is in solitary cultivation. I was dragged over to be the laborer. He looked at Luze and the girls and seemed to have some idea. Luze quickly said. Predecessor Lu Xiun, don't even think about us helping you. Lin Ling on the side smiled and said, even if we want to, the elders would make us go cultivate. Lu Xiun smiled bitterly. That's true. It was largely Luze's work that the human race could reach today. Their power was the most important. Making them deal with such matters was too much of a waste. He came to the couch and made some tea. Have a seat, weren't you guys at the crisp green blade? Why did you come back and come to me? Luze raised his fist triumphantly and said, we earned a huge amount this time, so we came back early. Lu Xiun raised a brow. Ordinary resources won't be taken seriously by you. What did you get this time? Luze smiled and stopped Lu Xiun from making the tea. Predecessor, don't use this tea. I have some. Lu Xiun was unhappy. Luze, you kid, you're looking down on me. This tea is Red Cloud from the Xavier Ancient Rune. It's an extreme rarity in the East region. If it's not you guys, I wouldn't even take it out. Luze smiled and took out a tree of life's leaf and some spring of life's water. The aroma shook everyone's spirits. Lu Xiun gasped. Luze, you kid, what is this? Just smelling it seems to have improved my cultivation a little. Luze smiled victoriously. One of the things we got this time. He copied Anton's actions in preparing the tea. This gentle aroma spread throughout the office. Luze smiled triumphantly. This leaf is a leaf from the tree of life's branch. The water is the spring of life. This is better than your tea, right? Have a taste. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Xiun took a long time to calm down. He glared at Luze shakily. You didn't rob an elf race's prodigy, did you? He could already imagine the elf race's army coming to the Milky Way. The human race is over. Chapter 1099, One extra look and the person is gone. Luze rolled his eyes and said, Don't scare yourself, predecessor. Am I that sort of person? This is given to me by an elf prodigy. Lu Xiun was stunned. Really? Then, he frowned and asked. But why would the elf prodigy give you something this precious? Luze smiled and said, Aren't we going to the crisp green blade this time? This is the gift of the person in charge of the crisp green blade to us. Person in charge. This must be an extremely valued prodigy in the elf race. Such a prodigy would give Luze and the girls something this precious? Luze smiled and nodded. Yes, he gave us quite some good stuff. This is just one of them. There's much more. Lu Xiun fell silent. Luze smiled. Predecessor, come taste it, it's not bad. Lu Xiun sighed and took a little sip. Immediately, his eyes lit up. This is good. Nangongjing said quietly. Predecessor Lu Xiun, this tea contains life god art knowledge. You can use some purple liquid while drinking. You might learn something. This contains life god art knowledge. Lu Xiun was even more shocked. Luze smiled, took out a small jar of leaves, and handed them to Lu Xiun. Predecessor Lu Xiun, you can have this. That prodigy gave us quite some of this stuff. Anton not only gave them small jars but also large jars. It was completely enough for Luze and the rest. The most important use of the tea was to learn life god art. Now that they had learned it, it wasn't that useful to them. It was purely to satisfy the tongue. Lu Xiun was taken aback, with a tangled expression. This is really for me. There was no way he didn't want something this good. However, he was an elder, and he took their gifts without being able to pay anything back in return. This felt bad. Luze smiled and nodded. Of course. By the way, there are also some things we want to ask you. Lu Xiun asked, What is it? About the Xavier ancient battle ruin. Lu Xiun raised his eyebrows slightly. You guys are planning to go? Luze nodded. After we break through the cosmic cloud state. We want to go and see. Lu Xiun frowned. It's very chaotic there. With your resources and talent, there's no need to go. Luze smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, we're not impulsive. We will make all the necessary preparations. I heard that there are some rare treasures there. We want to see if we can get any. Luze really wanted to find a medium-grade spirit gathering stone and Dao enlightenment stone. It would allow them to learn god art and divine art much easier. Lu Xiun nodded. You can only go to the first level with your power. The range is extremely big. It crosses over tens of billions of light years. There are quite some prodigies of powerful races, empires, and organizations there. Even an elf race's prodigy isn't very extraordinary there. They're all prodigies from cosmic realm states or above civilizations. Luze asked, I heard there's a medium-grade Dao enlightenment stone in the ruin. Where can I find it? Lu Xiun looked strangely at Luze. You want to get it? Luze nodded. Is there a problem? Lu Xiun's mouth twitched. There's a big problem. What sort of treasure is that? If it appears in the first level, countless powerful prodigies would be fighting after it. The battlefield would be a meat grinder. There might even be cosmic realm states coming back from the second level. Luze and the girls were excited. Lu Xiun looked at them worriedly. Zi, I know you guys are talented and strong, but you must not go. Okay. Luze nodded. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Lu Xiun nodded. Don't think about medium-grade Dao enlightenment stones, but you can try low-grade. There are also some spirit herbs and beasts that are quite nice. With your power, you should be able to get something. He told them about the ruin, but the summarizing statement was, if there's anything super precious, stay away from it. For powerful beings, that would be a fortune, but for the weak, it would be hell. He also warned them not to start trouble since they would never know if someone was strong, or there was some powerful force behind them. Luze and the girls listened carefully. Luze's biggest trump card was the six-winged grey bird. That was a peak cosmic realm state or even above cosmic realm state. It should be able to settle everything. However, they only had one of these. After speaking, Lu Xiun took a sip of his tea, smiled, and said, if you guys want to go, you should be fine as long as you don't go to the core region. Luze nodded. We will be careful. Do you want to go play with us, predecessor Lu Xiun? Lu Xiun rolled his eyes. Never mind. I will be dragging you guys behind. I probably won't be leaving the galaxy anytime soon. We are lacking in people. Luze nodded. At this moment, a wormhole appeared, and two figures came out. One was Saint Chen Yu and the other was Elder Lin. Su Bingbei smiled. You guys are here indeed. Elder Lin smiled. Augustus wanted to take you to the meeting, but you ran faster than rabbits. Luze and the girls laughed in embarrassment. Lin Ling ran to hold Elder Lin's arm and smiled. Grandpa, why did you come? You're not taking us to some meeting, are you? We don't want to go. Elder Lin rubbed Lin Ling's hair. Zi said there would be more powerful races coming? I believe that we don't need to go over the cosmic system state collaborations personally. We will let Nangong and Augustus handle the cosmic cloud state collaborations. A few days later, the two of us will take over. Su Bingbei sighed. These bullshit meetings are too troublesome. They're more tiring than fighting. Su Bingbei sniffed. What is this aroma? He looked at the tea. What tea is this? Chapter 1100, Love from the Elders. Elder Lin looked over. He also smelled this. It cleared up his mind. Lu Xiun said calmly, this tea is made from a tree of life's leaf and spring of life's water. Su Bingbei and Elder Lin were stunned. Su Bingbei hurriedly poured himself a cup. Zi, you brought back such good stuff. Elder Lin rushed up. Old Su, don't drink it all. Leave me some. He took the kettle and poured himself a cup. Lu Xiun. Why weren't the two elders shocked? Luze smiled. Yes, elder, we have some more things from the elf race that can improve our race. I'll give them to you soon. Su Bingbei and Elder Lin looked keen. They sat down on the couch. Su Bingbei said, let's see it. Luze handed over the storage ring he organized over to Su Bingbei. Su Bingbei took the ring, and the two elders scanned it with their mental force. Elder Lin exclaimed, there's so much. Luze nodded. Indeed, use it as you see fit. The two elders had serious eyes. This much resource was beyond their imagination. After some silence, Su Bingbei said, we'll split these resources into 3 portions. One portion can go to the Shenwu army on planet Shenwu. One portion can be brought to planet Jinyao for the younger generation. One portion can be brought back to the ancestral planet as a backup. Elder Lin nodded. That's fine, exactly how we divide it will have to be discussed with Nangong and Augustus. Then, let's go back now. The two didn't even drink water and planned to leave. Luze quickly said. Two elders, wait. I still have this. He took out a white crystal. Immediately, the spirit force in the room intensified many times, and it was still rising. Everyone gasped. Medium-grade spirit gathering stone. Luze nodded. This is the most precious item I got this time. Where should this be placed? Su Bingbei's white eyes turned red. Of course, on planet Shenwu. The Shenwu army has the most prodigious soldiers in the Federation. With this, their cultivation speed would shoot up by a lot. He smiled at Luze. You guys are used to the cultivation building. If you're in the Federation, then use it. If not, how about leaving it to the others? Elder Lin rolled his eyes. We should contact Nangong. Perhaps he wants this on planet Jinyeo. Su Bingbei asked, why notify him? I think it's great to leave it at planet Shenwu. Luze and the girls felt that they had gotten into trouble. If they didn't tell Elder Nangong, he would beat them up. If they did tell Elder Nangong, Elder Su would beat them up. Elder Lin coughed. If you install the stone here without telling Nangong, he would tear planet Shenwu apart after he finds out. Su Bingbei asked, are we going to let him install it on planet Jinyeo then? There are prodigies on planet Jinyeo, but how many of those would be coming to the Shenwu army or leaving the galaxy afterward? This, Elder Lin was at a loss for words. To be honest, planet Jinyeo was the center of the Dawn system. The Dawn system students are at the top of the Federation, but there might not even be one each year that can come out to support the race. It was indeed a waste to leave it on planet Jinyeo. But at the Shenwu army, it was different. Every soldier there was a prodigy fighting for the human race. But in terms of building a foundation, it was better to place it on planet Jinyeo. Elder Lin didn't know what to say. At this moment, space rippled and Elder Nangong appeared. He immediately saw the stone in Luze's hand. There really is a medium-grade spirit-gathering stone. Su Bingbei and Elder Lin were dazed. Why did this old guy come? Luze and several people asked, how does Elder Nangong know this was here? Elder Nangong sneered. If I didn't come, this stone would be placed in the cultivation building. How can you? This thing must be placed on planet Jinyeo. The prodigies need to get a better foundation while they are younger. Su Bingbei's eyes glared. Bullshit. Those prodigies haven't even been to the void space. Giving it to the Shenwu army prodigies is better. Elder Lin sighed. Let's talk this out. Sit down and talk nicely. Look at the good tea that Ze brought back. Elder Nangong roared. Drink bullshit tea. Stay out of this, old Lin. Old Su, you want to fight, right? Su Bingbei grinned. Come, it's been a few hundred years. Let's fight today then. Sure. Winners keepers. The two tore open space and disappeared. Only then did Elder Lin sit down slowly and pour himself some tea to drink. Lin Ling asked, Grandpa, would they be all right? Elder Lin smiled and waved his hand. What can happen? We've been fighting right from the beginning. With you guys here, the human race has been getting better and better. They can relax and move around. Nangong Jing said with some doubts, why did my grandfather suddenly come? Everyone looked at each other before looking at Lu Xiun. Lu Xiun smiled. Ze, you've given me such good tea. I don't have anything nice to give you, so I called Elder Nangong over. This is love from your elders. Luze was very grateful. Elder Lin raised his brows and said, what? Ze, you gave that to Lu Xiun? That's a waste. Lu Xiun. Elder Lin glared at Lu Xiun, and he immediately looked away. He couldn't beat the old guy. Luze smiled. Don't worry Elder Lin, we have some portions for the elders. Elder Lin smiled. I was originally wanting Lu Xiun to give me half. Soon after, two figures came back.